Classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Live from the Talk of the Town, this is the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Susie C. One mic, one mission, zero filters. From local buzz to wild headlines, Marky's got the takes, Susie's got the comebacks, and you never know what's coming next. Buckle up, Fox River Valley. It's your morning, your show.
Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
I beat you to it.
You did.
I was plotting and twisting and planning.
I was still thinking about what the announcer was saying. Yeah. One mic, one mission, and then I forgot the next part. Zero bullshit. Is that what he said?
I think that was it. I think you're right on. Spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on. Good morning, Fox River Valley. It is Tuesday. And you know what?
What?
It's 6:07, and if you look down Action Alley, there's a little sunshine already beginning to peek out.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy this morning.
Yeah, daylight didn't start this soon before I went on vacation.
It did not. Did you bring it back with you?
I did.
Oh, you know what? Thanks.
You're welcome.
That's a souvenir that just keeps giving.
Yes. It'll get lighter every day just because I brought it back with me.
I like it.
Shall we start the show with a Pledge of Allegiance?
I think we shall. Everybody join in.
In 3, 2, 1. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's show number 1262, ACB, after counting began, in my career here. Mm-hmm. It is the 61st staff meeting of 2025. 27th show ASB, after Sue began.
Yeah.
I have to remember all these acronyms.
I know there's a lot.
And we start the day with 8,404 prayers on the prayer scoreboard. I don't know what happened.
How did we get to 8,000 so fast?
Well, you got to explain this to me. It's Hector, who late in the show yesterday sent a message saying, hey, did you count all the prayers from the prayer scoreboard that you missed while you were gone?
I thought that was his job.
Well, apparently he did. And he said there was 2,225 prayers. So how did we get from 6,000 all the weeks that I had been here to 2,001 week?
Because everybody was praying you were coming back. And not just going to go live on a beach somewhere in Mexico and the station's going to get a call going, I've decided to make a sandcastle. I'm staying in my sandcastle.
They decided to make the wrong choice. I mean, the right choice. And come back once again. I know you're lucky about that. So, no, I think what happened is, like, I just click a bunch of times every time I see a bunch of prayers.
Yeah.
And Hector, I think, actually counted every single prayer that was
So he's probably accurate.
Yeah, he could be.
Okay.
So it's
Thank you, Hector.
6:10 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. It is the 8th day of March.
Okay, you did this in February. You went to January. In March, you went back to now we're in April, and you're going back to March.
And I said the 8th day of March. So I tried to put a February and a March in there, even though it's April.
It's that new season that we're stuck in.
Yeah.
It's like third winter. We've already had we had a quick summer, we had 2 springs, and now we're on third winter. And we've had enough of third winter. Go away.
The wind must have been coming out of the south last night, though, or something, because it didn't feel quite 21 degrees to me. Did it feel that cold to you?
Not so bad. In the afternoon when the winds kicked up and they were whipping out of the north, yes, it was so cold. But then I think it kind of did a little switcheroo and it did get a little warmer. Where are we at now? We're at 23, and I'm sure we have a wind chill.
Wind chill is 18. Winds are out of the northwest at 6 miles an hour. Here on the 98th day of the year, 2 days away from 100. Because 98 plus 2 is 100.
Last time I went to public school, it was.
The youth committee taught me that. It's week 15. Yeah. Quarter number 2. And the 8th day of April 2025. And we're headed for a sunny high of 44 degrees today. Increasing clouds tonight with a low of 30. Tomorrow we get a little bit weird again. A chance of snow in the morning. Similar high temperature again. 43 degrees tomorrow for the high. 80% chance of precipitation. Could be a little mix of snow and rain. Nothing that's going to amount to anything. Rain likely tomorrow night. Could be a rainy evening. A 60% chance tomorrow night with a low of 35. Thursday, a slight chance of a shower. Mostly cloudy with a high of 46. And Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 52. The weekend looks splendid. Saturday, sunshine with a high of 60. And Sunday, mostly sunny with a high of 68. Looking great.
I like splendid weather.
It's nice, isn't it?
It is nice.
Splendid weather coming up this Saturday and Sunday. I'd say get your campers ready. But yours is already ready.
I'm already ready. I'm ready. No, I still have a few things to do. I got to take off the heated hose, but can't do that quite yet. Want to swap out for the regular hose.
Yeah.
You know, there's a few little things. And I will take blame for this weather because I packed up my winter coat and I cleared up my closet and put the winter clothes in the back and pulled out it's my fault. I'll take the blame.
You jumped the gun.
I did.
Was it on that Friday when it got to be like 80 degrees?
It was that second Friday that was beautiful. I went, that's it. And you know, the funny thing is I leave here and I go right to my other job. So I'm inside from 6 a.m. till about 6:30 p.m. So I was like, what a beautiful day from inside. Let's pack all the winter clothes.
Yeah.
My fault.
6:13 here at WRMN. Yeah, so this weekend's going to be nice. Coming up on the show here today, we will have some news headlines making into some interesting stories that could make into some interesting discussion if you want to be a part of it.
It's kind of what we do here. We discuss.
Yeah.
Talks amongst yourselves and then get back to us.
Well, I mean, I've never been, I don't think, for better or for worse, that I'm super strongly opinionated about a lot of controversial topics.
Same.
I really think that that's, in a way, why listeners have kind of maybe enjoyed the show over the years, because I throw things out there and I don't come too strong with stuff.
Yeah.
And then I let the listeners, because I really respect what the listeners have to say about things, because they're smart.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I like listening to both sides of any argument, because if you go into it with an open mind, you may feel super strongly on this side, and I may feel super strongly on this side. Oh, God, super strongly. Try and say that before coffee kicked in.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I could learn something from you, and you could learn something from me that, you know, nothing to me in life is black and white. I mean, other than, like, death.
Right.
And taxes, because you still got to pay those. But I'm just saying there's nothing that's, like, so dead on that you can't go, I learned a little something today.
Yeah. I'm pretty open-minded. I can be convinced. I can be convinced of things if you have a nice convincing argument.
I have alcohol. I can convince you with alcohol.
You don't have to be too convincing if you present that. 6:15 here at WRMN. So we'll talk about some news stories this morning and throw them out there to you, and you can comment on those.
The YouTube is on fire this morning.
Is it?
It is En Fuego.
Nice.
Would you like that? My bilingual En Fuego.
Yeah, pretty
Everything's
good.
on fire.
We might have a timeout for German this morning.
Yeah.
Anybody can do Spanish.
I know. Donde está el baño?
Do you speak Spanish?
Just stuff I learned in restaurants.
Oh.
I can't say a lot of it on the air.
I know, right?
Even in Spanish, the FCC might have an issue.
Timeout for German, if it happens, is supposed to happen at about 7:35. We'll see if it happens. We have the Heavenly Haiku. I've already written that.
Did you really write it already?
Yeah.
Dang, you are en fuego.
Yeah.
Get ready to get zen, people. Get ready to get zen.
Yeah. We have No Nickname John's Bad Joke of the Day on the way.
I love those.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the bad ones, I still love them.
At the very end of the show, we'll hear the inspirational quote of the day from Susie C.
Got that.
And here early in the show, we can talk about the Susie Q of the day.
Should we start?
Sure.
All right, because we've gotten lots and lots of comments. So my question, we're kind of sticking with a little bit of a retro theme this week, I think, because, we're all a little older.
Okay.
What was your favorite breakfast cereal growing up? Like, I loved what they used to call Sugar Smacks, but now they call them Honey Smacks because honey sounds better. And I don't know if any of you guys remember growing up, did you ever get this? I mean, we always looked for the toy, like you had your hand all the way in the bottom. Didn't matter if you washed your hands. That's why we don't get sick.
Right.
Like kids now, to find the prize. But some cereals would put a cardboard record on the back of the box.
Yeah.
And you could cut it out and play it on your record player, if you know what that is. Those are those big black flat things that you put on a turntable that spun.
Yeah.
And that was always cool. But they had the best prizes. Like those were coveted. You looked at what cereal you wanted for the week by what prize was in the box.
Yeah. So it actually played. The cardboard record from the back of the cereal box actually played.
It did actually play.
Yeah. You have a record player?
I do not in the mobile Marriott, but I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of room.
It'd be kind of groovy to have one, though, in the mobile Marriott.
And they're actually in their way coming back, and there's new vinyl stores.
I know.
Isn't there a vinyl store in Elgin? Or there used I'm pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, right over there.
So if you're listening, it's over there.
It's over there about 2 blocks called Rediscover Records with Wild and Crazy Rich.
Oh, good morning, Wild.
It's got to be kind of an
Rich.
awkward dude to run a record store, and he's a little bit
awkward.
A little off or something, I don't know, but it's a good off. I like him.
Well, you know what? I don't know if he's our age, but, back in the day, a lot of drugs and good music kind of screwed everybody up a little bit.
Right? It set you a little off for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I claim the 5th.
So the Susie Q of the day, one more time, is what was your favorite breakfast cereal growing up? You liked Sugar Smacks?
Sugar Smacks.
Those brown things, right?
Yeah, they were so good. And then sometimes you would eat like Captain Crunch until it shredded the roof of your mouth. Like you could only eat so much, and then you were like, oh my God, why is the roof of my mouth hurt? Anybody else experience that as a child?
I had peanut butter on Sunday for the first time in a long time.
Okay, crunchy or creamy?
It was creamy.
Okay, I don't know if we could be friends. I like mine extra. I like the extra crunchy.
It's what we had. I didn't pick it out at the store.
Was it delicious?
Put it on apples.
Oh, yum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was good.
Tasty.
6:19, so call us and let us know what your favorite cereal was or what cereal you hated. 847-931-1410 is the number to call. The text line is 505-926-1410 if you want to send a picture of your cereal box.
A photo. And one of our new listeners, Bradley, said he has one of those records from a cereal box, and he can give it to us to play on air. I don't think we have a record player here, but do we?
No, not at the
Sonar,
moment.
if you're up, do we have a record player? But how crazy that he still has one of those records. So see, I was not lying. It was actually a thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fast Eddie checks in on our Image 360 information line, 505-926-1410. Says Sugar Snacks. Ribbit.
Yes, see? It's one of my people. He's one of my people.
Guess that means he likes them. 6:19, and you can also YouTube the show and get in the chat room. I'm going to get in right now. As a matter of fact, I haven't looked yet. It's WRMN Radio on YouTube. We'll start to go through all your comments throughout the morning. Susie C. says YouTube's off to a hot start today.
So, everything. I mean, you people are awake, you are caffeinated, and you are ready to go. I love it.
Let's do it. It's 6:20. It's Tuesday. It's April the 8th. And it's WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning.
It's almost my birthday.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yup, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yup, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Get funky, y'all.
Yeah. Tuesday morning, WRMN AM 1410. WRMN Radio on YouTube. This no name John is first in on YouTube this morning. He's locked and loaded with a bad joke of the day. I'm not looking.
I'm not looking. I didn't look either.
I'm not looking. I'm going right past it.
He also said on the text line, correct me if I'm wrong, but Rich of Rediscover Records.
Yes.
I believe it's hosted family that owns the chicken dip. Look at these Hampshire ties.
Really?
I'm not sure if that's accurate information. Don't, breaking news. Don't quote us till we have our fact checkers run out and check.
Yeah.
But yeah, chicken dip in Hampshire. Oh, there it is, the triple.
I happen to have this. Happen to have this ready to show, so that worked out well.
I could never eat that.
Me neither.
Triple, but you know what? It makes my heart really happy to see it.
The chicken dip in Hampshire's open now, right?
It is open. I got out of work. I got out of my car to go to work yesterday. They're closed on Tuesday, so don't go there today. And it just the chicken, the broasted chicken scent was wafting across the street. And I'm like, oh, how I missed that.
So that's a triple burger right there?
That is a triple burger.
Yeah, there's no way I could eat that.
No, but I've had a double when I was super, super hungry, and it did make me very happy.
If you want to see this scrumptiousness, go to our YouTube page at WRMN Radio on YouTube.
That needs to be a word of the day.
Scrumptiousness.
How many scrumptiousness? That's only 3. It sounded bigger.
A lot of letters in there, but it only makes 3 syllables.
Of letters.
I don't even know how I would start to eat that. I'd be intimidated by the food when they delivered it looking like that.
Yeah, because you know, are you just going to shove it in and then people are going to be looking at you as it's falling all over your lap?
You can't squeeze it tight enough to get your mouth around it.
No.
626 here at WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. And Hector steps in this morning. He says, good morning, Mark, Susie C., and the first shifters. From Hector, Ninny Rose, Jeremiah, and Uncle Boom Boom.
Boom Boom. You almost forgot to Boom Boom.
I got something weird in my throat. Kind of weird. It was like I felt it when I was breathing in. We'll have to get that out with the feng shui and the haiku here.
Yeah, we'll definitely. I think you need your feng shuied.
Yeah.
Or your shui fenged. I don't know.
3 prayers from Hector this morning to start us off. I don't know how you got to 2,225. And 3 thumbs up from Hector, too. Was there shots fired recorded in front of your house, Hector, from early yesterday morning? He sent me a little camera action. He has a camera that like films the street in front of him.
Oh, okay.
And his camera caught like a car in the middle of the night, and then the car stopped and drove off, and then there was a you could hear like a shots fired sound. That's very scary. Yeah. So give me an update on that, Hector. Whatever happened with that?
Come on, Hector, our roving reporter. We need the tea. Spill the tea, as the kids say.
Yeah. 627 here at WRMN. Let's see. News stories to get us started today. Sadness in St. Charles, Susie C.
Oh, this is heartbreaking.
The St. Charles community mourning the death of a 14-year-old boy killed Friday in a crash. Jordan Laskowski, his 2 sisters, his mom, and his grandma were in an accident on I-65 near Lebanon, Indiana, on their way back from a spring break trip, according to a Fox 59 local television report out of Indiana. One of the girls was seriously injured, according to the news report. The crash took place northbound I-65 near mile marker 135 in Lebanon, Indiana, 5:15 Friday afternoon on their way back. Jordan, 8th grader, attended Redling Middle School in St. Charles, that's District 303. A GoFundMe page campaign has raised more than $34,000 as of the last time I saw it yesterday to help the family with funeral and medical expenses. It's GoFundMe.com support-the-Laskowski-family in their time of loss. So on their way back from spring break.
Yeah.
Bad crash in Indiana. You ever come up through Indiana before on I-65?
It's a nightmare.
It's terrible.
Well, you're either at a dead standstill, like for miles and miles, or it's a raceway. There's like no happy medium in between.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
There's a lot going on there. And when you're coming back, let's say, I don't know where they were coming from, but a lot of people come that way from Florida. Mm-hmm. So let's say where they were coming from Florida. That's a long drive, too. And if you're trying to, like, make it, you're, like, on the final few hours.
Yeah.
And
because it's only like, what, 3.5 hours away?
What, from here to...
Yeah, from where the crash happened?
Probably, something like that.
Yeah, it's not real. It shouldn't be super far.
Yeah. So sad. Sad. And I guess it's odd. You go have a great spring break, and then you're on your way back. Mm-hmm. And now your family has a tragedy. It's 6:29 here at WRMN. More stories. We'll try to make them a little better than that, but we wanted to make sure we got that out there. And well wishes to the family, for sure. Coming up on 6:30, we'll check on some other news here, and we'll come back with more of your comments. The Susie Q of the day, we'll attack that a little bit.
We are going to attack it, and you guys have great answers.
Cool. I can't wait to hear some of the cereal choices.
Yeah, Trucker Dennis has a really good one that I forgot about.
Apparently you guys are serial killers.
Yeah.
How about that? No nickname John, huh? Yeah. It's 6:30 on WRMN, a Tuesday morning on the WRMN Morning Show.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Public Museum hosting a special event for children up to the age of 5. It's happening Wednesday, April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. as part of Week of the Young Child. Located at 225 Grand Boulevard in Lawrence Park, the museum will feature stories, crafts, playtime activities, and complimentary vision screenings. The Naperville Police Department opening its doors for aspiring social workers, offering an unpaid internship in social services for the next academic year. The opportunity is tailored for those enrolled in a Masters of Social Work program or a similar field. Those interested can access further details and application instructions on the official City of Naperville website. 7 individuals were arrested in connection with driving under the influence during the recent No Refusal initiative by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. The effort spanned over St. Patrick's Day weekend and involved 11 law enforcement agencies, including the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police Troop 3. The arrest took place between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 29 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Back to the show that keeps your mornings moving. It's Marky B, Susie C, and the WRMN Morning Show.
Already?
Already.
All righty.
Yeah.
Coffee percolating?
Yeah, I went back there and made some again today. Made the mistake of bringing a small coffee cup 2 straight days, so it doesn't last me as long. Can't find the other ones. I'm not sure where they are.
Oh, no.
They've been buried at the house somewhere. It is daytime already.
I know, it's kind of crazy already.
I like it.
Me too.
Wait till like June. It'll be like 5:15 in the morning. It'll be light outside.
I'm excited.
Yeah. It is cold outside, though. That's the trade-off, I guess, for the fact that we're on the 8th of April, and we're at 25 degrees at the start of the morning show today. Lots of people commenting on our cereal question of the day, right?
So many, but I cannot see the voice line of the chat line anymore because the computer poo-pooed.
Yeah.
So I have your laptop, but I can read the YouTube comments, which there are many, and it makes me very happy. There she is.
Gregarious Gina is
America.
here. I was worried about her. She didn't get here as early as she usually does.
Slept in a little bit.
I guess. Anna the Chairman, Director of Foreign Affairs, is also here this morning. Good morning, Anna. They are here in the Community Center this morning. And, I can see the Image 360 information line.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say good morning to Linda Carter. Linda Carter. Oosh!
Good morning, Miss Linda.
Linda Carter in the house. Let's see. We have Commander Mark Smith checking in. He says, happy Tuesday from Indianapolis, where he's on a little road trip, a business road trip.
I love Indy.
You do?
Yeah, I do. Downtown. It's pretty cool.
I've never really had an experience in Indianapolis before.
Road trip.
I never think to go to Indianapolis.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like a place I would want to go. I guess I'm wrong.
Maybe we'll take the show on the road. So like and subscribe, because the more you like and subscribe, the more we can do. I don't know what that is. I say it every day, but like and subscribe. We're at 1,150 something. I have to double check.
If we get to 1,200, we might get to go to Indianapolis.
Dino, we're packing up and we're going to Indianapolis.
1,200 gets us to Indy. 1,500 gets us to Hawaii, over to Jim Jagger's house. To Jim Jagger's.
Not Jim Jagger's.
Oh my God! I just had a Memphis flashback.
Oh my goodness!
Jim Jagger's is a Memphis weatherman.
Oh well, we could go visit him too.
I don't think he lives in Hawaii. I don't think he has a Hawaii place though.
Oh, we'll go see Tom Skilling.
Tom Skilling is who I meant to say.
At 2,500.
2,500?
Is that what we said?
I said 15.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do 2,000. Let's go big. Let's go big.
All right. 6:37 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning to Westside Freddie. He wants to hear some blues this morning. It is a Blues Day, News Day, Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday, Blues Day, Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am. A Tuesday, News Day, Blues Day, Tuesday.
Say that 10 times fast.
How about that? Queen of Hearts was not drawn last night at the American Legion Post 57, by the way. The number 24 card was selected. It revealed the 10 of diamonds paid $100 to the winner, thanks to Trucker Dennis. He was the official ticket puller last night. He's taking on some new roles in retirement.
You mean that Mr. Retired Trucker Dennis?
So good job, Trucker Dennis.
Day 2 of retirement.
He's got a new hobby. He gets to pull the tickets at the American Legion.
Ooh.
What did you do with day 1 in your new retirement career, Trucker Dennis? Was it exciting? It sure sounded like it had an exciting finish over at the American Legion. 6:38 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And let's take a phone call and see who we have. As our friend Gary Dice joins us on the phone, live from Melrose. I saw the living room lights on this morning on Gary's in his house as I went by his house on Melrose on my way in today.
Were you driving the Copper Creeper going by?
I was in my Jeep.
Because that's kind of a little... Yeah. Oh, I noticed lights on. All right, Copper Creeper.
If I was driving the Copper Creeper, it would have broke down in front of Gary's house. It has before. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Gary.
Guys. Good morning. Yes, I like Rice Krispies when I was younger. You used to listen to them pop.
Did you have to put a lot of sugar on them, or did you just eat them like just...
Oh, I always put sugar. That's why I got sugar diabetes.
Well, all of the food back then, all of these cereals have like a bajillion milligrams of sugar per bite. Why do you think we went to school and they put us in recess, like by second period?
Yeah.
Go outside and run.
Yeah, I'm sorry about you losing last weekend, Mike, in the election, but it's the way it is, buddy. We're hanging there.
Man, did you see the way it broke down, though?
Yeah, I was starting to. Ken stopped by my house yesterday afternoon, talked to me for a while.
I was showing, I was showing Susie C. I printed out a few things yesterday that I hadn't seen yet, and had it not been for mail-in voting, and I guess Ken probably showed that to you yesterday. Had it not been for if there was no mail-in voting at all, Mike Kenyon would have come in first. I would have come in second. Janet Regala would have come in third in the trustee race, and Ken would have won for supervisor.
And we talked about it before you left about how big is the mail-in vote. Well, there we got our answer.
Yeah.
I mean, much bigger than we thought.
At least at the local level now, mail-in voting seems to be able to determine the outcome of the election. And it was just supposed to be like something extra.
Yeah. Like if you couldn't make it to the polls, like if you really couldn't. But apparently people are opting more for that than actually going. Or at least that's what I'm assuming by the numbers.
Kind of crazy.
Well, like Ken said yesterday to me, he said half these people didn't know who they were voting for. The governor put that out there. You don't want this to happen. Vote for, But it is. I mean, like I told Ken, you guys did a great job in the last 4 years. That's all we can ask. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We tried.
See what these guys do, and maybe run again next 4 years and see what happens.
Right.
Yeah. All right, guys, you girls have a good time. We'll talk to you guys later.
Hey,
have
Gary,
a great day.
One more thing for you before we let you go. How about the Cubs, man? They're playing pretty good ball, huh?
They play a real good ball. They should have won that game Sunday, dude. They peed it down the legs, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I watched that basketball game last night. It was a good game. I came out and I'm in a bracket. There's like 60 people, and me and my nephew won that, so we won some money. And I got some pools going. I came out ahead a little bit in pools this year in the basketball tournament. It was a good game. I thought Houston was going to win it there for a while, but
yeah,
Florida just seemed like they came coming back, fighting back. But at the end, I don't know if you guys, I know you didn't watch so much to the end because you had to get up. But there's a lot of ticky-tack fouls at the end there. The referees, first half they let him play, the second half he was calling ticky-tack fouls. But, that's the way it is. Always when somebody's going to say, oh, they should have did this, did that. But, excuse me, life goes on, and we'll hold it in there. Talk to you later. Stop by sometime, Mike. I want to talk to you.
Okay, Gary Dice, we'll do. I'll make it by sometime this week.
Bye-bye, Gary.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, Gary Dice checking in. He watched the national championship game. Florida won the national championship game last night.
Oh.
Over Houston. So Florida Gators and the national champions of college basketball for the third time. I didn't watch that, but I did get, we had a board meeting last night, and it did end soon enough for me to get home to watch about half of the Cubs game last night. And they were ahead 3-0 actually in the sixth inning when I turned the TV on, and right when I got the game on, the Cubs scored 4 runs to make it 7-0, and they won 7-0 last night.
Beautiful. So, I had it on. It was in the background at the bar, so I kind of was half paying attention, half not, and then I saw that they won.
Playing really, for the most part, fundamentally sound baseball. They're running, they're taking extra bases, they're hustling, moving base runners along, getting big clutch hits. So good job, Chicago Cubs fan. I think Cubs fans are pretty excited right now.
I think so. They were looking good.
A little sports talk, and we'll have sports this afternoon here on the radio station, Susie C. White Sox baseball.
White Sox. Go White Sox. That's. I've been diagnosed while you were gone. Sonar diagnosed me with musical Tourette's.
Oh, okay.
And I will accept that.
But don't you have to cuss?
I have Tourette's? Musical Tourette's, where I just bust out in song.
I thought maybe there'd be some cuss words in your music.
I don't want to get us in trouble. I'm going to behave.
So there's the White Sox schedule. We're carrying White Sox baseball here on WRMN this year. Got to be careful how I describe the station because I've just already said Jim Jagger's name out of nowhere. I'm surprised I didn't say another radio station that I used to work for.
It's the water you drank in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little.
Still trying to get over it.
Yeah.
White Sox and the Cleveland Indians this afternoon. You can catch it right here, 3:10 first pitch. So I think that means the pregame show starts about 2:30 here on WRMN this afternoon. That'll invade Talk Time with Tammy and give you some baseball to listen to instead.
So now you could listen to the game on the radio, but still see the show on YouTube. Or do I have that backwards?
No, that's right.
Okay, so you tune into the radio, you can listen to the White Sox game, but if you still want to see what's happening at the station, then you get on the YouTube and watch Talk Time with Tammy and anything else that'll be going on during the game.
Yeah, we'll have some different programming on YouTube because we're not licensed to carry the White Sox on our YouTube page. So that's how that works. But White Sox and the Cleveland Indians, the Sox have lost 5 straight. They are 2-7, but they're trying. And that's about all we can say about the White Sox this year.
Are we going to give them another participation trophy this year?
They're going to have a participation trophy this year.
They got to have something.
Afraid to say, yeah. 6:45 here at WRMN. We mentioned a sad news story to start the show this morning. A sad news story from before I went on vacation has kind of resurfaced maybe a little bit with the Geneva situation.
Oh,
because it seems like it has some sort of a tie-in.
It has to. How could it not?
Yeah.
I'm not a detective, never even played one on TV, but something's fishy out there.
Yeah. So what time is it?
It is crime time.
Singing us into crime time is Susie C. today. Crime time. Uh-oh. We now have a remote control with special lights.
We're going to find out where I'm starting your car.
Push the button. Button doesn't have any T's in it, by the way, not with the way the young people talk. The button.
I don't know.
The button didn't make it work.
Somebody's car, I'm apologizing.
Maybe the battery is dead.
The battery.
6:46 here at WRMN. 22 Geneva businesses, ironically, in the 14 and 1500 blocks of South Randall Road, reported their glass windows and doors shattered. Back on March the 18th, the damage occurred between 11:10 p.m. and 8 o'clock in the morning, March 19th, according to the Geneva police. Kim Myers, who's a store manager at Bullfrog Spas at 1536 South Randall Road, said the business doors, the door and 3 or 4 of the windows were shattered. I believe it was done with a BB gun, said Kim Myers. That's what the guys who repaired it said it looked like. The damage occurred the same night. A Geneva police officer was seriously injured after being dragged by a car he was investigating in that same basic shopping mall area. The damage occurred the same night, as I just mentioned. The officer saw a suspicious vehicle in a strip mall parking lot at about 1:30 in the morning, 1500 block of South Randall Road. The officer, believing the driver was intoxicated, asked the driver to exit, but he started the car and drove away, dragging the officer a short distance in the parking lot. The suspect in the Geneva incident later was found in Aurora. The officer turned out to be okay, by the way.
Right.
And the police, the suspect in the Geneva incident was later found in Aurora, where police shot and killed him after he allegedly pulled out a weapon. The man later was identified as Christopher Lepe, age 19, of Aurora. A total of 22 businesses had been broken windows and doors that night, right in the same area. On Randall Road, like McDonald's, Old Navy, GameStop, Men's Warehouse, McAllister's Deli, Ulta Beauty, Party City, America's Best, Northland Hearing, Hand and Stone Massage, and many, many other businesses here. I guess you get the idea. But 22 total businesses.
Yeah, and nothing was stolen, nothing was broken into. And we did see the gun that he was trying to get out of the car with, but we have never heard if that was actually a BB gun or a real gun.
Yeah.
But I don't know, putting 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together makes 8.
It does.
I
had to double check you on that one.
I know, I saw that. I'm hoping, I mean, it'd be interesting to find out, not that it's going to change anything, but it would be interesting to find out if that's actually what happened. And maybe that's why he ran.
That young man that was chased by the Aurora police after he dragged the Geneva police officer was responsible for some of that gunfire that shattered the windows of these 22 businesses.
Yep.
Because basically it all started with him in that location that same night. So, I don't know, maybe it's worth a phone call to Jamie Mosser or somebody with King County Sheriff's Department to see if there's any tie-in there, which it seems like it would be.
I would think. I mean, what are the odds of you pulling up at 1 o'clock in the morning in a strip mall and all the windows being shot out, and you have some sort of weapon that shoots projectiles.
And you're not being
in
involved.
Your car. And, right, and you're not being involved. It's very, I'm going to say, slim to none.
Right. So we'll see if there's any more to that. It's 6:49 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Coming back with the No Nickname John Bad Joke of the Day. And you can see all the YouTube comments now, can't you, Susie?
So many. So when we come back, should I go through a few good mornings? Or okay.
Yeah. It's 6:50 on the WRMN Morning Show on Tuesday. The sun is on the way. We're headed for a high of about 43.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Youth football season is almost here. Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer is now part of the prestigious Pop Warner League in Chicagoland. We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
.53 on your WRMN Morning Show, Tuesday, April the 8th. Good morning to JB on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube. He says, good morning.
That's it.
Nothing fancy about that.
We have so many people that have checked in. Trucker Dennis says, good morning, Marky B, Susie C, and all the first shifters. Day 4 into retirement. Yesterday felt a little weird, like I needed to be somewhere. Spent the day in the garage working on my car. My friend Bradley says, good morning, good morning, Susan, Miss Personality. So Ed Koslovich, I hope I said that right. His daughter Megan is the one that I'm doing the birthday fundraiser for this Saturday night at Newman's Corner Pub.
Okay.
So we've got guest bartenders. I've got live music from Leaving Scarlet. And every tip that is given is being donated to Megan to help her get a new service dog. That starts at 6. My guest bartenders and I start at 6, and that will go till 1 a.m. So come in and tip heavily because we're not keeping a dime. I do this every year, And I'm so blessed, and I would love to see all the first shifters. Becky Blue, happy Blues Day Tuesday. Have a wonderful day with plenty of sunshine from Becky Blue Eyes. Oh, isn't it from Becky Blue? From me to you.
From Becky
with
Blue.
All sorts of sunshine. I always like when you say that. I've got cereals that are coming. Who else? Trucker Dennis said he likes Corn Flakes, Sugar Frosted Flakes, Rice Puffs, and this one, Malto Meal. I forgot about the Malto Meal. How delicious. How delish.
That was a Frosted Flakes was my go-to, I think.
Pretty
basic guy, I guess. But, what about Fruit Loops? Did you like Fruit Loops?
I was not a fan of the Fruit Loops or the Fruity Pebbles or nothing fruity.
Fruity Pebbles were not good.
I don't want fruit in my milk. But I don't drink milk now because I think it's weird.
You do?
I do. I think it's very strange.
What's wrong with milk?
We are the only species on the planet that drinks another species' milk our entire life. Like, you don't see a cow going up to or a goat going up to a cow going, hey, a little thirsty, mind if I take a drink? No, once they wean off, they're done. So I just find it kind of weird.
Huh.
So now that I put weird thoughts in your head.
Yeah, I don't ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, no, I just think
if I asked a lot of questions, I would think about the meat I'm eating and everything else.
Yeah. I don't think a lot about that, but milk I thought was very strange. So don't judge.
Okay. I think you're thinking long, on that one.
I know what time it is by the sound of that music.
It's time for the No Nickname John bad joke of the day.
Buckle up, people. We never know what's going to happen.
No Nickname John checks in. He's first up on YouTube today. He got the jump start. Says, good morning, first shifters. It's Pygmy Hippo Day. What do you get when you cross a hippo and a bed? Says No Nickname John.
A hippo and a bed?
Yes.
Huh. I don't know.
Oh, thought you were going to take a shot at it.
No, I was making sure you said bed. I was like, really?
When you get cross a hippo and a bed, you get a new bed.
What?
When you get cross a hippo and a bed, you get a new bed. I'm thinking because the hippo's so heavy that he breaks the bed? I don't know.
Okay, I'm thinking, okay, yeah.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop. Now.
Shut up! Shut up!
South Elgin Santa, the committee has, we've gathered. We need your input, South Elgin Santa.
And sometimes these fly above my head.
This one was way above my head.
Maybe it's either above my head or I don't like it at all. Or it's too basic.
A triple A for effort, but I'm going with a 4.
Yeah.
I'm going with a 4.
I'll be with you there, unless you can explain to me that it's something that I'm not understanding right now.
Yeah, maybe we're missing it.
Because sometimes he's a little too sophisticated for my complicated, simple personality. It's No Nickname John.
Come on,
really
South
bad
Elgin
joke
Santa,
of the
we
day.
need you. We need you, Santa.
We got a phone call. I wonder if this person can explain it really fast. We're within a minute here. Let's take a chance on this call.
Do it.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Susie.
Good morning.
It's South Elgin Santa.
Oh, thank goodness. Can you chime in? Our committee needs help.
Like in 30 seconds?
That joke was actually not as good as yesterday's joke, which we all gave it a 5.
Correct.
So I would really give this one a 4.
Okay.
And as far as a new bed, I guess Mark's on the right path with saying because of the weight of a hippo.
Yeah.
We're going to assume so. And really quick, what was your favorite cereal growing up?
Frosted Flakes.
Frosted Flakes.
They're great.
Santa and I have a lot in common. Well, at least a couple things. Well, thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Santa.
Take it easy. Bye.
6:59 on WRMN.
One owns a gun. And for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant. They've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Kane County Division of Transportation is set to enhance driver safety by installing recessed reflective pavement markers over 131.5 miles of county highways. It starts the week of April 14th and is subject to weather conditions. The initiative begins in the county's northern region and then moves southward. Kane County is embracing a modern approach to recycling education with the launch of Recycle Coach. The initiative is a collaboration with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and offers free access to a web tool and mobile app designed to answer recycling questions instantly. Key features include the What Goes Where database for proper disposal guidance. The Elgin Police Department actively participating in National Crime Victims' Rights Week, observed from April 6th through the 12th. This year's theme, Kinship, underscores the power of connection and listening to the voices of victims. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Blackhawks held on to beat the Penguins 3-1 last night at United Center. In Charlotte, the Bulls beat the Hornets 131-117. The playoff-bound Bulls have won 3 in a row in 7 of 10. The Tigers rallied to beat the White Sox 4-3 in Detroit on Sunday. Spencer Torkelson's 2-run double gave the Tigers the win. Chicago starter Martin Perez limited Detroit to 1 run and 4 hits over at 6 1/3. The White Sox start a 3-game series in Cleveland on Tuesday. The Padres beat the Cubs 8-7 at Wrigley Field on Sunday. A Justin Turner error allowed Fernando Tatis Jr. to score the go-ahead run. That came in the 9th when Turner couldn't make the catch at first base to finish a double play. Kyle Tucker homered and drove in 3 runs for the Cubs in the loss. Nico Horner added 3 hits. Lefty Justin Steele scheduled to start today for the Cubs against Texas. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 29 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
Still loud, still live, and still wondering how this is our job. It's the WRMN Morning Show on WRMN 1410 AM.
Wow. Wow.
The Wow Guy's awake.
The Wow Guy's finally up.
The Wow Guy's awake.
Wow.
7:06 here at WRMN. Good spirit in the sky this morning as we have sunshine.
I almost broke into song. The musical Tourette's almost kicked in.
You almost went into some Norman Greenbaum.
Uh-huh.
Spirit in the Sky was actually on the charts this week in 1970.
I was going to say 71 or 72. I was close.
This week in 1970, Spirit in the Sky was number 4 on the charts. Norman Greenbaum. Bridge Over Troubled Water by Simon and Garfunkel was number 5. Great song. I love that song. Instant Karma by John Lennon, number 3. ABC by the Jackson 5.
ABC.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. It was number 2. And one of my favorite, probably my favorite Beatles song, Let It Be, was number 1.
That one.
Number 1 on the charts this week back in 1970. It's 7:07 here at WRMN. Lots of great comments and pictures coming in from the Susie Q of the day today, right?
So many. I've got some on my Facebook. Let's see. My friend Linda says Cocoa Krispies. My friend Lena, LMV wedding consultant, she said it was either Captain Crunch or Cocoa Puffs, depending on the day. My friend Patty Bertucci, she said Fruity Pebbles. Ellen Davis went for Fruit Loops and Honeycombs. Ooh, love me some good honeycomb.
Forgot about honeycomb. I like honeycomb.
Big. Yeah. It's not small. Oh, that just gave me a cue for this week. Pam Miller said, Pammy's in Texas, I believe.
Yeah.
Apple Jacks. I loved Apple Jacks
Apple
as a
Jacks.
kid.
I forgot how they taste.
Yeah, Sugar Frosted Flakes. Maria Ann said Fruit Loops and Count Chocula. Heck yeah.
You like Count Chocula?
Heck yeah, that was delicious. And my friend Janet said her mom would take the really big shredded wheats, put them in a pie pan, butter them, and a little milk, and she baked them.
Huh.
Interesting. Paula said Fruity Pebble or Cocoa Pebbles. My daughter said a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's because whenever
That's
I would
barbecue
shop,
sauce, isn't it?
I know we had a lot of kids in my house, so whenever something was on sale cheap, I would buy like 4 of them, and that got to be a joke in my house, and that was always in the cabinet by the cereal. So or in the pantry.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks, kiddo. My friend John said Captain Crunch. John Guinea said Frosted Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious.
They were magically delicious.
Still is his favorite breakfast cereal. Oh, Eddie Saunders said Life.
Wow.
I forgot about Life.
Life was boring.
Oh, no, I enjoyed Life.
Really?
Tricks. My friend Lindsay said Tricks.
Yuck.
Yeah, more Captain Crunch. Laura said Sugar Smacks. My friend Claudia said Cheerios. That was no kid's favorite.
I like Cheerios.
As a kid?
I mean, you had to put some sugar on them.
A lot of sugar.
Yeah.
And then they came out with like honey, whatever, Cheerios. And you're like, oh, these are much better.
Yeah. Cheerios, honeycomb. You're adding to my list. I like it when the listeners start throwing out suggestions because sometimes I can't think of things so early in the morning.
The Malto meal. That was delicious.
Malto meal, yeah. So we got 3 on my charts now, thanks to you, the listener. Frosted Flakes I already had in my mind, but I forgot about honeycomb. I liked honeycomb.
Loved honeycomb.
And Lucky Charms. I love Lucky Charms.
Oh, absolutely.
However, that bite into that marshmallow.
See, that was my favorite part. The marshmallow.
Would you bite
Did it
into
make your
it?
teeth weird?
Oh, it made you squirm. It made you squirm. 10 past 7. Let's go to the phones. 847-931-1410. This caller's been patient through the top of the hour news.
Thank you, caller.
Good morning. Welcome to the WRMN Morning Show.
Hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac?
Hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac. Is that the punchline?
That you had the other one. That was my what I was thinking of.
Oh, hang on a second for you.
Wow.
Okay.
I did wow.
Okay, hang on a second. This is Wood by Jeff, right?
Right.
Okay, let's see. It's Pygmy Hippo Day. What do you get when you cross a hippo and a bed? A hypochondriac.
No.
No? That means
don't
a
think
hippo
that's
sex
it.
freak, right?
Well, hypochondriac, isn't that someone who can't sleep?
A hippo sex freak. This show is taking a turn. Let's go, people. Let's hear about all your experiences with a hippo sex freak, but keep it PG.
Wait, a hypochondriac? What's a hypochondriac?
When you think if you had a cold, I would have pneumonia. If you had a cut, I cut my limb off. You know, one of those. If you read something, you have it immediately.
I see.
I got you. Okay. All right. So
good try.
Here's another one. I have a new title for you guys.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
The Sweetheart of WRMN.
Is Marky B the sweetheart of WRMN?
Thanks, Wood by Jeff.
Oh, come on.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that so much.
Hey, so Jeff, where do you live? Where do you live now?
Okay. Right now, I'm still cleaning up the shop.
Okay.
A guy moved the machines, and they're some of them are in trailers, and some of them are covered up kind of outside, hoping those are okay. And so I'm just kind of getting things, finished here. So the guy will have, a place that's, emptied out and everything.
So you're still in the Elgin area then?
I'm still here right now.
Okay.
I got about a lot of, stuff about like the Federal Reserve and all these different, subjects and, regionalism and everything, that looking for somebody that maybe they like a private school that wants to keep their kids busy and have them archive it or something,
I have a quick question. All right, so, and this is just off to do you do videos on TikTok?
I haven't. I've been wanting to do stuff. I'm not familiar with TikTok.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get more familiar with making, things like on a cell phone.
Okay. I can help you. But there was somebody on there that had a name very similar to yours that made really cool woodworking. And I was like, could it be you?
Does.
He does woodworking, but I thought he did videos.
Oh.
There was someone with a name kind of similar that did these amazing woodworking things. And I was like, could that be him?
Oh.
I appreciate the help. That would be really great.
Yeah, I can help you.
Google, thank you. If this is, you can text this number that I'm calling from. Then I recently got it changed over to a cell phone. If you Google like Jeff Woodsmith, then you can see like Instagram and all that stuff. Pictures and things.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Jeff Woodsmith. I'm glad you said that because that's your number's showing up as wireless caller, so I don't think we can text that.
Yeah, and don't say it over the air. You'll have all the ladies calling you and pranking you.
I used to have that problem, and Dean told me I couldn't use my cell phone anymore, so it stopped. So now we have to give you the Image 360 information line, which is the way that everybody should get in touch with the station.
Was this like a dating app for you before you met your honey?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I used to give, before we had the Image 360 information line, I would give my cell phone number out. And people would text me every morning the same way that they text the Image 360 information line.
I
So
gotcha.
it was one of the ways of communicating with the morning show.
Gotcha.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Nice talking to you, buddy.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Talking to you guys.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
So now I guess I can still call him. I called him Elburn Jeff.
Elburn Jeff?
But I thought he was moving downstate or somewhere else in the state. So
Gotcha.
I didn't know if he could still have that title anymore.
Hey, we have a new place to pin on the map when we get our map.
Yeah? What's
Yeah.
next?
Jubilant Julia is watching from Thailand. It's 8:05 p.m. and she just had dinner.
Taiwan, right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
You said Thailand.
I just read it. Where's that? Greetings from Taiwan. My bad. And there's her pictures. She said it's 8:05 at night and she just ate dinner. Is it weird listening to us at night and not in the morning? Because she's always a morning listener.
Right.
Super cool.
7:24 p.m. when she sent in the message and the picture. She sent 2 pictures this morning to us. This first one that I showed you, if you're watching on YouTube, at WRMN Radio on YouTube, is the train station, I guess, nearby where she is. And picture number 2 is of a local school. And there's that picture.
Very cool. We've got some very cool places to put up on the map when the map gets here. I heard one was ordered.
That looks like a baseball stadium.
It does.
So keep on sending the pictures. How long are you going to be there, Jubilant Julia? You can always text us pictures like that, like Julia has from Taiwan at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. We'll continue with the Susie Q of the day and some other stories. I've got a very interesting story to talk about with Senior Assassin, the game.
Oh, yeah.
Not a fun game, according to the police.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Probably not a great idea. 7:16 here on the WRMN Morning Show. We'll be right back to talk about that.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of 2 lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
$7.19. Does anybody who knows Elgin City Councilman Corey Dixon think that the guy that was in that last commercial sounds like him a little bit? I do. The voice is the same. The sound of the voice is the same.
Yeah.
So, I've always been a person, I guess, that can associate voices with other people. Also, people that look like other people. I'm pretty good at spotting that. Like if I'm watching somebody on TV, whether it's an athlete, somebody in a commercial, I'll be like, they look like them. And usually Lorena's like, you're right. They do look like them.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. 20 past 7 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. We have, what was I going to show you?
We were going to talk about the senior assessment.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But before we do that, actually, no, let's go ahead and do that. Before we do that, though, let's do something else, and that's, you want to do a little first shift 411 real fast?
Yeah, and then what time do we do the Heavenly Haiku typically?
Well, I was going to do that now.
Mark, I'm just so I'm on the roster. What are we doing?
We'll do that when we come back from the 7:30 break.
Perfect.
Yeah. I've got the Heavenly Haiku ready for you. And but with some first shift 411, I go back first of all to you sending in information and the fact that we got a big event coming up that we've already talked about once on the show today, Newman's Corner Pub this Saturday night, right?
Oh my gosh, this is huge. So every year I celebrate my birthday and I donate all my tips. I have guest bartenders. As a matter of fact, Mike Reed and Mary Kay Welsen.
Yeah.
They're going to do a shift. They're about a half hour, 40 minutes. And then Guy Zambetti is bringing a surprise village president, not sure which one. And they kind of go back and forth to see who can raise the most money. So I've got guest bartenders every half hour, 40 minutes. I've got Leaving Scarlet is coming to play a live band. They are so much fun. Like, they will keep the energy high. They play everything. And then, Megan lives in Hampshire, and I chose her this year. She needs a new service dog. Service dogs can only work so many years. I don't know what that is. I think it might be 7, but don't quote me. And then they need a new one. And he has actually saved her life several times. So It's time for a new dog, and I felt that was very near and dear to my heart. So that's where all the tips are going. So come in, throw all your cash at me. If you're going to pay for your drinks with cards, just run that limit, because I don't keep any of it. It all is going to go. We've done it in the past. Last year it was my 60th and my friend's 50th, and we had another friend who had a son who was at Lurie's Children's Hospital for 2 years when he was born. So we raised between the three of us, we raised $10,000. And we split it between the Guardian Angel Basset Rescue and Lurie's. And typically on my nights where it's just me doing it, and I'm not bragging because it's not about me, it's all about you guys showing up for me. Around $2,000, $2,500. I would like to do $3,000 this Saturday night.
Yeah.
So I would really like to do $3,000 or more. I'm not going to set a limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Should be a fun time. It's fun and for a good cause.
Oh, it'll be a blast. If you haven't been, again, and it's not about me. I have the vessel. I facilitate. It's about all of you guys just showing up for a cause, and I appreciate it every single day.
This Saturday night at Newman's. Mm-hmm. Matt McNeil shared this with us yesterday.
Yeah, this looks awesome.
Easter lunch. If you're for seniors, I guess. If you're over 60 and you would like to spend time with another senior or other seniors and learn about resources, join us, it says here, for an Easter lunch at Salvation Army. If you qualify for a home goods bag, you will need to provide additional information. Spots are limited. Please RSVP the Salvation Army if you want to go to this at 847-741-2304, 847-741-2304, or you can reach out to Diana over at Oak Street Health. Her phone number is 464-204-2958. 464-204-2958. Free haircuts?
Yeah, from 11 to noon. Hopefully there's a lot of stylists so they can do many. I'm not sure. But free haircuts from 11 to noon, resources, entertainment, and prizes for the best dress.
Wow.
Very cool.
Calling your name, good old Bob. He always comes dressed up snazzy for events, yeah.
Oh, I like snazzy.
He's a snazzy guy.
All right.
He believes in classically dressing up when you go out. Like people used to do back in the old days.
Yeah, that's a loss. Now it's, pajamas. Go to Walmart.
Right, and slippers.
On a Saturday, yeah, your slippers, your pajamas,
And find the automatic checkout line and show your receipt on your way out.
I don't do it. I refuse.
Wow.
I'm a rebel. That's my one rebellious not doing it.
That's great. It's kind of an interesting theory. This is on the 11th of April. Today is the 8th, so this would be on Friday?
Friday, yeah.
Friday, okay.
Friday at noon.
Friday at noon. So it's at 316 Douglas Avenue. That's where the Salvation Army is. And again, call the Salvation Army if you want to make a reservation at 847-741-2304. Okay, it's 7:25 here at WRMN. If you want to check in with us this morning, you can. Talk about the Susie Q of the day. Thanks for all the responses so far. Any way that you respond. One of the things that we want to talk about this morning is the Senior Assassin game.
Yeah, when did this start?
Last year, I think. Maybe it was 2 years ago.
This is so stupid.
Seniors are crazy. Those crazy kids.
Yeah.
And South Elgin put out a warning. As the school year is winding down, the Senior Assassin game is back. Local police are warning parents and kids in their communities that playing the game can lead to serious consequences.
Mm-hmm.
South Elgin threw out a warning. As the school year winds down, we're hearing reports that South Elgin High School and St. Charles North students are preparing to play the Senior Assassin game. While this game may seem like harmless fun, it creates serious safety concerns for the participants, the responding officers, and the public. The game is typically played by students in the 12th grade before their graduation, and the objective is to use a water gun within a given time period as a way to eliminate or assassinate other students. In order to track their target down, the students may use tactics like hiding in yards, wearing masks, and chasing each other in cars. In the past, the game has led to police responding to what they believed was a real gunman, teens being shot, and even being linked to some teen deaths in the United States. So this isn't just a South Elgin thing or a local thing.
No, I have a feeling it was probably like a TikTok thing that started after COVID. And, for some reason, I love TikTok myself. I do. But I also am old enough to know TikTok is not gospel. It's entertainment. And they do a lot of really good things. There are some great fundraisers. There are some great creators who use it for good. But I think a lot of the kids use it for dumb stuff because I've seen some challenges over the last few years that were just
stupid,
beyond stupid. Like you're going to get hurt, but some of these kids, because they've grown up with cell phone and social media, that's their goal is to become an influencer and I think they take it too far. And I believe this game goes way too far.
Police in South Elgin, who sent out a warning message regarding the game, say the game causes public alarm and makes people believe there is a real threat, which can lead to unnecessary 911 calls and police responses. If somebody's in your backyard with a mask on and what looks like a gun, that would be scary.
I believe there was
I might call the cops.
Oh, yeah. I believe there was an incident with, and I'd have to look it up, but if I remember correctly, there was a gentleman who had his concealed carry, and there was an incident.
Yeah. Another risk is that police and concealed carry gun holders may perceive players of the game as a real threat. So players also face traffic and trespassing violations when they drive recklessly, run through neighborhoods, and hide in backyards to avoid being eliminated. Those participating in Senior Assassins could face criminal charges, including disorderly conduct, trespassing, reckless driving, and aggravated assault charges.
And just being dumb. You should get an extra charge for being dumb.
Being dumb.
That's my opinion.
So if you have any thoughts on that or you know something about that, you're welcome to call us and talk about it. We'll have the Open Phones Frenzy early in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. Senior Assassin. We might even hear from one of the South Elgin police officers in the next 24 or 48 hours to talk about this a little bit here on the show. We're coming up on 7:30 here at WRMN. Then we're going to check some Elgin 100 years ago news, one of your favorite features on the show.
This.
We'll come back with a Heavenly Haiku. Your phone call is at 847-931-1410. More of our staff meeting, more news stories, and more in general here on a sunny Tuesday morning on the WRMN Morning Show.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 8, 1925. Secures license in wrong county, but weds at Lord's Park. When a man's in love, there are many things that slip his memory, so William Charles Aston of Chicago is to be pardoned for securing a Cook County license and expecting to be married in Kane County. Mr. Aston and his most charming bride, Miss Valletta Demeen Harmon, arrived in Elgin yesterday from Chicago and went direct to the home of the Reverend John Von Kex, pastor of the House of Hope Presbyterian Church. All was in readiness for the service when it was discovered that a Cook County marriage license had been procured by the groom. But the matter was easily adjusted. The officiating clergyman, the bride and groom, and their attendants, Mr. and Mrs. A. McPherson of Chicago, motored to Lord's Park, selected a picturesque spot, and there the marriage vows were taken. In other news, cooperation of motorists to observe the speed laws was asked by Magistrate George R. Thompson today at a hearing in which 2 alleged speeders were ordered to pay fines. Before releasing them, the court read facts and figures concerning the loss of life, injuries, and accidents from Chicago's automobile traffic. The 2 men were charged $5 each for speeding, one on Dundee Avenue and the other on North Spring Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 29 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Whether you're still waking up or still awake from last night, we got you. It's the WRMN Morning Show.
doing the anticipatory closing of the shades.
Yeah, before we hit the solar eclipse of Sue and the eye blinding, you get your retinas burned out of your head.
Yeah.
We don't mind it. We like the sunshine,
yeah,
but
we do.
It's hard on the screen.
It is cold outside this morning.
And we're back.
We're back.
We are.
We have fair skies and 25 degrees. Winds are out of the northwest at 7 miles an hour. Sunny today with a high of about 44, so that's good. There is a chance of a little snow tomorrow morning again. Sunny with a high of 43. This weekend gets fairly nice, mostly sunny and 52 Friday, like 60 on Saturday, and upper 60 Sunday looks like a really, really nice day. So the weekend gives us something to look forward to weather-wise. And today, not so bad. Sunshine with a high of 44. 7:35 here at WRMN. We did a little bit of first shift 411 before we went to break. Last time around, we talked about what's happening at Newman's on Saturday night and this Easter luncheon that's taking place over at the Salvation Army. I want to mention that we have some great Tuesday shows here on the station in the 9 o'clock hour. Today, it would be Elgin Time with Elgin City Councilman Steve Thoren. He made an admission to me yesterday, Susie C.
A confession or an admission? Oh.
He confessed that he's been so locked up in the election as he's been running for city council that he did not get a chance to put together an Elgin Time show for today. So he said, what should we do? Do you want to rerun another Elgin Time show that I've already done? Do you want me just to come in and talk about some things? Or what do you want to do? And so I said, well, you know what? Why don't you just come in, Stevie T? I understand being consumed with the campaign. Good morning to Northwest Wes and Northwest Wesley Jr. the second, by the way.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
I saw your attention was sidetracked there.
I totally. You know what? When Northwest Junior shows up, the show turns all about him.
Yeah.
My youth committee member, our youth committee.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. the second.
Sorry, squirrel. I'm back.
Heading from north to south on your radio dial, sitting out front on Douglas Avenue right now.
Cool shades, dude. If you can hear me, cool shades.
Peace, Northwest Wesley Jr. the second. You can't see me giving you the peace sign, but I am. So Stevie T is going to come in this morning.
Okay.
But he doesn't have it prepared unless he's done something since our messages yesterday.
I say
that's
just
okay.
Throw him in the fire.
That's okay. You know
on
what?
The fly.
Here's what I think, Stevie T. I'm not sure if you're listening right now, but there's a lot of times when you guys do your history shows each month, and the show is so filled with information that those that are listening want to call in and participate.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That doesn't really happen during the Elgin Time show. So it's more about a history lesson than getting responses from callers and listeners. So maybe there's two things we can maybe do with Stevie T's show today. We could talk about current Elgin issues. We have a new Elgin City Council person in Diane Alfaro. What's next up with the Elgin City Council? What's next in the next couple of years with the city of Elgin? We could talk about modern times with Stevie T, who follows all this stuff very closely as a city council person. Or some of the things that we've talked about on his Elgin history shows in the past that maybe you've wanted to call in about. Maybe you can call in today, and we'll make it the call-in Elgin Time show.
Yeah, that would be
shops
cool.
from the past, restaurants from the past, bowling alleys from the past.
Yeah, anything that has stood the test of time. Like, I'm sure there's got to be some things.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we'll see what we can get to in the 9 o'clock hour today with Stevie T. Next week, it's Sherry Aschenbrenner. She does Sherry's senior showcase. Had a senior moment there.
Welcome to my world.
If we ever do little snippets, that's what the snippets need to be called. Like if we ever take like little snippets of Sherry's senior showcase and run like 1 minute or 2 minute features on the station, they should be called senior moments.
Look at you always
senior
thinking.
Moments. And
always thinking.
Idea
I like
for
it.
the future. But Sherry's going to be in next Tuesday. But today's a big day, always once a month for her and some of her friends, because it is the Elgin Area Memory Cafe Day. And it takes place this afternoon. Memory cafes are comfortable social gatherings that allow people experiencing memory loss and their care partners to connect, socialize, gather resources, and build new support networks. Second Tuesday of every month, 4 to 5:30, over at the South Elgin Public Works Building at 1000 Bowes Road in South Elgin. And so if you have a family member that maybe is beginning onset dementia, early onset dementia, this is a place to kind of connect, because in the past, I think, before they had this and other like resource groups, people that had family members with dementia weren't always sure what to do or how to handle it.
Right. And when did this become, like in the last how many years, that Alzheimer's and dementia have become, what happened in the past? Were people put in homes and now there are no homes? You know, what did they do? That's my question.
And I think, before we had all these diagnoses of all these different things that people had, it was just, well, they're old. They're not all there.
Right.
But there's ways to deal with and keep these people as healthy as they can be getting older now, because we have these network groups that have found ways to successfully at least treat this as best as they can.
Yeah.
So and this group has grown. The gatherings have grown. In fact, I think they're about to outsize the South Elgin Public Works Building, and they're going to have to move somewhere else to have their monthly meetings.
Wow.
So it's been something that's really been successful. So congratulations to Sherry Aschenbrenner and Glenna Godinsky and Valerie and the other ladies that put this on every month. It's this afternoon. If you have a family member that maybe would like a little support group and you'd like to meet some new people, it's over at the South Elgin Public Works Building at 1000 Bowes Road from 4 until 5:30 this afternoon. And I've talked so long about that Gary Dice, who has called up to say something, has hung up on us.
Oh, Gary Dice.
Come on, Gary Dice. What else you got to do, man?
We're a radio show. We got things to talk about.
Call us back if you want to. We'll get you on now. Call us if you want to, 847-931-1410, and tackle the Susie Q of the day. We've gotten a lot of cereal suggestions today, right?
We have. We've had so many. So what was your favorite cereal growing up as a kid? Want to hear it. We've had so many good. So right now, Trucker Dennis came back with, I still eat Malto Meal and Cheerios. I drink a protein shake every morning made with milk. So I'm being judged because I don't like milk. But that's okay, Trucker Dennis. We still love you. And whey protein powder. He's drank milk all of his life. Yeah.
I like milk.
That's awesome. A lot of people do. We don't want to put cows out of business. I'll buy like soy milk, oat milk.
Yeah.
Just one of those. I don't know. It just became weird to me. And so now I drink other forms. Hey, that's the mystery man in the beige van going by.
Mystery man in the small beige van, south and north on your radio dial. That's Dick. Rolling by the radio station, jumping onto the Hawker's log.
Dick.
Hi, Dick. Thanks for calling yesterday, buddy. Let's take a phone call, 847-931-1410. It's not Gary Dice, but it's somebody calling our show. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hello, Mark. It is me.
Oh.
I got a phone call. That's why I hung up. Hey, I got all the counters back but one. I think you gave them all away, right?
I think I might still have one or two.
Okay. So I got four back.
Oh, you do? Okay. That means I have one more because you gave me five, right?
Yeah, I think I gave you 5 or 6. I'm not sure. And I appreciate the people who got them. All of them bought a couple extra ones too.
Oh, nice.
I appreciate that very much. And I thank you guys for what you guys do for the radio station and stuff. Thanks
for
a lot.
Providing them, and since I do have one more, we'll make that a part of our trivia next hour.
Yeah.
Today is Trivia Tuesday.
And I'm going to purchase one of those ones we have.
Are you?
But you just stop by my house and purchase as many as you want.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Gary, thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Gary.
Bye. 7:43 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube on a Tuesday morning.
So it's time?
It's time.
Okay, everybody, get ready. Deep breath in.
Hold on. I got to breathe out first.
Okay, breathe out first. Big deep breath in. And let it out. Feel the Zen.
It's time for the heavenly haiku. From me to you. And Susie Q.
Oh. It's growing.
Yeah. The word of the day from Blackhawks Brad today is dignity. Dignity. The state or quality worthy of honor or respect.
Okay.
A sense of pride in oneself. Self-respect. Let's win this day, says Blackhawks Brad. I think I'm going to bang the bell.
I think it's time. Bang a gong. Get it on.
Let's win this day.
That just adds to the zen-ness.
I think that's...
I don't know if that's a word, but I just made it up if it is.
I think bell time is going to be haiku time from now on.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's a nice... It fits. It works well.
The American flag flies. The eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River. And a prayer. Prayer number 84. No, 64. My eyesight sucks.
Senior moment.
64 from Blackhawks Brad. Please repeat after me. Have some dignity. Stand tall with what you believe. And you can achieve.
I like that one.
You like it?
That's way up there.
Have some dignity. Stand tall with what you believe, and you can achieve.
I like it. I like it. That's going way up there.
You can't keep giving me 10s, though. Or
no, not a 10. I'm not going to go. You had the 110. That was like, boom, that was such a good one. I'm giving this one a 9.
A 9?
Yeah, I'm going 9. South Elgin, you out there? What do you think?
He's one of our judges of these features of the day. He's on the feature judging committee. We have the bad joke of the day and the haiku of the day to judge every day. Yes, you can judge. 746 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Today's Heavenly Haiku. Let's see. What else is happening in the news, Susie C.?
There's lots of stuff, but is this Robles, Ralph?
Yeah, you want to show a picture?
Yeah, you said, and don't forget about my granddaughter's pic. You left me hanging, too, with a crying face, an upside-down smiley, and kind of a face. So I guess we left him hanging.
Well, where's the picture? Oh, hang on.
I don't have the... See, that's my problem.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have the voice. So anybody who's used to me responding on the voice text and the YouTube, because I'm usually the one that's typing away, I don't have access to the voice text today because the computer I had went poo-poo.
We might have the newest member of the youth committee.
Let's see.
There we have.
Oh, baby girl. Oh, and her name is?
Vera Elise.
I love the old school names coming back.
They are coming back.
Oh, my goodness. Baby cakes. She is already on the youth committee. Done. Oh.
Vera Elise, the new youngest member of the youth committee, born on March the 26th. There goes Mark Cool Black and Blue, by the way, rolling by the radio station as we speak. He says, just hang loose, bro.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Good job, Mark Cool Black and Blue. Thanks for honking at us this morning. So there you have Vera Elise.
Oh, baby girl is so cute.
And Vera's an old school name, you say?
Yeah, Vera Elise. Yeah, those are both. I have a lot of friends that their grandkids are, having the old school names again.
Do we have a Gertrude yet?
I have not seen a Gertrude. And sometimes when you give these kids names,
there's Robles Ralph Holding.
And they have weird names.
Yeah.
They're never going to get to go experience like we did, going to a gas station on a vacation road trip and going into the gas station and finding the little license plate with your name on it, keychain, or the little magnet. Some of these kids will never experience that.
Some of the kids with the newfangled names?
Yeah, with the newfangled.
You think maybe the keychains will adapt?
Oh, maybe.
The keychain makers.
The keychain makers adapt.
They'll start putting out the new names. Let's bring back Bertha.
Anybody out there named Bertha?
Bertha?
Don't be offended. Don't be offended.
Wow, we want to bring it back. 748 here at WRMN, AM 1410, and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Thanks for sending the pictures, Robles Ralph. And Commander Mark Smith has sent us this picture.
Ooh, is
Kellogg's Sugar Smacks.
That's an old school box because it still says sugar.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that now, would they?
Free inside. Kellogg's Safari Glow in the Dark sticker. See? And as kids, we went up and down the cereal aisle, which was only about 8 feet long. Now it's like 32 feet long at the grocery store.
Yeah.
And we would look at we didn't care it was on sale. Your mom would be like, no, we got to buy what's on sale. But this one had glow in the dark stickers.
I don't want Life, Mom. I don't want Life cereal. It's boring.
I want the one with the best prize in the box.
So there's the Kellogg's Sugar Smacks from Commander Mark
Right,
Smith.
because now they're Honey Smacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've changed it to the BPC.
7:49, more pictures, more staff meeting, more stories, and more of all of this nonsense. Coming up next on WRMN's Morning Show on a sunshine-filled Tuesday morning.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm ready. Let me just grab my bag. Sweatpants, huh? Didn't know we were keeping it casual this month. Yeah, I feel bloated every now and then.
You have to try new Align 3-in-1 Biotic Gummies. They have prebiotics to nourish good bacteria, probiotics to help relieve occasional bloating, and postbiotics for immune support.
All that in one gummy?
Yep. So no sweatpants next time?
Not anymore.
Align 3-in-1 Biotic Gummies for gut health support. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
We got sunshine on a Tuesday morning. We got Marky B and Susie C, WRMN Morning Show. We got you and me. Give us a call, 847-931-1410 if you want to. We have the open phones frenzy on the way.
Oh, and it will be a frenzy.
It will?
I have a feeling it's going to be a frenzy.
That'd be cool. So it's always open phones, but you can call especially between 8 and 8:30, and we talk about the Susie Q of the day, favorite cereals. Commander Mark Smith sent in that picture a short time ago that I showed you. From
Sugar Smacks.
Yes, Kellogg's Sugar Snacks.
Smacks with an M.
Smacks, yes.
Yes.
7:53 here at WRMN. Thanks for that picture. We have a 58 Mike checking in this morning. He says, morning, guys, you're starting to gel like Jell-O.
Oh, I like Jell-O.
A good thing, says 58 Mike.
Thanks, 58 Mike.
Can you play Have I Told You Lately by Van Morrison? Rod Stewart did it, but Van Morrison wrote it.
That was the best.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll see if I can work that in for you, 58 Mike. This morning, South Elgin Santa says, I will give a rating of a solid 9 for the haiku today.
See? We agreed. Mm-hmm.
So a 9 from South Elgin Santa. A couple things we can talk about. First of all, I don't know what you talk about as far as that senior assassin game. Stupid games maybe that you played as a kid.
You know.
Kids have always been doing crazy things as teenagers, right?
Yeah.
But I think what makes this a little bit more dangerous is that guns are involved.
Yeah, there's like fake weapons. And sometimes
people
you can't
don't take
tell.
We always had squirt guns and stuff, right? We always had cap guns and squirt guns and things like that.
But our squirt guns were those little plastic green orange that had the little pokey thing in the back, and you had to trickle the water, and like you knew it was a squirt gun. It was like neon green, clear, or pink, or you knew they were squirt guns. Now they're making them look like the real deal.
Yeah. So we could talk about that a little bit. Some other stories we'll throw out when we come back from this top of the hour break you can comment on, or just whatever's on your mind this morning. The local election, if you want to talk about politics, we can. Although a political talk show is the prime spot for that.
Yep, with
4
Sonar.
until 6.
With Sonar.
With Sonar, 4 until 6 in the afternoons, right after talk time with Tammy. But today, a political talk show will not be on the air because it'll be White Sox baseball. However, there will be some show, so it may be a political talk show. White Sox baseball is on the blowtorch only.
Correct.
The White Sox and the Cleveland Indians this afternoon with a 3:10 start time for that game. 7:55, good morning from the Construction Man and Hector, both checking in with their back-to-back prayer frenzy that they have sent in this morning. So thanks for the prayers from the Construction Man and from Hector. I was going through some music history, prepping that portion of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And for yesterday in music history, I came across 3 bits of music madness.
Madness.
On the same day in music history, April the 17th, we had 3 injuries involving musicians. 1990, Motley Crue's Tommy Lee was injured when performing a stunt during a concert, falling 20 feet from a lighting rig. That was in 1990.
1990.
That's Tommy Lee falling right there.
That was, yeah.
Yeah. 1988, during a European tour appearing at Wembley Stadium, Alice Cooper accidentally hung himself in a rehearsal when a safety rope snapped. He dangled for several seconds before a roadie saved him. Way to save Alice Cooper's life, roadie.
How scary is that?
Yeah. And in 1981 on this date, producer and manager Kit Lambert died of a cerebral hemorrhage after falling down a flight of stairs at his mother's home in London.
That's so sad.
All on the same day in history. 3 music-related deaths. So when I was doing this bit of history, I thought, what song has the word falling in it that maybe I could play? And for some strange reason, this came to mind.
Tom Petty.
That did actually come to mind first.
Oh, I love this. Hamilton, Joe, Frank, and Reynolds.
Yeah. Remember this song?
I do. I love this.
Let's play this going into the 8 o'clock hour.
Everybody.
It's better than falling down a flight of stairs.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department actively participating in National Crime Victims' Rights Week, observed from April 6th through the 12th. This year's theme, Kinship, underscores the power of connection and listening to the voices of victims. The Kane County Division of Transportation is set to enhance driver safety by installing recessed reflective pavement markers over 131.5 miles of county highways. It starts the week of April 14th and is subject to weather conditions. The initiative begins in the county's northern region and then moves southward. Kane County is embracing a modern approach to recycling education with the launch of Recycle Coach. The initiative is a collaboration with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and offers free access to a web tool and mobile app designed to answer recycling questions instantly. Key features include the What Goes Where database for proper disposal guidance. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Sketchers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Sketchers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin news from April 8th, 1925. Secures license in wrong county, but weds at Lord's Park. When a man's in love, there are many things that slip his memory, so William Charles Aston of Chicago is to be pardoned for securing a Cook County license and expect to be married in Kane County. Mr. Aston and his most charming bride, Miss Valletta Demeen Harmon, arrived in Elgin yesterday from Chicago and went direct to the home of the Reverend John Von Kex, pastor of the House of Hope Presbyterian Church. All was in readiness for the service when it was discovered that a Cook County marriage license had been procured by the groom. But the matter was easily adjusted. The officiating clergyman, the bride and groom, and their attendants, Mr. and Mrs. A. McPherson of Chicago, motored to Lord's Park, selected a picturesque spot, and there the marriage vows were taken. In other news, cooperation of motorists to observe the speed laws was asked by Magistrate George R. Thompson today at a hearing in which 2 alleged speeders were ordered to pay fines. Before releasing them, the court read facts and figures concerning the loss of life, injuries, and accidents from Chicago's automobile traffic. The 2 men were charged $5 each for speeding, one on Dundee Avenue and the other on North Spring Street.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 29 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The coffee's hot, the mics are on, and Fox River Valley is wide awake. It's the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Susie C. News, nonsense, and everything in between. Marky keeps it sharp, Susie keeps it real, and you never know what's coming next. So grab your coffee, crank up the volume, and let's do this.
This is nice.
This is 58 Mike.
I love Van Morrison. So.
Yeah.
I like Rod Stewart too.
What's your favorite Van Morrison song?
Oh my goodness. This is probably one of them.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Oh, Into the Mystic.
Yeah.
Into the Mystic.
Nailed it.
You lately that I love you. Have I told you there's no one above you? Fill my heart with gladness, take away my sadness, ease my trouble, that's what you do. All the morning sun and all its glory, reach the day with hope and comfort too. And you fill my life with laughter. You can make it better. Ease my troubles, that's what you do.
There you go, a little Van Morrison for you.
So this leaves me with a question.
Okay.
You know, back in the day, we had amazing love songs like this. Do people still fall in love like that anymore? You don't have music like that we used to. I mean, maybe some country songs, but there just aren't any good love ballads. So do people just not fall in love like that anymore? Where you felt that deeply about somebody?
Where you needed a song?
Yeah.
Or had a song?
Yeah. Like a wedding song? Like, who get married now? I'm allergic, but you get married now. Like, what is a wedding song? There's no
I don't know.
Love ballads. I know country music, there are some.
Yeah.
But nobody's making love ballads. So is nobody falling in love like they used to?
I don't know, but it always seemed like there would be a need for a good ballad.
Yeah, I mean.
And I just thought, since I really don't keep up with music anymore, that maybe I was just missing some of the new
listen
ballads.
to a lot of music, and there just aren't any powerful love ballads. If I'm wrong and you guys know of any, feel free to text them on the chat line, 505 505-926. Am I getting them backwards? Because I always freak
you had
out.
it right. You had it
okay,
right.
505-926-1410.
Yeah.
Because I always panic that I'm switching up the numbers. I literally go into a panic in my head.
It's okay.
So, but yeah, if you know of a love ballad that people can still play at a wedding and fall in love to, let's hear them. Because I don't think people fall in love like that anymore. Maybe I'm just bah humbug.
So you want to hear something new?
Well, yeah,
or you want
like
new suggestions
newer,
of newer?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because like that is such a classic. I mean, obviously there are people that fell in love like that. I don't hear.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't know that Van Morris. I thought that was Rod Stewart.
Oh, you thought originally it was always Rod Stewart?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's actually, I might like that better than I like the Rod Stewart version.
I do. I love this version. It's just something with his voice.
Yeah.
Like you just play Into the Mystic, and I'm gonna melt.
It's one of my favorite songs.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. 10 past 8 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. It's a nice start to the day. It's cold outside, but, get over it.
It's warm in here.
Yeah, it is warm in here. It's 28 degrees and fair skies. Winds are out of the north at 7 miles an hour. And today, sunshine with a high of about 45.
Not horrible.
We can deal.
Not horrible.
You can deal with that.
I can definitely. As long as it's sunny, I'm okay. But listen, third winter, go away. We're done. We're done with you.
Cubs game was cold last night.
Oh, I bet. Well, Mike Reed was at the game
Sunday, I think.
Yeah. And I'm sure it was chilly then because it was so windy.
Yeah. But last night it was really cold. Cubs night games in April are generally pretty cold. The Cubs now, they came to play last night and they beat up on Texas 7-0. So the Cubbies have won 8 out of their last 11 games. Justin Steele pitched a good game last night.
How could he not with a name like that?
He's got
Justin Steele.
He's got a NASCAR driver kind of name. He is a country boy. He's from Mississippi.
Yes. That's a strong name.
He's got that look too. Have you seen Justin Steele?
I think I have. Does he get the beard? Was he the guy with the beard?
A little scraggly looking. He's kind of scraggly looking a little bit.
I saw him on the TV last night.
Yeah.
But that's just a badass name, Justin Steele.
I like it. Justin Steele, 7 innings of 3-hit ball last night. Ian Happ. He's got a good baseball name.
Ian Happ.
Ian Happ.
Yeah.
This should have been a baseball movie with a guy in it named Ian Happ.
Yeah, like third baseman or something. I don't know what he plays.
Left field.
Okay. Oh, that doesn't sound as exciting as third baseman.
Yeah. Well, the
Gotta
third
say it with
baseman. Here's another name for you from the Cubs. There's some good baseball names. This guy just made the team out of spring training. He actually played third base last night. They haven't used him much this season, but his name is Gage Workman. He played third base for the Cubs last night.
All right.
Gage Workman. And the Cubs won 7-0. Sox baseball this afternoon. Hopefully the day off helps the White Sox, who will try to bounce back against Cleveland this afternoon. A 3:10 start right here on WRMN.
Do we have a guy from Japan?
On the Cubs?
Yeah. Is it from? It's two, and they're from Japan, correct? I wasn't sure what country.
I believe so.
And what are their names? Do you know?
We have Seiya Suzuki.
Suzuki, okay.
Good ball player. I like Seiya Suzuki. And really like the pitcher, whose name at the moment I'm having a senior moment.
It's escaping you?
Oh, come on.
I knew I would. I'm like, I shouldn't ask this question, but I just know one of them has a really cool name.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Suzuki's cool, but I think
it's Shota Imanaga.
That is a cool name.
Shota Imanaga. He's a cool guy, too.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch pitch.
All right. See, that's a cool name.
Cubs are a fun team to watch. They really are. They're going to have a fun year, I think. 8:13 here at WRMN. Let's go to the phones. It's Open Phone Frenzy time.
Open Phone Frenzy. Let's hear it.
And we can do trivia in about 20 minutes, but we ain't got no question yet.
Oh, we'll come up with one.
Okay. You confident we will?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Linda Carter's on the phone at 847-931-1410.
I love Miss Linda Carter.
What's up, LC?
Well, what I want to say, where's my blues at?
Yeah, boy.
It's a Blues Day Tuesday,
Yeah,
and
boy.
we're not done yet, girl. We are not done yet.
I know. I got to figure out a way to work this blues in.
What I was going to say about, going to wear. I think they use the old songs. I don't think, I'm like y'all, I don't think there's no new songs out for love people.
Right?
I think they use like the old, the old love song. Like I said, Luther, Dance with My Father. I think they still use that one.
Oh, you brought up Luther. You're going with the heavy hitter, Luther.
Well, yeah, I think they still do that, at dance, and what else?
Barry White. Some Barry White love songs.
Barry White, and
Man.
maybe some Lionel Richard.
What about the Bee Gees? The Bee Gees, How Deep Is Your Love?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, they still play that, I think. But those really the old good songs because let's go to hip-hop. What's on hip-hop? I mean, I'm just saying.
Nobody falls in love to hip-hop. We want baby-making music.
That's what I know. That's why I think they do the old songs that win,
Yeah.
And everything. And like you said, lots of nice country old songs, they do. But I don't think it's no new songs out there.
No, I don't think so. We want the baby-making music. We want the fall-in-love baby-making music.
Yeah. Well, people don't know how to do that no more.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and like you, what do you do? Because me and my friend, not keeping y'all long, it's her birthday today.
Yeah.
Every time when she wants to go to this place, I told her I'll go with her. But I said, as soon as they start playing hip-hop, we out.
What's your friend's name?
Her name is Connie.
Connie? Happy birthday, Connie.
Yeah, man, we're going to this place, but the girls claim that they have some R&B. They always say R&B, but the R&B don't be like the R&B we want to listen.
No. Mm-mm. Hey, if you go to that place and they do have good R&B, can you report back? Because that's someplace I'd like to go.
I would. Well, it's down by Aurora. It's called, I forgot the name. I have to get the name of it, but it's somewhere down. We're going Friday night down by Aurora.
Oh, you need to let me know.
Yeah, but I don't think they have too many R&Bs. Like I said, hip-hop, I'm out of there. I told her I'd go with her, because I usually go to bed early, but I'm going to try to go.
There's a company that they do like clubs now, or they'll go to clubs, and they start at like 5 at night, and they're done by like 9 or 10 o'clock. So people like me who go to bed early, you can go to the club, dance your heart out, act like it's 3 a.m, and then go 9:30. It's last call. We got to go.
He said, when the young crowd, because what the club we're going to, the place we're going to, I guess East Aurora and West Aurora, they having something at 9 o'clock. And ain't no but teenagers there, and school-age kids.
No, I don't want to party with them.
No, yeah, they putting on something. They got something going at 9 o'clock, 9:30. So I think I hope we out of there when they come in, that group.
Right.
So it's called something they got going on. Yeah, East Aurora and West Aurora, they got a party going on.
Mm-hmm. A few months ago, I went and saw Usher.
You did?
Oh, me too.
You did.
God.
There were many babies. There were many babies made that night.
Oh yeah.
Was he not the sexiest thing ever?
Yeah, I went to his concert. Oh my God, he's that.
He came out on the roller skates with no shirt on.
Yeah.
Done.
That's what he did.
We got to keep this show PG-13.
Wow.
Linda Carter, we'll talk off the air.
but anyway, coming in coming this month, May, Patti LaBelle. Let me tell you, Patti LaBelle, Gladys Knight, who else coming? Chaka Khan.
Where and when?
May the 30th at the United Center.
Yeah.
Called Legend Tour.
The Legends Tour.
I want to go to that one. Yeah, it's going to be good. That's going to be a good tour. But anyway, y'all have a blessed
I'll look into it, Linda Carter, and I'll fill you in on what we can find, tickets, and I don't know, maybe I'll get some friends to go and we'll pick you up.
Yeah, we need to go there because it's going to be great. My daughter said she might take me, but we'll see.
All right. I'll keep you informed.
I'm holding to some blues now.
All right.
Got the song with blues now.
I hear you. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay, have a blessed day.
Bye, Miss Linda Carter. You too.
Linda Carter checking in. As the blues music comes to an end, here's another song. Yeah, I got to figure out how to work the blues in on Tuesdays here on the show. Westside Freddie and Linda Carter, they're not going to let us forget.
No.
They are members of the Blues Brotherhood Clubhouse. It's Blues Day, News Day, Sue's Day, Tuesday.
Also, if you're last week we started pushing YouTube pages.
Yeah.
And who did you just mention? Fred.
Westside
Freddie.
Yeah.
We were pushing his Push Worship Band on YouTube. So if you're looking for something to listen to, he's even got new music on there. Go to his YouTube page, Push Worship Music, and subscribe to his page. Listen to it and call in, text in, and let us know what you thought of his music.
Yeah, the Push Band, they got a lot of guys in it that are way sexier than Usher.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, really? Anybody?
Yeah.
Linda
You ever
Carter.
seen a grown man naked?
Linda Carter. We need to talk.
8:19 here at WRMN.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
That's the perfect sound bite. Perfect.
Love that soundbite. It's the WRMN Morning Show at 8:19 on sunny Tuesday.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Looking to set sail on your dream vacation? Cruises International has you covered. Specializing in land and sea getaways, they're here to make your vacation unforgettable. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, they offer personalized service with a global network of specialists to ensure your trip is tailor-made just for you. Call today at 800-255-7447 to speak with a cruise and vacation expert. And don't miss Travel Tuesdays on WRMN AM 1410 every first Tuesday of the month from 11 to 12 p.m. on Out to Lunch. That's Cruises International. Your vacation, your way.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
.23 here at WRMN. Cold outside, but a nice morning. Thanks for joining us on the show today. Marky B, Susie C with you.
All here for the 8 a.m. phone frenzy. We've gone through a lot today. The cereals we got a lot of cereal talk.
Yeah.
Welcome to WRMN Morning Cereal Talk.
All you cereal killers have been joining us this morning.
Delicious.
To tell us about your favorite cereal and remind me of 2, Lucky Charms and Honeycomb.
So
I go with my Frosted Flakes.
I like to sit and eat cereal out of the box, like a snack. Now, I'm going to have to stop on the way home at the old Jewel-Osco on the way and get a box of Honeycomb.
Yeah.
It's like ingrained in my brain.
I can't tell you the last time I had a bowl of cereal. Cannot tell you.
I eat it, like I said, I'll buy like Honey Nut Cheerios, and if I want a snack at night.
Yeah.
Like if I don't want popcorn, if I don't want something savory, I'll go sweet, and I'll just get, a couple handfuls of Honey Nut Cheerios or something, and just mindlessly watching TV.
Because you don't like milk.
I don't like milk. No. Soy, almond, oat.
So would you put cereal in that kind of milk?
I would.
Yeah.
But I typically just eat it like I'm eating a bowl of popcorn. Yeah. Delightfulness.
Okay. 8:24 here at WRMN. Northwest West checked in on our Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. He said, love ballads are like Christmas songs. Depending on your generation, you go to your classics. They are still made. For my generation, it's Whitney Houston, Boys to Men, etc.
Boys to Men, BBC. Yeah, but that's last generation. I'm talking like what's happening now. Like what love songs? I don't know.
Modern day, he says, more modern, says Northwest West, is John Legend, Michael Bublé.
I likes me some John Legend and Bublé.
And Josh Groban?
Yeah, Josh Groban.
Josh Groban.
Mm-hmm.
See how much I know? Well, when I think of ballads, the ultimate ballad band that comes to my mind is Air Supply.
Oh, I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you.
Yes. Air Supply with so many good songs. I believe they're going to be in Rockford soon playing at the casino.
Stop writing it down.
Like really soon, like within a week soon. If I remember the date that Commander Mark Smith a couple months ago sent me information about that on the
Are you
Image
going?
I don't have any tickets.
I'm going to have to look.
Yeah, that'd be great. I've never seen Air Supply before.
Neither have I.
Two dudes? I'm sure they're two dudes, right?
I think so.
Yeah. 8:25, we have David Tees on the line at 847-931-1410 during our open phones frenzy today. What up, David?
Morning.
Good morning. My favorite talk, cereal.
Cereal, your favorite
Cereal
talk?
Talk, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's tuning in today for Cereal Talk.
Well, Susie, if you're going to get honeycombs, don't get them at Jewel. They're like $6 a box. And cereal's gone up in price. Get them over at Myers because it's like half the price over at Myers.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe Jewel will have a big sale. I'll have to look for their sale. Sometimes they do the buy like 2, get 3 free, which I took advantage of not too long ago.
At Jewel?
Mm-hmm, at the Jewels.
Jewel, they use that to rip you off.
No, because I probably paid like $9 for 2 boxes of cereal, but I got 5. Can't beat that with a stick.
What do you think about the buy one, get one free deals you get at Jewel all the time? David, are you sucked in by that, or you're like, the one that you have to buy is a higher price than you'd have to buy it at a different store?
Yeah, that's like everything.
You're right, because they did a study or some expose on TV. They were talking about that, how they lure you into that, but you don't really save anything. You just end up buying more.
Right.
Well, yeah, you do buy more unless you can stick to the plan. So I worked for Jewel for like 34 years.
Oh.
And to me, they had the best deals, and they still do sometimes. You just have to stick to the sale items. Otherwise, you impulse shop. The greatest thing invented was that you could shop online and then have it delivered out to your car because you don't impulse buy. That's where you get in trouble, is if you stick to the plan, you're okay, but then you're like, ooh, that looks good. Ooh, that's on sale. Ooh, that's my favorite. And so you get sucked in.
Now, Mark, when you eat cereal, do you put the cereal in the bowl first, or do you put the milk in the bowl first?
Cereal.
Cereal for sure. Are you a milk first guy?
I drink about a half a gallon of milk, or almost, a little over half a gallon of milk a day.
Do you really? Wow.
Vitamin D, low fat, skim. What do we got?
Vitamin D. You got to keep those bones up there because you get older, you get brittler.
Amen.
Yeah, or more brittle.
See, and you look at, welcome to Senior Moments on WRMN Radio. There it is, a little senior, a little tip.
When you get older, you get brittler, and you need more vitamin D.
But this is a little bit of a twist for a story for you guys. I have a problem with sleepwalking, and I've been found sleepwalking because I go into the kitchen and get cereal. I've been found on my bed with a box of frosted Cheerios curled up next to them.
Wow.
I've been down in other places.
Were you singing "Have I Told You Lately I Love You" to your cereal?
So it was cereal that I was going up after, so we found a way to stop it from happening. I keep a little container and a sealed container that has cereal next to the bed, so my body doesn't get up and go and look for cereal.
That is like a strong impulse while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
That you have to actually get up, get out of bed, still sleeping, and go find yourself some Frosted Cheerios.
I never eat in the middle of the night. I never have done that.
Once in a blue moon, I'll get up and be like, I just need one cookie to get me back to sleep. Like one something.
Oh. Well, thanks, David, for calling. We got this bottom of the hour break thing we got to hit.
Okay, you guys have a good day.
Bye, David.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
David T's checking in. He's a cereal guy. Cereal first or milk first? You got to do cereal first.
Because how do you judge how much milk?
Right.
It's got to be a perfect ratio. Like, you got to just pour enough to almost cover the cereal, but not too much.
Right.
Otherwise, the ratio's off and it's ruined.
It's 8:30. It's news time here on the WRMN Morning Show on a Tuesday.
Go. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive.
The Naperville Police Department opening its doors for aspiring social workers, offering an unpaid internship in social services for the next academic year. The opportunity is tailored for those enrolled in a Masters of Social Work program or a similar field. Those interested can access further details and application instructions on the official City of Naperville website. 7 individuals were arrested in connection with driving under the influence during the recent No Refusal initiative by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. The effort spanned over St. Patrick's Day weekend and involved 11 law enforcement agencies, including the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police Troop 3. The arrest took place between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. The Elgin Public Museum hosting a special event for children up to the age of 5. It's happening Wednesday, April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. as part of Week of the Young Child. Located at 225 Grand Boulevard in Lawrence Park, the museum will feature stories, crafts, playtime activities, and complimentary vision screenings.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Trip Light Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Trip Light by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplight.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 28 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames, because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
more talk, more laughs, and probably more trouble. Yep, it's the WRMN Morning Show. Let's go.
You said more laughs.
I did. It was perfect. He said more laughs, and you hit it. I thought it was an oops, and then I looked over, and you were on a mission.
Yeah.
So I knew it was you.
8:34 here at WRMN, AM 1410. WRMN Radio on YouTube. Bright and sunny on a Tuesday morning.
With a little action down Action Alley.
There's a car headed.
There was a big white van that looked really sus, as the kids say.
Sus?
Yeah, like suspect.
Oh.
But yeah, I saw a big white van come down. I'm like, ooh, what are they doing in Action Alley?
We were talking about ballads. We talked about Air Supply.
I realize the best part of love is the thinnest slice, and it don't count for much, but I'm not letting go. I believe there's too much to believe in. So lift your eyes if you feel you can. Reach for a star and I'll show you a plan. I figured it out. What I needed was someone to show me.
Quite the video, huh, Susie C?
Yeah, were those weather balloons? I was just checking because, we had Tom Skilling on. Anyway.
Yeah.
I know, but listen to the words to this song. I still believe there's so much to believe in. Right here's the big one. Right here, the big one right now.
Lost in love, I don't know much. Wasn't thinking aloud, fell out of touch, but I'm back on my feet and eager to be what you want.
So romantic.
So lift your eyes if you feel you can. Reach for a star and I'll show you a plan. I figured it out. What I needed was someone to show me.
Well, the reason I played that song is because somebody, I think, suggested it on the Image 360 information line.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Now listening to it, if you think about it, it sounds like a guy that screwed up, came back going, now I'm ready to be what you needed. I needed someone to show me. So now listening to those words at a almost 61-year-old, I'm like, has a little different meaning now. I'm going to have to go put that on in the car and listen to the whole thing. But kind of sounds like
the guy's
old
groveling.
boy screwed up and he's groveling a little bit.
He's groveling a little bit?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Huh. 8:37 here at WRMN, and we have a phone number that doesn't come with a name, so I don't know who sent this message, but says, if you're not a fan, let's see, there is not a modern replacement for Lost in Love by Air Supply or How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees. Mm-hmm. It's Susan's friend. Oh, it's Bradley.
Oh, thanks, Bradley.
Know a fellow named Bradley?
Yep, I do.
And if you're not a fan of putting milk on your cereal, maybe because you're lactose intolerant, if you use all natural peanut butter with a little honey and add something like Raisin Bran to it, you probably never switched back to milk.
Oh.
Okay.
That sounds interesting.
So there's the theory offered us by Bradley this morning. 8:37 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. You want to do some trivia, Susie C?
Oh, I'm all for it. And we have a giveaway.
We do have a giveaway.
We do have a giveaway.
What do you mean? You have besides what I have over here?
No, what you have. We didn't give away last week. We waited for you.
Okay. I got one more of these calendars that Gary Dice has provided us.
Mm-hmm.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. And if you make a donation, all these organizations that you can't really see on YouTube are benefited from your donation if you buy an extra calendar from Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Once you win this one, because you have to take the bottom of this thing here and fill out your information and turn it into Gary over at 280 South Melrose.
When does the drawing start?
It started April 1st.
Oh, it was April 1st.
But it goes all the way until March 31st of next year.
With 172 ways to win.
Yes.
But not now. We're down a few.
We've only had, probably missed one so far. So chances to win $25, $50, $100 on Christmas Day. Various totals throughout the year. And if you do win, you ain't done.
No.
They throw you back in the pile.
Now, who else does that?
So you can win multiple times.
$10.
Right. So that's one thing that's available at 847-931-1410 if you want to play trivia today. It's the 15th annual United Commercial Travelers North America Elgin Council 412 raffle tickets. Illinois Park School for Handicapped Children benefit from the things that UCT North America Council 412 does. The Hampshire Burlington Food Pantry.
Good cause.
Hands of Hope, Fox Valley Hospice, Elgin Pads for the Homeless, the Greater Northern Illinois Food Bank, many other organizations, the Elgin Crisis Center. So get in now. I'll give you that. Plus, we'll throw in a car wash from Britton's Car Wash over on Larkin Avenue near the Jewels over there.
Near the Jewels.
Where you can get great 2-for-1 deals.
At the Jewels.
But you got to clip your
virtual coupon.
I hate those things.
Oh, virtual coupons are so much better than the old school. Remember cutting them out and then you'd forget them at home? This, you don't get to forget them at home. You have your phone, you go click, there it is. It's in my cart with my virtual coupon.
And then you just show it to the cashier?
No, it just automatically, when you put your phone number in, all the discounts pop up.
Gotcha. I'm still trying to deal with that. I do have the app. I have the Jewel app.
You get better deals with the app.
Yeah. And then they get mad at you if you don't clip it. They make you clip it while you're standing there in line, and then everybody else behind you gets mad. So this is a Britton's Car Wash certificate. I saw Mike Warren last night. He came to the Elgin Township meeting for a little while. Good to see you last night, Mike. He listens to the show on a regular basis. Mike Warren of Britton's Car Wash fame and other local fame, too. And you know what? Just because I'm so happy to be back, we're going to throw in this towel.
That's a nice towel.
We're going to throw in the towel, as they say.
I've only been here 27 days. I'm not ready to throw in the towel. But we'll throw that one in.
You must be able to, dry your car, although you need more than just this towel. So
is it like a ShamWow?
Could
Remember
be.
the commercial ShamWow?
Yeah. So if you, wax your car, maybe you could wax off. Or I'm not sure what you do with that little towel, but 847-931-1410. So we come up with a question during trivia that pertains to something that we've talked about during the show.
Yeah, I'm still singing Air Supply in my head. Sorry.
It's okay. I think might still have it handy for you if you want some more of it. What's the trivia question today? You actually wrote down the question and the answers and stuff during the break, right?
So for the trivia question, the question was, what cereal gave Marky B the heebie-jeebies? Still enjoys the cereal, but gave him the heebie-jeebies. So was it Raisin Bran? Was it Honeycombs? Was it Lucky Charms? Or was it Count Chocula? Which one of those four gave Marky B the heebie-jeebies?
Which one gave me the heebie-jeebies? Again, the choices were...
They were Raisin Bran, Honeycomb, Lucky Charms, or Count Chocula.
Lucky Charms or Count Chocula. 847-931-1410. We have 4 callers on the line, Susie.
Oh, I got the dice. Hold on. I have the die. I forgot. The official
die.
The official die of the official WRMN morning show of the official trivia contest.
Raging Richard is on line 1.
Hi, Raging Richard.
Good old Bob on line 2.
Good old Bob. How you doing?
Meaningless Facts Mary on line 3.
Meaningless Facts Mary, you haven't called since I've been here.
No?
And who's on line 4?
Westside Freddy.
Westside Freddy. All right, I'm ready to roll. Ready?
5 and a 6 is a do-over, as we call it in the business.
6 is a do-over.
Yeah, do-over.
I feel like I'm playing Yahtzee. 6 again. I would be winning in Yahtzee.
5.
One
this
more
always
time.
happens. It always happens.
Always happens. It almost fell down the hole. 2.
Good old Bob
Caller
gets
number
the first
2.
shot.
All right, good old Bob. Were you listening?
847-931-1410. We mute Air Supply and bring on good old Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning.
How are you?
Morning, Bob.
Unfortunately, I'm the guy who has to make the first guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the one, I guess it makes the most sense, but it's probably wrong. Count Chocula.
Count Chocula?
Right.
Count Chocula says, good old Bob. Survey says...
Que sera, sera.
Thank you, Bob.
Hey, that was a great song by Doris Day, wasn't it?
Yeah. Whatever will be, will be.
Will be, will be. And that's the old school. It is what it is. Que sera, sera.
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
All right, here we go.
I didn't like Count Chocula for the record, but it didn't give me the EBGBs.
Caller number 1.
One would be Raging Richard checking in.
Hello, Raging Richard.
How you doing, Richard? You got a stupid joke for us or something?
I got so many of them I won't even start, but I'm throwing in the towel.
We're throwing in the towel here
we're
this
throwing
morning.
it in.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to say Lucky Charms.
Frosted Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious.
And we have a winner, Marky B. Remind the listeners of what he won.
Hey, Raging Richard, for your accurate guess this morning, we have thrown in the towel for you, courtesy of Mike Warren at Britain's Car Wash. We also have one of these handy-dandy little gift cards. It'll go well in the wallet, so you don't have to try to find it. If you put it in your wallet, it'll be there when you get to the car wash. And then you also get one of these raffle calendars and gives you 172 different chances to win money between April the 1st, which is already passed, and March 31st of next year. Congratulations, Raging Richard.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I'll make it today, but I can't go tomorrow because I'm going to be on the honor flight tomorrow.
You are?
What?
Yes.
That's okay. Pause. Tell me more. I love this. I love the honor flight. I love the whole idea. How did you get on that, and where are you going, and how long are you going to be gone?
The honor flight always goes to Washington, D.C., and it leaves from Midway, and you leave it. I'm supposed to be there at the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we get back at 8:30 at night.
How exciting. Now, do they do lunch, or do they just give you a tour? I mean, they got to feed you.
They feed you and give you drinks.
Oh, really?
Probably water,
Oh, yeah.
because it's all old farts.
No, I was just going to say, you old farts don't really drink much, do you?
No, not too much.
Yeah.
Once in a while.
You get goofier as you get older. You don't need to naturally goofy. You don't need any more help.
So, yeah, it's going to be a plane of at least 100 old farts, so there's going to be a lot of classical gas.
Classical gas. Will you do me a huge favor and Thursday or Friday? It's an easy favor. Like Thursday, because you're going tomorrow, which is Wednesday. So maybe Thursday or Friday, can you call us and tell us what that was like?
I sure can.
I'm probably as excited as you are that you're doing it.
Well, I don't know. I was supposed to go in 2020, but because of COVID, I got blown away.
Stupid COVID.
It finally came around.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm kind of excited.
Thank you for your service. What branch were you in?
First to the 30th Artillery, Army Artillery in Vietnam.
Thank you so much for your service, friend. Thank you. Well, if you ever get out to Newman's Corner Pub, we have a flag that people will pre-purchase a drink for anybody that is a veteran.
Yeah, I always wear my veteran hat, and I've met so many people who were there at the same time I was, but we obviously didn't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
But I wear my veteran's hat every day for the last 5 or 6 years.
I salute you, friend. I salute you. That's amazing.
It was a good time, but I thought I'd be dead by 20, but I'm still alive, and I won't say what I was going to say, but I'm 78 and still doing great.
There we go. That's all that matters. 78 and still doing great.
You the man, Raging Richard.
Yesterday I was 77 and still not in heaven.
Thank goodness.
Today's your birthday?
Today's my birthday.
Really?
Happy birthday! You're an Aries like me.
Oh, yeah. When's yours?
My birthday is Sunday.
Oh, wow. We're close.
We are very close. Very close.
Except you're a youngster.
Well, just a little bit younger than you. Not too much. I'm going to be 61.
61 and still not done.
And still not done. Oh, you are my people. I love this about you.
Yeah, boy.
So, yeah.
I make one up every year. My grandkids are always asking you, what you're saying this year, Grandpa?
Aw, I love that. But I can't wait to hear about your honor flight.
I will give you a call.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Raging Richard.
You're welcome. Have a great day, both.
Bye, Richard.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Raging Richard lands the trivia on his birthday.
That is so cool.
and is headed to the honor flight. Big week for the old Raging Richard Stir. Calling in here on the show. It's 8:49, and we're back with a few more final comments for this hour. Then Steve Thorne's going to be in next hour with kind of a wide-open Elgin history show. So we'll talk to Stevie T about maybe some modern things in the city of Elgin and some historical things in the city of Elgin. And you're welcome to call and offer your historical Elgin thoughts or modern historical thoughts, whatever the case may be, with me and Stevie T in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 8:49 on the WRMN Morning Show. We'll be right back.
He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better. Check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to High Ethical Standards Bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
We had a commercial break there, but I guess camera-wise, we never went anywhere that break.
No, and we had an absolute, I don't know if hopefully you couldn't hear us, but we had a sing-along. We had a whole sing-along to Air Supply songs during the commercial break.
Yeah.
What about the song Making Love Out of Nothing at All? All Out of Love.
Yes.
There was a couple. Lost in Love. Two Less Lonely People in the World. Here I Am, the One That You Love.
Yeah.
Every Woman in the World to Me. I think there was one more but yeah. Oh, no, not that one.
You're every woman in the world.
There we go.
Me.
So yeah, we had a whole Air Supply sing-along whilst you guys were listening to the commercials.
You're my fantasy.
You're everything to me.
8:53. At 8:53. We have a phone call down the home stretch here.
Down the home stretch.
Home stretch phone call. 847-931-1410. And Well, let's see who this is joining us this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the WRMN Morning Show.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you. How you been?
Yeah, good. Well, pretty good.
Yeah?
Good.
What I'm calling for is anybody has any 2-pound weights, for weightlifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need 1 or 2.
You know what? You should probably call Matt. Matt McNeil during the Tradio Radio.
Yeah.
He might be able to hook you up with those.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we get them to you if we come across some?
Okay, I thought maybe I'd get better response right now in the morning.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think we could probably track some down for you. Can we bring them to you?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm in a nursing home.
Right over at Tower Hill, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Memory.
Yeah.
Then another thing, the Floyd card that you, for the guns.
Yep, yes. I have mine.
Yeah, I have 96 hours to renew that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can do it I believe you can do it right on the computer. If someone there can help you with access to the computer, I'm pretty sure you can do it right online. That's where I did mine.
And then another thing, it's always been a law, but they just didn't enforce it. And it used to be in the rules of the road book about having any paraphernalia hanging on your rear view mirror.
Yeah, you can't have anything too big because it blocks your line of sight.
Nothing.
I had to take my dice down.
No
fuzzy dice.
Out of the creeper van?
What are those little things? Oh, those scents.
Yeah. Like the air fresheners.
40-some years ago, I think I was by Elgin, and we were coming back, and the police stopped us, and probably thought we were drinking or something. And he made him pull down his air freshener. It used to be in the rules of the road book.
Yeah, I don't know if that is anymore, but I'm sure it's definitely a good tip. So we're going to look for those 2-pound weights for you, and if we find them, we will get them over to you. But I know we only got like a minute left, so thank you for calling, hon.
Well, I just want to make sure you pass it along to other people.
Absolutely.
Having stuff hanging from your mirror.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good rest of your day.
Take care. Maybe we can get her some weights over to Tower Hill.
And Trusty Pat came in with kind of a new modern song.
He did?
Yeah. Marry You by Bruno Mars.
Marry You.
I think I want to marry Sue. Oh, wait. I make every song about me. Yeah.
Here I am. 8:57. This is a great song to leave you with a positive thought of the day, right?
I have my positive thought ready. I just got all carried away. And my positive thought of the day is embarrassment is the cost of entry. If you aren't willing to look like a foolish beginner, you'll never become a grateful master.
Run that by me one more time.
Okay, so embarrassment is the cost of entry. If you aren't willing to look like a foolish beginner, you'll never become a grateful master. So you got to start somewhere, and we're always not good at every single thing we try. But the more you practice, the better you get.
Don't be afraid to put your toe in the water.
Don't be afraid to look silly. I do it every morning from 6 to 9 a.m.
Well, thanks for helping me through this silly show, Susie C.
This was a good show. We did a lot. Cereal and music and all sorts of fun stuff. So it was good. And you know what?
What?
I think we should do it again tomorrow.
Okay, I'm game.
All right, I'll be here tomorrow at 6.
6 a.m.
Big. Here we go, big. Steve
Thorin's in with me next hour. Stay tuned.
Oh, baby, those memories come Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive.
The Naperville Police Department opening its doors for aspiring social workers, offering an unpaid internship in social services for the next academic year. The opportunity is tailored for those enrolled in a Masters of Social Work program or a similar field. Those interested can access further details and application instructions on the official City of Naperville website. 7 individuals were arrested in connection with driving under the influence during the recent No Refusal initiative by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. The effort spanned over St. Patrick's Day weekend and involved 11 law enforcement agencies, including the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police Troop 3. The arrest took place between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. The Elgin Public Museum hosting a special event for children up to the age of 5. It's happening Wednesday, April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. as part of Week of the Young Child. Located at 225 Grand Boulevard in Lawrence Park, the museum will feature stories, crafts, playtime activities, and complimentary vision screenings.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Trip Light Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Trip Light by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplight.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Padres beat the Cubs 8-7 at Wrigley Field on Sunday. A Justin Turner error allowed Fernando Tatis Jr. to score the go-ahead run. That came in the 9th when Turner couldn't make the catch at first base to finish a double play. Kyle Tucker homered and drove in 3 runs for the Cubs in the loss. Nico Horner added 3 hits, but the Cubs saw their 5-game winning streak come to an end. Lefty Justin Steele scheduled to start today for the Cubs against Texas. The Tigers rallied to beat the White Sox 4-3 in Detroit on Sunday. Spencer Torkelson's 2-run double gave the Tigers the win. Chicago starter Martin Perez limited Detroit to 1 run and 4 hits over 6 1/3. Andrew Vaughn had an RBI single for the Sox, while DH Andrew Benintendi left the game in the 5th inning due to left abductor tightness. The White Sox start a 3-game series in Cleveland on Tuesday. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
This weekend, only at Macy's, it's our lowest prices of spring. How low? Diamond rings, pendants, and earrings, only $399, originally $1,500. Ninja blenders, now $89.99. And $395 men's designer suits, only $99.99. So if you're wondering why you should shop Macy's lowest prices sale, well, the name pretty much says it all. It's our lowest prices for one weekend only. Starts tomorrow at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 28 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Out on your operation, you know the importance of planning ahead. But there still lies a scary field of unknowns, including costly nitrogen loss that can strike from any angle. But N-Edge Pro protects it on every level to fight nitrogen loss while giving your crops an advantage you'll notice come harvest. Protect your nitrogen above and below ground with N-Edge Pro from CHS. Learn more at chsagronomy.com/N-Edge Pro.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We
WRAFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Well, our Elgin Time Open didn't feel like playing today, so we're starting with a nice mellow jazz song as we get into this Tuesday morning. Bright sunshine here at Studio 14, and it is time for Elgin Time with Steve Thoren. He's here with us for another episode, and during the break here, we talked about how long Elgin Time has been around, all the way since 2020. So time flies when we're having fun, as we have been with the show for a long, long time. And so welcome, Steve. I didn't talk to you since last week, so I want to say congratulations on your victory and being on the Elgin City Council for another 4 years to start you off this morning.
Well, thank you, Mark. I sure appreciate that. And I, again, thank all the listeners out there, my supporters, my friends. Thank you all for entrusting in me and let me be your servant and your voice for another 4 years.
Yeah.
I'm very proud to serve the people in the town that mean so much to me.
I know it's meant a lot to you to be able to serve as a city councilman, so this is very rewarding to you that you get 4 more years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we'll move on. And likewise, though, I do want to express my condolences to you, Mark, and unfortunate. And so I know that I speak for thousands that say thank you for the service that you have provided in the last 4 years. And
well, thanks.
Hopefully you'll be back.
Yeah, it's been a very educational and 4 years, and I thought our board did a pretty solid job. And it's just weird that it appears as though mail-in voting is having such an impact now that it can actually control to a certain degree the outcome of the election. It was not really supposed to be that way, I don't think. It was supposed to be maybe just an extra way that people could vote, but now it looks like it's becoming a way that can control the outcome, which is crazy.
Well, it certainly did do that in our community.
Yeah.
And so I think that was a push for the fact that it would be what you mentioned. It would have been an additional way if more people voted, obviously. But the fact that not enough engage, people even say, I'll help you, I'll support you, I'll vote for you, but then they just don't vote. So many people don't vote.
Right.
They don't vote in the consolidated.
However,
although more people voted in Kane County, was the biggest spike. I saw that in the Tribune, the biggest spike of additional voters. And what I really found ironic was that the blue side, the Democrats, were promoting yes vote for the tax referendum. They were all promoting that.
Well, that didn't work out for them.
And so more people came out and voted, which was more Democrats came out and voted. But they all voted against what their own people that they voted for wanted. So it was a little ironic.
Well, I think the fact the referendum was on the ballot spiked Kane County voters a little bit because it's been a pretty trying time with taxes being high in Kane County. And inflation and everything else, that people wanted to go out and at least make sure they weren't raising their own taxes.
Sure. Well, I think in a way that backfired on the party. So they got them out to vote, but they voted against what they wanted. And so it was a bittersweet for that, but they moved themselves into power. So kudos to that. I always congratulate everyone that won. So I wish them all well. And we'll have to just see what happens.
Right.
Well, let's move on from politics.
Okay.
Elgin Time. What a fun show this has been. And I don't have a specific topic today like I usually do. We'll be back in that realm next month, moving forward, and every month thereafter. But I thought it would be fun, as I talked with Mark yesterday and today, and we'll talk about the different topics that we've had over the years, and then see if we have someone that wants to call in a memory about one of these topics. What I'd like to do first, though, Mark, is that before we take calls, we'll go through all the topics and then see if somebody listens and hears a specific topic that interests them or sparks a memory. If that sounds all right to you.
Yeah, sounds good. We've had callers sporadically over your shows over the years, and I know this hasn't been a caller-based show, so if you have, and when we do get to our calls here in a little bit, it's your chance to call today and make a comment about one of these great topics.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that there'll probably be a call or two regarding the very first show's topic. The first show was in December of 2020. My guest was Bill Briska, appropriate guest, certainly. And the very first topic was indicative of why we named this show Elgin Time. The topic was the Watch Factory, Elgin National Watch Factory. So that was our premier program and topic, and we talked all about that. And, of course, you can't talk about it enough. And young people today have no idea the influence and the power that particular company had, the influence over this entire community.
Right.
It was so enormous. Imagine that in the 1920s, right down the street here at the Elgin Watch Factory, they had 5,000 employees. I mean, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal thing.
And that was, you said in the 1920s, right?
In the 1920s.
So, and the population of Elgin itself back in the 1920s was probably what?
Boy.
20, 30,000?
Yeah, at the most, 30 at the most.
Yeah. And so you had 5,000 workers there. Yeah. They all lived in Elgin, right?
Many of them walked to work and took public transit to work.
It wasn't like you went from town to town every day for work back then.
They had so many took the train that and then walked from the train station. They had a trolley line as well. They actually had a walking bridge that went up over the train tracks, the close set of tracks to the building right there at National Street as you cross the tracks to go up the hill, right by the Fox River.
Uh-huh.
So you had a walking bridge that went over the train so that they didn't have to wait. They had to get to work, and they all went in that front giant gate, and that's the pillars there for the entrance of Watchtower Plaza, where Butera is. And those giant marble pillars are still there. Thank God some reckless car hasn't wrecked one of those yet.
Yeah.
Well, it would be a major damage to the car if they did.
Right.
So that was our first topic, the Elgin Watch Factory. Then we moved into the year 2021, and our topics were the Cobblestone House. That's the Nancy Kimblestone Cobblestone House. I read an article recently. Elgin has more cobblestones than other cities, and it was a common means of construction that came from New York, and many immigrants came from New York to Elgin. Next topic was Mike Alft and all that he influenced and brought up history-wise. A wonderful, wonderful man. So he was the topic. Memorial Day and the history of Memorial Day in Elgin and what Elgin did. They used to have a giant parade for Memorial Day. They also always had a Memorial Day program. And the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Day Association was formed in 1892, taking over the realm and the helm of running that program in conjunction with the city, but basically for the city. The first Memorial Day program was held in 1868 in Elgin, and it's the only city that's continually run one every year without a blip. During COVID, we were the only city that still had a Memorial Day program, and it was done as a drive-by. I still remember that. We were hoping for 50 cars to go by, and over almost 400 went through.
Yeah.
The line was all the way out, through the cemetery and down. I was interviewed by Jim Goodis from WBBM.
Yeah.
Really something. The next one was the cemetery walk and the history of Bluff City Cemetery itself. Then we had the history of D.C. Cook and the D.C. Cook building, and that included some history of the D.C. Cook mansion. And that was really interesting because I was able to interview D.C. Cook's granddaughter, who's in her 80s and lives in Wisconsin. And I was able to get that connection and talked with her on the phone here.
And that was about show number 5 or 6 after you got started, something like that, right?
Yes.
So that would have been actually before the decision was made to tear down the D.C. Cook building.
It was actually during the time.
It was during the time?
During the time,
Yeah.
and she understood and went with the fact
That's right.
that she said its time has come, and she understood the factors, the ramifications, the cost, etc.
Of all the decisions and votes that you've been a part of with the City Council for the past 4 years, not trying to get off the topic here, but that decision for the D.C. Cook building was one of the most hotly debated and closely decided votes, right?
It was 5-4.
Yeah.
And it was a very difficult one for me because of my love for Elgin history and Elgin preservation. But I remember reading a quote from Mike Alft that said, as he put it, not all buildings are worth saving. And it was an expense thing. That was the thing.
It was going to be a money pit. Total money pit.
It would have cost the city well over $9 million for what? For a mural. That's what I called it at the time. Drive by and see it. The expense to maintain it, the tax expense. It was, and it had no roof.
Yeah.
The roof was gone. It was full of asbestos. It was full of mold, and it had been for sale for over 20 years. I wonder why no one bought it.
Exactly.
And it was deceivingly shallower in its appearance and its structure than it appeared from the street. It couldn't be built into condos. It was too shallow. It was just small offices all the way across. And it had a neat front foyer build out there that was curved with the pillars. I mean, it was neat looking, but they've landscaped it wonderfully, and it's looked nice ever since. And now there's going to be a grade school there. So let's move on from that. The next was the 4th of July parade history and where it used to be through downtown, how big it used to be, what used to be in it. Interesting there, and how it's moved to Douglas Avenue, and so many people love that. Next was the observatory history with Peggy Hernandez. The history of the Elgin Observatory, built in 1911 by the Watch Factory for their unique advertising slogan, the only watch company that could actually state that fact. And they had their telescopes that would fix on 2 different stars, and the amount of time between the stars, they had an actual underground cable that went from the observatory to the watch factory, and so then they knew exactly to set the time right there. The times was set perfectly, and their slogan was "Timed by the Stars." And so that 1960, they donated it to the Elgin Public Schools, and then the field trips started. So then it was changed to an observatory from a indoor observatory, as opposed to just using it for the open skylight and the telescope. But the original telescope's still there. And next is the house walk and the history of the Elgin house walk. And so that's always been a nice special part of my life, and the history of so many unique Elgin houses and how it came to be. Then Dairies to Prairies.
Dairies to Prairies.
Elgin was once dubbed the dairy capital of the world, and that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And so there were so many dairy farms surrounding Elgin and going to the west. So we learned all about that. Halloween in Elgin and what it was like back in the old days and what they used to do. Then we moved to 2022, and we had winter memories discussing skating, sledding, big snow or ice storms, snow days. My guests were Ken Barnhart and Ellen Widener. That was a really fun show. George says many times it was his favorite Elgin Time episode. Then I had Ernie Broadnax and Elgin's Black History discussing Making Space Mural and the documentary, which premiered on February 18th. And that was Ernie Broadnax's famous documentary. And 231 is what it was called.
Yeah.
You know? And Ernie, what a great friend and a great guest he was. He had so much fun being here on the air.
I loved his voice.
Yes. And, you know, his great-grandmother was the original live-in maid at the Wing Mansion. And
is that right?
Yes. And then she was displaced when they had that fire because there was no woman to be the personal maid for. Then International Women's Day. And Linda Rock was the guest, and that was in March of 2022. And we had a lot of talk about different women in Elgin and what Women's Day is all about, and a lot of history there. She is a great guest. She is a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
Next, it was Gail Borden Public Library, past and present. And it was interesting. Our guests were Miriam Lytle from the library and Jerry Turnquist, who spends more time at the library than anybody that's not a worker there.
Right.
And
that's a real human being sitting there. It's Jerry Turnquist. He doesn't move very fast or move much, so you might think it's a statue, but it's really Jerry Turnquist sitting at that table.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, Gail Borden Library's got such unique history. I know that they originally started where in the building where the tower building is now, but it was before the tower building was built. Then they donated the Gail Borden family donated the mansion on Spring Street, and so then that's where the library moved to, and that's right up here at the corner of Highland and Spring, and then they were there for years. When I was a kid, that's where the library was. And I remember going in there, hundreds of times. And it was a really neat old library.
On Spring Street.
Mm-hmm.
Where on Spring?
That's the big building that is the bar, the Spanish bar right there. And you can go in on the side on Highland. So if you went into Carlton Rogers Park and looked back this way, you'd see the whole face of it. It's all the way across.
Okay.
From Highland to Division. So that was the Gail Borden Library for many, many, many years. Interestingly enough, named after Gail Borden, who had never actually lived in Elgin himself. But his wife did. And his sons, and that's where that was donated from them. Then they built a new library, which was just north of the Hemmans. Now it's that open space between the parking lot and the Hemmans along the river there. That was a flat-top building, and that's where the library was. And it moved from over on Spring Street to there. And then finally from there, they built the current library, and then they demolished that building, making it just open land. It's just grass.
Yeah.
And that's one of the parcels that is still up for debate of what we're going to do with it with the expansion. The library expansion area, they call it. So we got one north of the Hemmans, south of the library, across the street. That's one parcel. Then a parcel north of the library.
Yeah.
And then a parcel across the street from the library. That's the big square that includes the silo, the historic silo.
Mm-hmm.
It also includes that one gas station, which is the only thing that really doesn't fit.
The gas station that won't go away.
That's a good way to phrase it. All right. Next, we're going to go with Preservation Month with Kristen Sundquist, and probably have her on again next month because she always has unique topics that come into play about preservation. And she has such a passion for it. She is indeed the historian and the city of Elgin's preservationist. and she does a wonderful job. And through her efforts, we've received some special awards. We've received extra state money, grant money, and programs to help certain historic homes do rehab, and they get a percentage back. And it's incentive for them to continue that wonderful architectural past. And Kristen does a great job. So that's what that was. Then Evolving History of the Elgin Mental Health Center with Bill Briska, just in time for his revised book release. And that was June of 2022. The Elgin Mental Health Center at one time was so big. It was just incredible. They had their own farm that basically it was a self-sufficient facility. They had from pigs and hogs and cows, from milk, dairy, everything, to vegetable farms that were enormous to grow all their own food.
Wow.
And
we got to catch this break here, Stevie.
Oh, my goodness. We're already there.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
9:30, it's Elgin time. I saw George call a few minutes ago. In the next half hour, we'll take a few phone calls if you want to be a part of it. 847-931-1410. It's Elgin time with Steve Thorne and me, Marky B, at 9:30 on Tuesday.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Marin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the valley and the talk of the town. WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Looking ahead to Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high near 46. Currently, it is 30 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Welcome back to Elgin Time on a Tuesday, a sunny Tuesday here in early April. Stevie T is back with more as we take a look at the past shows of Elgin Time, and we open up some phone lines this half hour, right, Steve?
You betcha. Well, we've got a caller on the line. What I'd like to do, Mark, is just real quickly say these few other ones titles from 2022, and then we'll take our call.
Okay.
And so I left off with the history of the Mental Health Center. And next we had the history of the Elgin National Road Races. Something amazing that a lot of people didn't know. I still find the very first race statistics incredible, and that was that they were hoping for 3,000 spectators to come in 1910, but 50,000 came.
Where did they come from?
They came
everywhere,
from all over, and they had no place to put them because it was a 2-day event. People let them stay in their homes and camp out in their yards, and it was just an amazing thing. All right, next was Isaac Walton League with Bill Jones, and it was amazing what all Isaac Walton did, and of course, Walton Island's named after them. And then Elgin Schools of the Past with Rita Shaw, German immigration in Elgin, and finally the Elgin Symphony Orchestra. We had Patty Harkin in the history of the Elgin Symphony. So before we go to 2023 and all the topics that we did, we've got a call. My friend, your friend, Elgin's friend, Ken Husky. And Ken's calling about probably one of our topics and some Elgin history. Hey, Ken, how are you?
Hi, Steve. How are you? It's good to talk to you. Congratulations on your reelection.
Thank you very much.
I was one of the votes for you.
Thank you.
And Mark, I voted for you, too.
Well, thank you, Ken.
And it's good to have you back. The sun is shining on your face, Mark. Your face is all aglow on YouTube this morning.
I hope that's good.
I wanted to ask, have you ever done a program about Wing Park Golf Course?
I believe I did, and I'm looking through the topics here. But I've done a talk on Wing Park Golf Course many times, and what I did was once I did a Elgin Parks. Elgin Parks was actually the topic, and so I had that was in June of 2024, and my guests were Randy Riopel and Maria Campata. So even though it was Elgin Parks, Wing Park was included in it. But Wing Park has so much history, it could have probably been just by itself. So I'm sure we will revisit that at a future date of Elgin Time, because we did Elgin Parks, and you can't even cover. It's such a broad topic. Elgin has so many parks, from little bitty parks to, of course, the two big ones, Lords and Wing. But I know you've got a lot of memories of Wing Park.
Well, I've heard a lot of stories through my great uncle, who was a golf professional there in his career, Al Husky, and I think I could add a few things to that program. And there's a lot of history with Tom Bendelow, who laid out the golf course. And, I think, Steve, a good time to maybe do that program is, as you know, the city is planning to make some changes to the clubhouse at Wing Park. And maybe when that's completed, you could do, a little bit of a talk about the new addition, and then go back into the history of the oldest continuous operating 9-hole municipal golf course in Illinois.
You
Park
bet.
Golf course.
You bet.
Yeah.
And of course, something near and dear to my heart is that your great uncle Al and my late father Bob Thoren, share the course record there.
Well, along with Mike
Lehman. Mike Lehman tied it as well. Three people in the history.
Three guys that scored 29 on that golf course. Just one other thing I want to add. Tom Bendelow, who was known as the Johnny Appleseed of golf course architects, because he went all over the country and laid out golf courses. But he was a Scotsman, and what Scotsmen did when they designed courses is they gave names to each hole. And there's some interesting names to the holes out there. Anybody that's played it would know that the 9th hole is a short hole of 150 yards, which used to be short to me, and it's not as short as it used to be to me. But he called that hole, since the tee is a little elevated from the green, he called it a wee drop.
Yes.
It's a wee drop down to number 9. So, well, anyway, that's a thought, and I'd look forward to that program, Steve, if you want to do something on the history of Wing Park Golf Course.
I certainly will, and it's a great thought, and I'll make sure that I have that planned, and I'm sure that the listeners will really enjoy it, because even the clubhouse itself that was built in 1925, they had a number of years without a clubhouse. The original clubhouse was across the street where the DeBoer house is now, that is brick, but it was a wooden structure, and it burned down. But it's still that little bitty garage type structure on the very corner of Wing Park Boulevard and Wing Street there.
Right.
The side of that, if you go over close and look, it's still got the little window stand where they had. My dad remembers getting root beers from there.
Yeah. It looks like a little garage, but it was the refreshment stand.
Yeah, the starter shed, I guess you'd even call it.
Yeah. One other thing, you talked about the races, the auto races, but as you know, there was a racetrack at Wing Park, and it encroached the golf course. In part, you can see the outer turn of the racetrack when you play the 4th hole.
Yes, and that was harness racing. The last race was in 1920.
Yeah. I was told also they raced Model A's out there.
I never heard that because they quit racing there in 1920 was the last harness race. And, of course, Model A's came out in 1928. But they wouldn't have been able to do it when they were golfing.
Well, back then, there weren't as many golfers as today.
And there was no fence. They had no fence around the golf course.
No.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay. I got a good story to tell about the no fences, too. Okay, Steve, thanks a lot. I'll let you guys move on. Have a good day.
Thanks you, Ken. Appreciate your call and your talks and your memories.
Yeah.
All right, bye. Radio's Ken Husky checking in.
How about that?
A lot of golf memories he has.
You know it. And, boy, my dad just thought the world of his great-uncle Al, who lived a long life. And I think he lived to be in his upper 90s.
Wow.
Yep. And he was quite a man. He actually... one of his best friends was the late, great Ben Hogan. And Ben Hogan, the golfer that survived that terrible car crash and came back to win the U.S. Open, Ben Hogan would often play celebrity or paid appearance engagements. And when he did one in Chicagoland, rather than play 18 holes at a private club for some charity event that paid him, as an appearance for people to come and watch him play, rather than play alone, he always called Al from Elgin's Wing Park. And Al would drive in and meet with him and then play a round with him. So he'd play a round of golf with him. And it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
I got a photograph that Ken actually gave me a number of years ago of Al and Ben Hogan together.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's really
that's
neat.
awesome. Yeah,
it sure is. All right, let's go with some more of our history. In 2023, we did the history of the Salvation Army in Elgin, and I had my good friend and fellow Rotarian, Rick Rigner. He's the commander over there at the Salvation Army. And then we had a special show in February, Martin Luther King Day, and we had Keith and Betty Brown. They talked on the broadcaster history of their father, Floyd Brown.
Right.
And so we talked all about Floyd Brown, and that was really something. Of course, Floyd Brown went on to be the first African-American broadcaster on national radio with WGN in Chicago, but he got his start right here on WRMN, only because of an unusual thing that happened one day, because he worked here as an engineer, and the morning talk show host didn't show up for work.
He had something else to do.
Yes, he had something else to do. Mark knows what it was. The cat was let out of the bag later, and the word finally got out that he and one of the secretaries here from WRMN had decided that it was more important to spend some time at a hotel.
Nice.
And but it launched the career of Floyd Brown, because with just minutes to go and there was no one here, they told the engineer, Floyd Brown, guess what? You're going on the air. And he was stunned, but he took it, he did it, and the rest is history.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's got to be intimidating, too, if you're the engineer, to be asked to go onto the air with no content, no show plan, nothing.
No preparation.
No air experience, really, right?
I mean, not even mental preparation.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's he proved his talent right there to be able to do that.
Oh, I would say.
Yeah.
All right, then next in February, we did International Women's Day with Rachel Campbell, and the theme was Young Women Leaders in Elgin. So it was a little different than the other time we did women. And then March was Fire Department history. We had James Kerrigan for the Fire Barn Museum and Bob O'Connor. They were both here. Then we had April, Jewish Experience in Elgin. We had Rich Renner. Then we had police history in the memorial. We had the department historian from the Elgin Police Department. We had the City of Churches concept. That's what Elgin was once dubbed. They had so many churches here early on. And as Elgin was such a thriving early community because of the Elgin Watch Factory.
Yeah.
And with the hills all around Elgin, you could see churches from all over, and you would hear church bells and see crosses that were lit up at night and steeples, etc. And literally, Elgin was called the City of Churches. Our guests were Al Walters and Mike Merschel.
Yeah, good old Mike.
Mm-hmm. Then we had Fox River history. We had the history of the Fox River and all that went along with the Fox River.
That was a good one.
That was a real good one.
That was one of my favorite
Al Walters was the guest for that. We had the House Walk and Cemetery Walk again with Rudy and Lillian Galfie and Matt Martin. And we talked all about how that program had grown and a reminder to everybody of what it was and the fact that it was coming next month. Then September, we had the history of Elgin Academy. Elgin Academy, the oldest school in Elgin.
Yeah.
At that time. And, of course, Elgin Academy's gone now. But Laura Anderson, our dear friend Laura, good friend of mine and my wife's, she was the guest for that. In fact, I did their last gala, their last fundraising gala. And I raised more funds than any other gala ever. But as Laura said, you were only about $4 million short.
Of saving the Elgin Academy?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I did raise a heck of a lot, and I had one thing happen that has never happened to any other auctioneer with raising paddles, nor even any other one that I ever heard of. And that is when you do what's called the paddle raise, where you're not actually selling an item, but you're just asking for donations at different levels, and you're raising your bid number up. I had a man donate at every single level. And not only did he donate at every single level, I asked at the first level was going to be $10,000, but I said, but before I ask for that first level, you never know who might be in the audience. Maybe somebody that's had an extraordinary thing happen to their personal life or their business. Maybe they have the capability and the ability to donate a larger amount. If anybody can help us with a larger donation than 10, if you'll raise your bid paddle now, I'll come to you with the microphone and tell us how much that is. Can anybody help us anchor this moment? Make it so special for the school. Anybody at all. And I was just about to move to the 10, and a bid paddle went up. And I went out to him and I said, how much would you like to donate? And he said, $30,000.
Wow.
So we got $30,000. And then we did the 10, and I got him at 10. Then I got him at 5. And then I reminded you can donate again. Well, then once I had him at 30, 10, and 5, I thought, I'm going to ask him. So then we went to 2,500, and I said, where's number 142? And up it went again. And then I got him at 1,000, and then 500, 250. And then when we did the last one at 100, I had so many people all over the room that were donating 100. And I said, finally, I'm missing one number. Where is number 142? Because that was his number.
Right.
And he raised his paddle, and the whole crowd cheered. I said, you can't let this be the only one you don't do. And everybody clapped. So it was really fun.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, we better move fast here.
We have another call.
All right. Let's take the call.
847-931-1410. We got our friend George, who's enjoyed many of these Elgin Time shows, maybe all of them over the years. Hey, George.
I think I have enjoyed every one of them, and Councilman Thorne was correct. I especially loved the show where Ken Barnhart and Ellen Widener were on. Their memories were so evocative, a different Elgin, a different era, but just wonderful, vivid memories. And Ellen was so eloquent in telling stories about Elgin from a different time. Two thoughts, Councilman Thorne. Possible show ideas. One, we've talked about the history of Elgin newspapers, because there was a time, and Mark will remember this too, when the Courier News was not only one of the best small papers in the area, one of the best small papers in the Midwest, probably in the United States. It was a great newspaper. And the Daily Herald. That might be an interesting show. Also, and given your position, Steve, on history of the Elgin City Council. There are so many living former members, older. Dave Captain's Elgin City Councilman, former councilman. Might be interesting to have a couple of 2 or 3 former council members. And Dan Fox. Dan Fox served, I think, probably in the 80s, or whenever he served. But it would be interesting to get that perspective and how the council, the structure of the council, and the procedural changes, maybe the political changes that the council has undergone in the last X amount of years.
Hey, that's a great idea. I'll see if I can't put my historical work on that and go to the library and look up some old election times and see who was on there.
Who do you think is the oldest living former council member? I wonder.
Boy, I wouldn't.
Well, Dave and Mayor Schock were both council members, and they were, I think they were in their late 70s, right?
I think Dave is 77. So.
Okay. Well, Dan Fox was my high school teacher, so I know he's older than I am, and that's, So he's got to be somewhere in his 70s, too. But, you've got Brandon Rogers, you got Juan Figueroa, Mike Warren. There's a whole group of former council members. It might be interesting to find out what it was like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and what it is like today.
You bet. Well, we'll work on that for sure for a future show, George, and I'm glad that you brought that up. I had actually had a topic of Elgin politics, but I like what you brought up, so it might be... It might be
Kevin
Elgin
Kelly.
politics.
Kevin Kelly, he's still around somewhere. I mean, I know he's a former mayor, but I'm sure he have an interesting perspective as well.
You know it. Sounds great, George. Thank you so much. And thank you for your kind words as always, and for listening and calling in.
And you owe me $1.
Okay.
You'll know that's personal, but you know what that refers to.
Okay.
Thanks, George. Good to hear from you, buddy.
See you later.
Thank you.
Too, Mark.
Bye.
All right.
All right. Genius George checking in with about 4 minutes left in the show.
All right. Well, I'm going to go quickly and let you know what the other ones was. We did Elgin. We did German immigration to Elgin. We did the history of fraternal clubs in Elgin, with a special guest was Steve Smith, who passed away just a couple of months ago, my dear friend. And he focused on the Owls Club, which was founded in 1933. And then Elgin Christmases of the past, and memories of Elgin Christmases and what it was like in the old days. Then we like the first meeting in every show, I think in January of each year now, I like to do a recap of the previous years. So I started doing that in 2024. We did the history of Elgin bowling alleys. And then we had the Snyder's grandson on, and he got him on the phone from Arizona, and he talked about what it was like growing up at Snyder's bowling alley.
Yeah.
His dad always wearing a bow tie and flipping burgers right there.
That was one of my favorite ones, too.
Yeah, that was really fun for me, and I did not know that in the earlier days, like the Y that was over by the river there, the YMCA had bowling alleys in the basement, and they had packages of matches that were given out that said, the fastest bowling lanes in Elgin.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what their slogan was. They had the fastest lanes in town. Famous people that visited Elgin. It was pretty interesting. I learned some things about that. I never knew the Marx Brothers came here and stayed at a downtown hotel. And I knew Shirley Temple had come here, and a number of others. So Lucille Ball, let's see, who else? Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
John F. Kennedy. So there was a lot of people.
Robert Wadlow.
Yes, that's right. Elgin Gas and Service Stations. Ken Barnhart was the guest. Barnhart Standard Station. Elgin Mansions and Well-Known Houses. That was a great show. Elgin Parks, as I mentioned earlier. We talked about the Lord's Park, Wing Park, and all the other parks. Central Park with its band shell when that was finally torn down. Elgin grocery stores. And, of course, we focused on Gromers and had Gordon Gromer here, and that was a great program.
Yeah.
Boy, there was a lot of history there. A lot of people never knew that Gromer's was the inception and the original inventor of the salad bar in grocery stores. The very first store ever to do that. And next was Elgin Appliance Stores, TV repair stores, and centers. And my guests were Arnie Lauber and Bob Adams. And they talked about repairing appliances and what it was like to just had all those stores that just sold appliances. Some sold a few more things, but Polk Brothers, I remember the first experience of seeing a color TV. They had it in the front window. Sunday night, Disney's Wide World of Color. It came on in black and white, and the little firefly took the brush and went across the peacock like, and it all turned to color, and everybody clapped outside.
Yeah.
I was a little boy, but when they invented color TV, but they didn't have any broadcasts. Elgin schools and schools that were no longer there. Elgin auto dealers, I had Scotty McGrath. Elgin restaurants, I had John Paul from Paul's Restaurant. And Elgin department stores, Ackerman, Spies, Swans, Pennies, Sears, Kimball Furniture, Daniels and Clark Furniture. So we had the rest of this meeting this year we had men's stores, and I had Gary Hines on, son of Chuck Hines. And then, of course, last month, bands, concerts, different music groups that had come to Elgin. Wow, we had so many. I had so many people tell me, I never knew those bands came here. Wow.
Sorry I missed that episode, but yeah, it's been a fun few years, and we'll keep it going next month, right, Steve? We got to go now.
You betcha. Sorry, everybody. It went pretty fast. Thanks, Marky B. And again, I will see everybody Friday for the Community Spotlight Show and Music Memories. Have a great day, everybody.
Matt's in next with Out to Lunch.
Future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down, not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Kane County Division of Transportation is set to enhance driver safety by installing recessed reflective pavement markers over 131.5 miles of county highways. It starts the week of April 14th and is subject to weather conditions. The initiative begins in the county's northern region and then moves southward. Kane County is embracing a modern approach to recycling education with the launch of Recycle Coach. The initiative is a collaboration with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and offers free access to a web tool and mobile app designed to answer recycling questions instantly. Key features include the What Goes Where database for proper disposal guidance. The Elgin Police Department actively participating in National Crime Victims' Rights Week, observed from April 6th through the 12th. This year's theme, Kinship, underscores the power of connection and listening to the voices of victims. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 8th, 1925. Secures license in wrong county, but weds at Lord's Park. When a man's in love, there are many things that slip his memory, so William Charles Aston of Chicago is to be pardoned for securing a Cook County license and expect to be married in Kane County. Mr. Aston and his most charming bride, Miss Valletta Demeen Harmon, arrived in Elgin yesterday from Chicago and went direct to the home of the Reverend John Vonkex, pastor of the House of Hope Presbyterian Church. All was in readiness for the service when it was discovered that a Cook County marriage license had been procured by the groom. But the matter was easily adjusted. The officiating clergyman, the bride and groom, and their attendants, Mr. and Mrs. A. McPherson of Chicago, motored to Lord's Park, selected a picturesque spot, and there the marriage vows were taken. In other news, cooperation of motorists to observe the speed laws was asked by Magistrate George R. Thompson today at a hearing in which 2 alleged speeders were ordered to pay fines. Before releasing them, the court read facts and figures concerning the loss of life, injuries, and accidents from Chicago's automobile traffic. The 2 men were charged $5 each for speeding, one on Dundee Avenue and the other on North Spring Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Looking ahead to Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high near 46. Currently, it is 30 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Peace of mind isn't always easy to come by out on your operation. With so many unknowns, especially when it comes to nitrogen loss, you know the importance of every decision. But N-Edge Pro offers one less worry, keeping nitrogen well guarded with results you can see. Using 2 modes of action packed into one mighty stabilizer, your crops are protected on every level. Protect your nitrogen above and below ground with N-Edge Pro from CHS. Learn more at chsagronomy.com/N-Edge Pro.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to, I did it again. I got to get my my bell here, and I forgot about it again. All right. I'm settled. I'm situated. Welcome back, folks. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. We've got a lot of news today that I definitely do want to go through. Happy Tuesday. We hope that you are enjoying your morning so far here. We're getting into the middle of the morning, eventually the tail end, and then into the afternoon. It is Tuesday, and you are listening to WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, home of the Chicago White Sox. Now, coming up today at 2:30 is the Chicago White Sox game, so we're very excited about that. We've got the schedule here as well, too, for anyone in the studio to also take a look at that as well. Taking a look here, we've got it for March and April. April 8th, that is the day today. We are seeing that coming up here. So that will be starting at 2:30. Technically 2:30. Now, of course, we do have the Chicago White Sox game the first pitch actually at 3:10, which means we've got a 40-minute kind of interlude, or not really interlude, beginning of it, intro, right? So we'll be talking a little bit there. And then before that, at 2 o'clock, so 2 to 2:30, we're going to be having the first roughly 24 minutes or so. Derek Geyer from On the Rise, which is every Saturday from 8 to 10, will be on to give us a little bit of a pre-game. After that, we go into the pre-game for about 40 minutes, and then at 3:10 is hopefully, unless there's some crazy weather that happens, that is when the first pitch will be. Chicago White Sox versus the Cleveland Guardians. Yes, that'll be coming up today. 5th in American League Central. That will be today. If you want to check out the schedule, you can look up MLB.com/White Sox schedule there too. Again, we are home of the White Sox. You'll be able to tune in on the AM 1410 dial only. Just through that AM 1410 dial, the classical way of doing things, of course. But of course, also here too, we love to strive to grow, and we have been doing so with the mediums that we've been using. Technology, that is YouTube. We are on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Hit that subscribe button, click that notification bell, give us a like so you can always keep yourself up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. So yes, the first pitch starts at 3:10, having the pregame starting at around 2:30. And then the pre-game at 2 o'clock. So stay tuned. So Talk Time with Tammy and Friends will not be on today. It'll be coming up tomorrow. And Tammy already sent me her show layout, so I'll definitely give you a sneak peek coming up tomorrow before the show starts. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We are still in the early part of April, eventually getting into May. We are seeing sunny skies for the day today, and we'll also provide you with a nice, fun, adorable story here. Maybe creepy if you don't like this particular animal. We'll talk a little bit about that here on sunnyskies.com after we go through the weather and forecast. So today we are seeing a high of 45. It's sunny. It's a beautiful sunny day outside today, so that's very nice. We're going to be seeing a low of 31 degrees. Definitely going to be a little bit more on the chillier side tonight, so make sure you're bundled up. Again, it is a little chilly outside, but can't complain too much because we've got the beautiful sunshine and blue clouds. Sunny skies today. Now coming up tomorrow, the sunshine is going to hide for just a little bit. The sunshine will be taking a little bit of a hiatus from our perspective here in the Fox River Valley, because we are going to be seeing some overcast skies and rain showers. Chance of rain predicted right now, 90%. So it could get a little wet and rainy outside for tomorrow. And that's going to be happening. It does say prediction throughout the whole day. So rainy and showers throughout the whole day for tomorrow on Wednesday. So if you can, get outside and enjoy this beautiful weather. We are going to be seeing here a low of 35 degrees for Wednesday night. Rain showers early with overcast skies late. Into Thursday, that will be April 10th. We do see cloudy skies and a high of 46 and a low of 34, pretty much cloudy throughout the whole day. Now, there is a slight chance of a rain shower, about a 20% chance, but not as much as compared to what is predicted for tomorrow, Wednesday. Thursday comes around, we see a high of 51, partly cloudy skies, a little bit of clouds early giving way to generally clear conditions for overnight. Friday with a low of 31. Heading on into the weekend, the start of the weekend is going to be beautiful, mostly sunny skies with a high of 60 degrees, a beautiful sunny spring day. Partly to mostly cloudy, eventually accumulating into Saturday night. We see it dropping down to only a low of about 42. I say only just because we're in the 30s as our lows for the majority of the rest of this week. Heading on into Sunday, we do see a high of 64 degrees. These temperatures do start to go up and then slightly go down and then back up again. Mostly cloudy skies for Sunday with a high of 64 and a low of 52 degrees is predicted. Mostly cloudy. Then to the start of next week is going to be beautiful. Considerable clouds early, but eventually mostly sunny. Now we do see a high of 74 degrees coming up for Monday, which means it's going to feel almost like a summer day. If not, really does feel like it might feel like a summer day. So that's going to be nice to bring out the shorts and the short sleeves shirts if you can. Now, of course, maybe I won't. We'll see. I won't need a coat, so that'll be nice. Heading on into Monday night, next Monday here, low of 44, few clouds from time to time. into Tuesday. Now, this is next Tuesday, so I'm giving you kind of a week schedule here. 56 is our high. It does drop a little bit, partly cloudy, a few clouds from time to time, low of 35 degrees. And then if you continue on through the rest of that, all the way going down to Tuesday, the 22nd, we do see it ranging in the 50s and 60s. That nicest day is going to be a high of 74 for next Monday. And today, with it being the rest of this week in comparison, the rest of the week is going to be a little bit more on the cloudier side, but today is going to be that nice sunny day. High of 45 and a low of 31 degrees. So we've got a good day today, folks. Definitely go outside if you can. Got some good things that are also coming up here too. We'll definitely talk about that here during the couple hours that I'll be on here today. So we'll talk about this cute little story here that I found on sunnyskies.com, and I will tell you about this story here for sure. So stay tuned. I did have to sneeze. I apologize. Excuse me. It's because of all the sunshine, right? The sun gets in my eyes, and well, that's what happens. But it does feel nice and toasty in here, and I'm enjoying that. Now, it looks like here in Florida, now if you're really thinking of some nice, good weather, Florida's got it for you. Florida woman finds 4 adorable baby owls in her backyard owl box. Yes, she did create an owl box here, or maybe not so created it, but bought one, and now she's got some owls. One Florida woman is proving you don't need to live in the middle of nowhere to enjoy a little backyard wildlife magic. Living in a residential neighborhood in Central Florida, she purchased a simple owl box on Amazon a few years ago. And of course, ever since then, eastern screech owls have been coming back each year. And if you are watching on the YouTube side of things, there are some pictures here that I do want to show you of these owls. I'll have to take a look here and see if I can pull it up on the screen. There we go. So these are the owls here. Now, some people are creeped out by owls. Some people find them cute. Others, they're like, I don't know. But this season, she was thrilled to find out that there were 4 baby owls. So 4 baby owls inside the box. That is so, so cute. Very cute there, tucked away in the box. The woman made sure not to disturb the little family. She didn't open the box, just gently held her camera over the top for a quick look, adding that the mother was watching closely as is used to her. And then she also did share a video here as well too. So a very nice little video there that she did share. And so that's very nice there. I think it's a sweet picture of the owls. Now, I don't know. Are you interested in owls? Do owls seem kind of interesting to you? My great-grandma had an owl collection, not of actual owls, but actual like owl dishes and an owl cookie jar, and I think even an owl kitchen too. So she she was definitely into the owls there. So that's pretty cool. Very, very nice. So what we're going to do here is we will take a quick time out. I got to adjust the mouse here a little bit. It is stuck a little, so I'm going to have to see what I can do about this. So definitely stay tuned, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a little bit. Again, you are listening to the Voice of the Valley, the Talk of the Town, as we do broadcast live here from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin. We are serving you, of course, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. Stay tuned.
For Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Attention all sports fans. Get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit CHISportsJournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit CHISportsJournal.com today.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley. We found a battery for the mouse here, thankfully, and so it's now working, and we're set and ready to go for the rest of the day here. We hope that you are enjoying your morning so far here. We did go through a nice little fun story here on sunnyskies.com. And then what we'll do is we'll go through another story here too. So we do have a couple different stories. There's one that did come up here on the Fox Valley Magazine side of things. And then I really have been liking using patch.com. I think it's a really great one to use. So this is, there's some other ones here too, because there's a little bit about education. There's an Elgin educators that received state honors. So we'll read through some of that here too, and we'll definitely go through some other local news that has been happening. Just to let you know too, we have like a couple minutes left until we get into the bottom of the hour news, and then we'll go through some other things too. We'll go through our Tradio segment just to give you a little sneak peek. And then I do have an article that I wanted to read to you as well about staying up late on your technology and how that can definitely affect your sleep. So we'll talk a little bit about some of that here too. And again, you are listening to WRMN AM 1410. So let's go through this news story here that was posted a little bit later yesterday onto foxvalleymagazine.com. So it was 2 Aurora men that were arrested on gun and drug charges, and this happened after a traffic stop. So 2 Aurora men are in custody after being charged with gun and drug charges after a routine traffic stop by Kane County Sheriff's detectives in Sugar Grove. Now, according to a press release from the Kane County Sheriff's Office at approximately 4:29 p.m. on Friday, March 28th, Kane County Sheriff's detectives conducted a traffic stop on a gray GMC SUV at Illinois Route 47 and Finley Road for a violation that initially occurred eastbound on I-88, west of Illinois Route 47. The detectives observed the vehicle following traffic too closely along with a lane violation, and before approaching the SUV, the detectives observed 2 people inside and a large firearm being passed from the driver to the passenger. 2 other squad cars arrived and both occupants were taken into custody without further incident. During the investigation, detectives searched the vehicle and located a Draco AK-47 pistol in the rear passenger area. They also located approximately 168 grams of codeine. I don't know if that's how I'm pronouncing it correctly, but CODEINE, found in liquid form. The driver, a 23-year-old man from Aurora, has been charged with armed violence, a Class X felony, felon in possession of a weapon, a Class 2 felony, aggravated unlawful use of a weapon by a felon, which is a Class 2 felony, and possession of a controlled substance, a Class 4 felony. The passenger was a 22-year-old man, also from Aurora, had been charged with felon in possession of a weapon, and no further information is available currently at the time. So we'll definitely keep you up to date on that story. And if you do want to read a little bit more on that too, you can find it on foxvalleymagazine.com. So that's where you're going to be able to find that. Taking a look here, Elgin educators receive state honors. The quickest way to get caught up on the most important things happening in Elgin, you can check out patch.com. Yes, so it looks like here they're wishing everyone a very good morning here. Your connection is what happened around town is here. Elgin educators receive state honors. You can also check out some other things here as well too. And that's patch.com. They do link different sources, so you can find that. The Daily Herald did cover it as well. 10 U46 employees were honored at state level. And then there were also some other ones out there, too, that also did happen. So if you do want to check that out, you can find that. 5 teachers, 3 administrators, and a coordinator from the Elgin Area School District U46 Homeless Education Program were recognized recently for their award in excellence in teaching, which I think is fantastic. So it is, this recently did happen. In addition, high school career and technical educator teaching was among the finalists for the Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. All 10 were honored by the U46 Boards of Education with accent on achievement certificates. The U46 Superintendent Suzanne Johnson said, quote, "Each one of these outstanding individuals is dedicated to helping prepare our students for a successful future. We celebrate their experience, enthusiasm, and passion, and we are grateful to have them as part of the U46 team." So a nice article there that was posted on the Daily Herald. You can find more information if you go to thedailyherald.com, and they do have some good stories there that are posted. Taking a look at the time here, we are approaching the bottom of the hour news and messages from our sponsors. Then when we do come back, of course, we'll give you a little sneak peek on Tradio. We'll give you, of course, some more plugins as well, too. Give you a little kind of a intro onto what the different programs are going to be for the day today, because we do have the White Sox game starting at 2:30, so we'll talk a little bit about that here too. And then we'll take another quick time out and we'll go through, of course, the conversation that I'll talk a little bit about here. After that, 11 to 12 o'clock, it is Travel Tuesdays today with Cruises International. Always very exciting about that. If you want to get away on a nice vacation, this is the time. That'll be the time to listen in, because you'll enjoy some good cruises that you can partake in, and for great rates. And of course, secure success there when it comes to planning your vacation. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Morin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Morin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the valley and the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 32 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you?
A look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Today, it's a beautiful sunny day outside. Yes. This is the Out to Lunch segment. Always like to give you, a little bit of joy, right? Give you some time to relax in your morning, get you through the morning and early part of the afternoon. We do sometimes have the serious conversations here and there too, talking about some things, of course, but I like to spark a little joy in your life too, talk about arts and entertainment, food and restaurants, things that are happening locally within the area. We did yesterday have Cindy, who is the owner of the Top, oh my goodness, I already forgot what it was called. Top Flight Volleyball in Elgin. So we had her on the air. I want to start to bring more clubs and organizations in to the studio here, into the station, whether they call in through the phone or through Zoom or even come in person, because there are a lot of different clubs and organizations within the Fox River Valley. And of course, we don't want to just talk mainly about restaurants and food and arts and entertainment. We want you to know about these different clubs and organizations so that you can join in, because there's so many great opportunities out there for you. So we'll definitely be talking about that, of course, coming up here into the year, going through some different clubs and organizations. And also that includes like park districts as well too. So I have been reaching out to a couple different park districts and just waiting for them to come on the air. I'm excited. I know you will be too. So definitely getting into the swing of that as well, adding that to, of course, an element of Out to Lunch, making sure that we let people know what's going on here, even further, what's going on here within the Fox River Valley area. And we thank you, of course. We couldn't have done it. We can't do it without you listeners out there and people who are the ambassadors, people who listen in and tune in and keep us up to date too on things. So let's go through just a little sneak peek here, pardon me, on the Tradio side of things. So we'll go through some of that here. I'll just kind of briefly tell, who is called in, what they're looking for. Now, of course, at 12:30 will be the official Tradio segment. Yesterday, we did have it a little bit early because we did have Big B Coffee call in at 12:30. That was when they were able to call in and do the interview. So I said, hey, of course, absolutely. We'll tailor it to what time frame works best for you, because we'd rather you get on the air and talk about what you have to offer than not. So I say, yeah, of course, absolutely. We'll tailor to your time there as well. We've got here the 40-volt electric chainsaw someone is looking to sell here. They did call in yesterday. It was Bob called in yesterday. He's now lowering the price to $350, and then he does have the buckets of deck screws for $70 each on those too. We've got the Tradio collar as the filing cabinet for $20, black metal cabinet with 4 drawers. It has a lock with a key, so that's pretty nice. For $20, not too bad of a price, and she's located out in Genoa. We've got Greg looking for those bicycles, the Schwinn bicycles, the Stingrays, Bone Shakers, high-end racing bikes. He's a collector, not a dealer, so he'll pay a fair price on those too. He's also looking for all of those different Omega watches. He also is looking for a mini bike or go-kart from the 60s or 70s. And then he has for sale 2 Toro branded items. One is a power shovel for $20, and another one is an electric blower for $10. We have Elliot looking for the Indiana Jones collectibles and memorabilia. We've got the Tradio collar that has the 77 Corvette for sale. That is $5,000 or best offer. We also do have the Country House for sale in Elgin. Someone has that. Her name is Linda. On Plato Road, $359,000 is the asking price. It's 5 bedrooms, and it's on 1.5 acres of land. We have Wood by Jeff in Peru, Illinois. He's got the boxes of literature. He has a bunch of woodworking catalogs, too. So if you want to reach out to him, you can. We also have Wood by Jeff. Oh, yeah, so that's Wood by Jeff. We also do have Tradio Color has a lot of different things here. So she's got a love seat and sofa for $400 in good shape. Also 2 end tables and a coffee table, too. That's $125 for those. And then we also do have Motorcycle Tony. He's looking for those Japanese motorcycles, and they can be in any condition. And then he also is looking for Honda scooters as well. And then we also do have Bill. He sells those movie posters. So that's Bill sells posters. Movie posters, if you're looking for something specific, he can definitely show you that. So lots of good things here. Of course, when it comes to the Tradio segment, Tradio does officially start at 12:30. So that'll be the time to call into the show at 847-931-1410 if you are looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. That'll be the time to call in and present to us what you are looking to purchase, sell, trade, and announce. So absolutely feel free to do that. Again, thank you everyone for tuning in today. If you do want to check out other different streams that we've been doing as well too, you can find that information also posted as well. That is on our YouTube channel. That is youtube.com at WRMN radio. And then we are also on Facebook as well, facebook.com at WRMN 1410 radio. So you can also find this on the Facebook side of things. Speaking of Facebook, I also wanted to share with you something that was recently posted onto our Facebook page. Pretty exciting here, too. So let's go to WRMN 1410 Radio. As many of you, of course, do know that the radio station back in 2019 in June did film, of course, the For-Profit movie. It has been out for a while now, the For-Profit film, which is a fantastic film, might I add to you as well. Might I also say here, too, that it's a fantastic movie that I definitely recommend that you check out if you haven't yet. Well, recently posted here as well, too, they are playing. Yes, so the playing is now available. You can watch it for free on Roku channel. So it is available on the Roku channel there, which is part of, which was in part filmed at the WRMN studio. It's streaming free with ads on the Roku channel just in time for Easter. You can gather your loved ones, rewatch with newbies, and help spread the prophecy. So there is a link that you can find directly through this posting. You can find it available as well too, and that has been posted. So that is the For-Profit movie. You can find it on the Roku channel. Definitely feel free to check that out. That is fantastic. Definitely keep sharing this award-winning film far and wide. If you would like to share it, you can. We've got the director himself, Mark Stewart Iverson, woot woot in the comments there. Absolutely. And of course, hey, if you want to come back on the air and talk about this, you can. And also let us know too, what are some other projects that are coming up as well? Because I know he's been working on some other good things too. So gonna host a watch party and tag them in it. For-Profit Film. Yes, at For-Profit Film. You can rate and review it on Amazon, IMDb, which stands for Internet Movie Database, Rotten Tomatoes, and Letterboxd, if you'd like to. Lots of great ways, of course, that you can be a part of the community here within the Fox River Valley. And that's just one element to it, a big element for sure, because it is definitely a very successful film. It is a very heartfelt film as well, too. And I do recommend that check it out. It's a really cool movie. And yes, I was in the movie, too. Maybe you'll be able to catch me. You might be able to see my face for maybe a little bit. So very cool. The time is 10:43. So what we'll do is we'll take our quick time out now. And then when we come back, then I'll talk a little bit about a conversation here about social media before bedtime. So we'll talk a little bit about that here coming up next. Stay tuned. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in today. We still have a little bit of time left here, about 10 minutes or so. So I thought this is a good time, of course, to have a conversation, like we always do. I've been kind of getting into this, talking a little bit with you on bringing up here the conversation, which I think is fantastic, and we'll definitely talk about that here too. This will be an article. This article talks a little bit about social media before bedtime and how it can wreak havoc on our sleep. A sleep researcher explains why screens alone aren't the main culprit, though. This is an author by the name of Brian N. Chin, assistant professor of psychology at Trinity College. And this was posted earlier today, about 2 hours ago, actually 2 hours to the minute right now here on theconversation.com. Does talk a bit about the effects of social media and how having social media before bedtime can definitely impact the sleep. But there are some other elements to that too, so we'll definitely go through some of that. So as we know, of course, here, I'll start off with this. We all know it. We all experience it. Social media, cell phones, technology. We're on it a lot of the time. Sometimes I like to think to myself, I'm like, how come our eyes have not gone blind yet? Because we're looking at screens so much. But with that being said, though, avoid screens before bed happens to be one of the most common pieces of sleep advice. But what if the real problem isn't that screen time? It's the way we use social media at night. Sleep deprivation is one of the most widespread yet overlooked public health issues, especially among young adults and also adolescents. That's according to AASM.org. That is the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. You might have heard of them. Despite needing 8 to 10 hours of sleep, most adolescents fall short, while nearly 2/3 of young adults regularly get less than the recommended 7 to 9 hours. Poor sleep isn't just about feeling tired. It's linked to worsened mental health, emotional regulation, memory, academic performance, and even increased risk of chronic illness and early mortality. At the same time, social media is nearly universal among young adults, with 84% using at least one platform daily. While research has long focused on screen time and the culprit of poor sleep, growing evidence suggests that how often people check social media and how emotionally engaged they are matters even more than how long they spend online. So again, it is seemingly here, and it does make sense too. It's the content that you are taking in, that you might be feeding into. It's that content that could determine a little bit of that level of stress that you might be having, feeling a little bit anxious, feeling a little bit tired, feeling a little bit depressed, all of those different things, those different emotions that we all can experience even in little pockets here in our lives. As a social psychologist and sleep researcher, Brian N. Chin, the author of this article, says, quote, "I study how social behaviors, including social media habits, affect sleep and well-being. Sleep isn't just an individual behavior. It's shaped by our social environments and relationships." So diving into a little bit further detail on this, you get emotional investment in social media. So beyond simply measuring the time spent on social media, researchers have started to look at how emotionally connected people feel to their social media use. Sometimes I would say too, when people are on social media, you get connected, you feel maybe a connection to a particular show or a video or a person, a social media influencer, or maybe an article, whatever the category might be. And some studies are suggesting that the way people emotionally engage with social media may have a greater impact on sleep quality than the total time that they spend online. And a lot of times when we are typing away at maybe an angry, typing away angrily at a comment that we want to make because we want to let that stress get out of our brains and onto the keyboard, so to say. I've seen some advertisements for that where it's like a cartoon guy and it's like all anger about, politics and things like that. And it's all red in his brain and in his face. And then it's like typing it out onto the computer. And then it transfers that energy into the computer and onto the screen. I've seen a lot of those advertisements for that. That does come up quite often. So maybe I need to do that. I don't know. But nonetheless, still in a 2024 study of 830 young adults, this person's colleagues examined how different types of social media engagement predicted sleep problems. This is what he found. They found that frequent social media visits and emotional investment were stronger predictors of poor sleep than total screen time. Additionally, pre-sleep cognitive arousal and social comparison played a key role that is, in linking social media engagement to sleep disruption, suggesting that social media's effects on sleep extend beyond simple screen exposure. So, especially there when it comes to what you are being, might be looking at too on the screen. So, there's that as well. We've got here in the comments, Jeff's Train World. Good morning, everyone, and Matt, and a very good morning to you. We hope that you are enjoying your day. And yes, a coffee's up to you as well, too, Jeff's Train World. So this psychologist does say, quote, "I believe these findings suggest that cutting screen time alone may not be enough." And here's what it is: reducing how often people check social media. So if you're checking it, every 30 minutes, checking social media every 30 minutes, checking out your, things like that. And how emotionally connected they feel, it might be more effective in promoting healthier sleep habits. Now, of course, I would say, though, too, people do use their phones a lot for emails if you're working as well, too. So there's that also does go into that, too. So I would say, again, this is something where everyone's experience is a little bit different. Maybe people might be experiencing worse sleep when they're on social media a lot. But there are other times, too, when maybe people take a break from social media and then they kind of get an itch to go back on, and then they might actually end up feeling a little bit more anxious and depressed. So it kind of just depends on the person and what they are consuming on the social media side of things. But how does social media disrupt sleep? If you've ever struggled to fall asleep after scrolling through social media, it's not just the screen keeping you awake. While blue light can delay melatonin production, there's a research that went together that others suggest that the way people interact with social media may play that even bigger role. So you've got there, of course, the doom scrolling is a word that they use. I've heard that before, doom scrolling, and emotionally charged content on social media. What it does is it keeps the brain in a state of heightened alertness. So if you're seeing and you're scrolling, you're seeing all those bright colors, you're seeing people maybe doing something funny on TikTok, or maybe you're seeing people, a person fighting on the screen with someone over some stupid thing, that then triggers your brain to be like alert. It's like, oh, I'm seeing this. This is interesting. Whether it's political debates, distressing news, or even exciting personal updates, emotionally stimulating content can trigger increased cognitive and physiological arousal in the brain that delays sleep onset. So there's that goes with it. Social comparison, too. You get that increased stress when you're viewing idolized social media posts before bed. Sometimes you see something, you're like, oh, I wish I had that, or I wish I could be this person. I wish I could look this certain way. What it does is then it gets the brain going and it makes you think, oh, goodness, now I'm thinking about this and now I'm having a little bit of a loss of sleep. That is especially in the context if you are doing this right before you are about to go to sleep, because it can lead to feelings of inadequacy and anxiety that disrupt that sleep. Habitual checking as well, too, making you feel like, you get into a routine of checking your phone and your social media. Sometimes when you get into that gets you into a habit. And so then it kind of can also disrupt that sleep. What it'll do is it'll make a certain sleep pattern to where you will then kind of maybe not feel as awake as much because you've gotten so used to that pattern. You also get the fear of missing out as well. The urge to stay connected also keeps many people scrolling long past their intended bedtime for fear of missing out. Anticipation of new messages, posts, or updates create a sense of that social pressure to stay online and reinforce the habit of delay. So what does this all come to? How do we use social media without that sleep disruption? You don't need to quit social media entirely, of course, but constructing how you engage with it and at night could help. Research suggests that small behavioral changes to your bedtime routine can make a significant difference in sleep quality. Try some practical evidence-based strategies, including giving your brain time to wind down, roughly 30 to 60 minutes before bed, creating separation between social media and sleep, and reduce that mindless scrolling so that you can enjoy a nice night's sleep. Absolutely. So Interesting article there on theconversation.com. I definitely could have gone into more detail on there as well, too, but we only have so much time. Coming up here into the 11 o'clock hour, it is Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. Always very exciting. I always enjoy Shauna being here on the air with us, talking about those cruises and what you can do so that you will have smooth sailing when it comes to preparing for your vacation. Hey, maybe you need a little vacation from social media. Some good cruises that you can go on to kind of rejuvenate yourself, right? So we'll talk about that here. That'll be coming up here in just a bit. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. Kane County is embracing a modern approach to recycling education with the launch of Recycle Coach. The initiative is a collaboration with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and offers free access to a web tool and mobile app designed to answer recycling questions instantly. Key features include the What Goes Where database for proper disposal guidance. The Elgin Police Department actively participating in National Crime Victims' Rights Week, observed from April 6th through the 12th. This year's theme, Kinship, underscores the power of connection and listening to the voices of victims. The Kane County Division of Transportation is set to enhance driver safety by installing recessed reflective pavement markers over 131.5 miles of county highways. It starts the week of April 14th and is subject to weather conditions. The initiative begins in the county's northern region and then moves southward. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames, because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Morin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley in the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 32 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
It's time to take you on a journey from land to sea. Get ready to explore the world with Out to Lunch on WRMN's Travel Tuesdays. On the first Tuesday of every month, we'll be your guide to the best vacation destinations, the hottest travel trends, special events, and so much more. So pack your bags and get ready to wander, because we're about to take you places you've always dreamed of. And now it's time for Travel Tuesdays on Out to Lunch with WRMN.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to Travel Tuesdays here on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. You are listening to the Voice of the Valley, the talk of the town, as we broadcast live here from Studio 14. We are serving you the Fox River Valley and beyond as well too. Hopefully you are enjoying your morning so far here today. We want to thank, of course, President Shauna White for joining us again today for Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you doing, Matt?
I'm doing good. I see now that you've got a nice tan.
I do.
So you got to tell us where you recently went to.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough to travel for spring break with my family. We were on a 10-night celebrity cruise.
That's
It's
nice.
amazing. Yes, it was amazing. We had 4 days at sea, so 2 in the beginning and 2 at the end. And we were able to stop at 4 other ports. We went to St. Thomas, St. Lucia, Antigua, Barbados. It was amazing. Let me just tell you.
And I bet the weather was nice too.
It was. You know, this is a really good time of the year to travel. There was some waves, but the ship did an amazing job out there.
Very cool. Very cool. Now, I'm sure you ate some good food, maybe had some nice drinks, enjoyed yourself. So very good.
It was good to just relax and reconnect with family. Like you were just saying, you know, give that social media a little bit of a break. I was able to turn off my daughter's Snapchat for 10 days and she had a little like withdrawal for a little bit, but that is really a way to reconnect at the family time.
Absolutely. That's what I love doing too. You know, if I go on vacation, I'm like, I try to stay off the phones. I'm like, this is a time to be in the moment.
Right.
And, you know, a lot of us are in the moment on our phones, and it's time to, you know, rejuvenate and, you know, connect with physical things around
what's
you.
in front of you instead of what's online. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the sights were beautiful, just seeing the water and just being at sea is really just my happy place for sure.
absolutely. Very nice. So again, folks, this is Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. And of course, if you want to, ensure that you have smooth sailing with, I know I say that a lot, but I like that catchphrase, smooth sailing when it comes to planning for your vacation. Check it out, cruisesinternational.com. That's cruisesinternational.com. If you want to speak to a cruise and vacation expert today, call 1-800-255-7447. That's 1-800-255-7447. We've got a great list of things to talk about today. And again, also, don't forget, we will be posting this on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Also, make sure to give you a copy as well, too, of course. So if you want to, you can as well. And we're excited, of course, to talk about some good things today when it comes to vacationing, and especially when it comes to some cruises. Now, there is a vendor of the month, and you want to talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so at Cruises International, just to kind of reiterate who we are. So we are local in the Hoffman Estates area, and so we do have an office. So you can call the 1-800 number, or we do have a local 847 number. And we'd love to have you come into the office. We're open Monday through Saturday. We'd love to have appointments. We do have agents there each day, but definitely if you want to have that smooth sailing and you want to speak with someone in person, sometimes those trips are a little bit more complex, or maybe it's a new destination for you and you really just want to sit with someone and have them go over what to do. We have that office. And of course, we can do it over the phone or a Zoom, but it is sometimes nice to sit with someone and be able to, you know, talk about your dreams and talk about your bucket list and be able to, you know, how are we going to get there? And that's what our agents do. So at Cruises International, each month we select one of our top suppliers, vendors, and they become our partner of the month. And we are in April. And so our partner of the month this month is Norwegian. And Norwegian Cruise Line is just amazing. They have some spectacular ships. They have a brand new ship that just crossed over and is going to be doing some inaugural sailings here in this next couple weeks. Norwegian is known for their free at sea. So a lot of times people think, I don't want to go on a cruise. I don't want to be, you know, sitting at a big dining table and told when to eat or when to do things. And at Norwegian, years ago, they came up with this free at sea. And so it's just where you're free to do whatever. You're free to sleep in. You're free to get up early. You're free to go to dinner at 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, whenever you choose. So you're free to sit at a large table or a small table.
That's nice.
A little bit more flexibility, a little bit more casual, a little bit more laid back.
Awesome. Yeah. Very cool. Tell us a little bit too. So I don't know anything about too much about Norway or Norwegian things.
No, that's okay. It's not a Norwegian company. It's just that's the name of their cruise line.
Okay.
So so it's Norwegian Cruise Line. They have bigger ships. You know, they're going to be majority of their ships are larger. They're going to have where the newer ships now have racetracks on them and like a whole park where there's water slides and lots of pools and things like that. So a lot's for families to do, but then they also have this awesome secluded area on their ships. And this is on majority of their ships. It's called the Haven.
Okay.
And so what we call it is the ship within a ship. And so what it means is you're in a suite and you have your own private suite. You have, for the suites area, you have your own private pool. You have your own private restaurant. You have your own private elevator that gets you on and off the ship.
What? Oh, my goodness.
Yes,
Wow.
it is amazing. Like, I have not been lucky enough to stay in there, but I was able to tour a couple of them. And it is really that exact thing, a ship within a ship. It is being able to have that luxury small ship feel but being able to go down and do Beetlejuice and the Broadway shows and the amazing comedians and have all of that excitement that is on the big part of the ship, but be able to stay back in your own little private quarters for the rest of the time.
Oh, that is really cool.
It's
so
amazing.
it's like if you like stay at like, I don't even know. It reminds me of like if you go to like a hotel and you've got like the hotel amenities and then you stay at like the penthouse almost.
Yes. Yeah.
That is really, really
and
cool.
they have penthouses, they have 2 bedrooms, they have 3 bedrooms, they have all sorts of different areas. And then they have their own, like I said, pool deck area, and they have their own bar. The restaurant, I don't think you would ever want to leave this restaurant. It is so gorgeous. And the food is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So you can just eat in there whenever you want. And it's exclusive to only the suites. So there's not a lot of people in there, you know, a couple hundred at the most.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We actually do have a comment here as well. This is Susanna Padilla of the Rescue Our Children Organization Incorporated. Norwegian was my first cruise when I was a travel agent, and she loved it. A lot has changed. I need to get back on one.
Well, give us a call. We would love to talk with you. And that just, I guess, brings us into, we're always looking for travel agents. So if you're looking to come back into the industry, we're definitely always looking for advisors to join our team.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Folks, we are going to take a little time out, and we'll be back with more Travel Tuesdays here with Cruises International on WRMN AM 1410. Thank you, everyone, of course, for tuning in today. Thank you for that nice comment, Susanna. And we'll definitely talk more about cruises and more with Cruises International. Stay tuned, and we'll be back.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is,
You can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, folks, to Travel Tuesdays here with Cruises International. Shauna White and myself here, bringing you the latest and the greatest of cruises and, of course, smooth sailing when it comes to planning for your vacation. Yes, it is never too late to start planning. You want to make sure you get the best of the best, and Cruises International is here for you. Check out their website. That's cruisesinternational.com for more information, or also please feel free to follow them on Facebook. Give them a like. Oh my goodness, show them support. Cruises International, Vacations, Land, and Sea, located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard, Suite 101 in Hoffman Estates. You can call them today for more information. That is 1-800-255-7447. Very, very cool. World Cruises, they've got so many different things: cruise voyages, river cruises, land vacations, so much to check out, so much to unpack, and we're here to give you the latest and the greatest. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. So let's dive in a little bit more into the Norwegian new ship that's coming out here.
Yeah, so the Norwegian Aqua has its first U.S. sailing just 2 days ago, I believe, from Miami. New York, sorry. It's out of New York and it's going down to Miami, and then it'll be in the Caribbean. And now this is a ship that's amazing. We just talked about those suites and how it really could be a ship for anybody. But Norwegian in itself has so much for families to do. So you were saying, don't wait, book early. The new ships are always going to be selling out quickly. So if you haven't planned for spring break next year, holidays this year, next summer, those are definitely times that you want to get ahead of the game and ahead of the schedule, because those sailings will sell out, and they're, whenever the kids are at break, or if you're a teacher, breaks too. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is pretty fun here too. And again, like we did talk about earlier here, was this really cool haven.
Yeah.
That was absolutely fantastic. I think that's really, really cool. We still have about roughly, I'd say maybe 9 minutes or so into this first half. So we talked a little bit about the Norwegian new ship. Was there anything else that you'd like to add before we head on into the next subject, which is the virtual event?
Yeah, no, we can talk about the virtual event.
All right, we'll hop on into it. So this is a virtual event that's coming up here too, if you want to kind of let the audience know what's going to be expected.
Sure, yeah. So it is listed on our Facebook page, so you don't have to start writing this down right now, but the link is a Zoom link on our Facebook page. We have a Facebook event, and this is going to be with Norwegian Cruise Line, and they're going to be talking about how to go to Hawaii on Norwegian and Alaska. Nice. So one thing that is so different about Norwegian is that they are the only ship that does a 7-night round trip Honolulu. And because the ships have to stop at a foreign port whenever they leave a U.S. port. And with Hawaii, obviously, is U.S. So how do they do it? How do they just go into the inner islands? And the way they do that is that their ship is it is registered in the U.S. So that means the majority of the workers and some of the different rules and laws and things, they're the only one who has gone through all of that. So a lot of the U.S. workers, things like that, are going to be on board. But it is a fantastic way to see Hawaii without unpacking and repacking, getting those inner flights or boats or transfers. It is a wonderful way to test each island, to spend most of the days at the island. And so we consider the Norwegian product to Hawaii like a floating hotel. There's not a ton. I mean, they have some events, they have food, obviously, they have things, but really they know you're there to see the islands. And so you're there, maybe arrive in Maui at 9 a.m. and you leave at 9 p.m., 10 p.m. So you're there maybe even the next day too. So full days of being able to tour those islands. And so it's really a great way to see Hawaii with one flight over to Honolulu. Come in early, got to do the Pearl Harbor, and then get on the ship, and you're able to, test each of the islands. And then when you're ready, and we can get you back to Maui for a week or 10 days, afterwards. But it's really a great way to see everything in Hawaii.
Now, have you done that experience
I
before?
have not, but a lot of my advisors have, and they just speak so highly of it. My parents have. I have some friends that have as well.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to get your walking shoes on when it comes to going to these different islands. Now, have you actually been to Hawaii before?
I haven't. It's on my list.
I haven't either.
Oh, it's on my list.
I get to go.
Yeah, I mean, lots of hiking, lots of windy roads. There's a lot of, waterfalls, things like that. So it is definitely, but, it's adventurous islands, but you don't have to do all of that. If you don't want to hike, if you just want to kind of lay back and do a boat tour or do a bus tour, there's always going to be those options available. But there's definitely hiking and adventure for all different ages.
I think that's great. And that's great, too, to say that, too, that it's for all different ages. So it doesn't necessarily just have to be for adults. The kids can come along, too. Or, you need a little break, too. As an adult, you're like, I could just have the cruise experience with maybe my significant other, my parents, or...
Right.
There's that too.
So there's only one ship in Hawaii. And so that's why when we talk about, booking early is really key because it's a 7-night sailing. Sometimes they'll offer a 10-night sailing here and there, but you really need to book early for Hawaii because it sells out. It's not a very large ship because it is cruising within the inner islands of Hawaii. So you want to make sure that you, we want to go for our anniversary in next May. You want to book that early because you want to make sure you have the best cabin, the best category, all of the, the places, because a lot of the times you're cruising by the islands at night or in the morning time. So you want to have that balcony. You want to have that suite to be able to overlook and look in your own private, in your jammies with your cup of coffee, watching the islands sail by.
Absolutely. What I think is great too about Cruises International is you have, oh my goodness, what is it called? Vacation experts who can help to secure that for you. If you're kind of, we've talked about this before, if you're kind of like, I don't know if I want to do this cruise, but I'm not as familiar with it. Of course, with having those vacation experts there, they talk about their own experiences so they can kind of say, hey, I experienced it this way. Here's a little insight on what to expect. Here are even some recommendations if you're not even sure what you want to do. Particularly, I recommend this. So they're there to help to be personal. It's very, very personalized.
Oh, yeah. And that is the wonderful thing about having an office is that, when we get home from a trip, we always share our insights. We always talk about, who maybe that was a better fit for, or who we feel the right client is for that product, and things to watch out for. Hey, we love this river cruise, but you are going to have to be able to walk, and things like that. We take pictures, and then we come back and we share it. So having that, brick and mortar and being able to sit and talk with each other. It really just brings that next level experience for our clients as well.
Absolutely. Now, tell us again here, what days are you open for people to?
We are open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4:30, and then Saturdays from 10 to 2.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. And again, I know we talked about this last time, but there's usually kind of, I guess it really would just depend on the cruise and the season, but it kind of seems like there's always, I guess you could say a risk of missing out if you don't plan it ahead of time.
Oh, sure. So I was just on, like I said, a sailing, and it was completely sold out. There wasn't one cabin left.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, these ships are holding, 3,000, 4,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's a prime time, so the holidays, or if it's a one-off itinerary, so maybe they're going to go to, Alaska or something, or maybe it's Iceland or it's a unique itinerary, those definitely will be selling out. We have some solar eclipse sailings. It's a one-time sailing. So those are going to be very limited space. So if it's something you really want, I would definitely recommend booking early. And then, what we do is we can offer payment plans, which is really unique and able to put you on a budget to afford that family vacation or that, husband and wife or friends trip, And so that is really great. And then we also watch the pricing. So if for some reason you book 2 years out, and it's great, we've got the cabin, we've got everything we want. But as promotions change and as things change, if there's a better promotion, our advisors are always watching that for our clients. And we are watching the pricing. We're able to either get you an upgrade or get you onboard credits or something additional to make sure that you're getting the best value for that cabin.
That's really great. That really stands out because sometimes you might go to a place that, offers, of course, planning for vacations, and then you buy it and then you plan it. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute, but now this sale is going on. Right. Well, I didn't know about it, but that's not the case.
So we definitely watch that all the time for our clients. And we're very, honest and just say, hey, it is actually better if you upgraded because right now, let's say you only wanted that ocean view. You didn't want the balcony, but now we were able to find a promotion where you could upgrade into that balcony or a suite or something.
Absolutely. So folks, if you want to check out more information, cruisesinternational.com. And then how can people find more information about the virtual event?
Yeah, so our virtual event, you can either contact the office and we can send you the link, or you can go to our Facebook page and there is an event located on our Facebook page and you can register there. Make sure you also click the Zoom link on our event to make sure you register for the actual event and not just the Facebook event.
All right, there you go. So folks, if you want to check out more information, visit their website, cruisesinternational.com, or you can also call them as well too. This does wrap it up here for the first half hour of Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. When we come back, we'll talk about some more things here as well too. So of course, we'll talk about how people can find more information, join the team, and some other fun things as well. And when we get into the last part of the segment, we'll talk about some very cool in-person event as well that you don't want to miss out on. So stay tuned and we'll be back with more Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International here on WRMN AM 1410. The voice of the Valley, the talk of the town. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
10 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. 7 individuals were arrested in connection with driving under the influence during the recent No Refusal initiative by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. The effort spanned over St. Patrick's Day weekend and involved 11 law enforcement agencies, including the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police Troop 3. The arrest took place between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. The Elgin Public Museum hosting a special event for children up to the age of 5. It's happening Wednesday, April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. as part of Week of the Young Child. Located at 225 Grand Boulevard in Lawrence Park, the museum will feature stories, crafts, playtime activities, and complimentary vision screenings. The Naperville Police Department opening its doors for aspiring social workers, offering an unpaid internship in social services for the next academic year. The opportunity is tailored for those enrolled in a Masters of Social Work program or a similar field. Those interested can access further details and application instructions on the official City of Naperville website. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Well, oh my goodness, that was quite loud in my headphones there. Welcome back, folks, to Travel Tuesdays here with Cruises International. Of course, your vacation experts are ready for you, and they are ready to get you into smooth sailing when it comes to planning for your vacation. We've got here another comment here by Susanna, Matt, and Shauna. I am so excited, getting me excited to explore the possibility of looking to advise others on great destinations again. Great. Not to mention, I live near your office. Yes, always good to plan ahead.
Please give us a call. We would love to hear from you and talk to you about our different options as being an advisor with us.
Awesome. And folks, I was able to find here on the Facebook online event here. I will share it with you on the screen. This is the Virtual Explorer event, Alaska and Hawaii. If you do want to check it out, you'll be able to find it. There is also a Zoom link that you can find as well too. So you'll be able to find that. You can register there. Check out more information. It is the Virtual Explorer event with Cruises International. This will be coming up Tuesday, April 22nd at 6 p.m. Central Time. Join them and their guest experts for a wonderful virtual presentation from the comfort of your own home. Always good to start that early planning and registry. RSVP is required. That's 847-303-2020 or visit their website, cruisesinternational.com.
Right. So the virtual events are so great, Matt. You know, I know that during COVID, we all did virtual events very much, a lot, right? And I think that there was a lot that good that came out of that, where you can register for something and listen to it at your own pace. So that is what we are bringing back, the virtual events. We're very excited about having our different vendors do virtual events. We'll have one a month probably for the rest of the year. And those will be up on our website soon. But what we thought was, if you register, even if you work later or, maybe have sports that evening or something, you can always listen to it later. So register and we'll send you the link with the recording saying, hey, this is what we learned about Alaska. And with Alaska being such a short season, I want to just mention that why we're talking about that is really planning. When do you need to go to Alaska? What types of things? How do you book ahead? This upcoming Alaska season is about to start. It'll start in May and it'll end in September. And it is almost sold out.
Oh, wow.
For all cruise lines. We do have some space left, so don't feel like you've missed the boat. If you are interested in going, please do give us a call and we'll work with you. But a lot of limited space. So that's why we're looking at next year, right? So how do we get to Alaska next year? What is that perfect itinerary? What is that perfect date for you? And then planning ahead, So we're going to talk about that in our event and then also talk about Hawaii. So
definitely don't want to miss out. Awesome. That virtual event. We'll talk also more here too, if you want to go into a little bit more detail for payment plans.
Yeah. So that's where I really feel that this day and age, there's so many things that you have to do, right? We have to replace our refrigerator. We have to, there's all those life adulting things that we have to do. But the time is now to travel, and I think if we don't spend that time to plan for it and put aside some money and put aside that time, life will get away from us. So we really want to encourage our clients to put a payment plan. And you can do, you have to do the deposit, whatever the cruise line or tour operator requires for that upcoming deposit first. But then you can do as low as $50 a month or $100 a month, whatever it works for you to make that trip more affordable. Whether you're a working family still or retired, everyone's on a budgeted income, right? And if you can spend an extra $100 a month to make that dream vacation come true, it really does help. And then, that's why we say planning in advance. Obviously, you can't make a payment plan if you're traveling next month. It does have to be paid in full before you go. But when you plan out and you plan that summer vacation for next summer, you have all of this year to pay for it. And it really does help budget for those family vacations.
Now, is there a way people can find information on the different payment plans, or would you talk with the vacation expert?
Yeah, you're just going to talk with your advisor because they're going to be able to tell you, okay, your final payment is due in May of 26, so we could divide it out by the months, or we really work with you. There's no set, like it has to be X amount of dollars. It's whatever you want. We also have people who would just randomly call and say, hey, I got a bonus. Can you put down X amount of dollars? So we want to make this a journey, this experience as easy as it can be for you.
Absolutely. And so there's different payment plans, and they might kind of fluctuate a little bit here and there too when it comes to the different, whatever suits best for you and the cruise and all of that put together.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So definitely working with your advisor, but they'll come up with what works for you and be able to make it comfortable for you. And like I said, you don't have to, but we know this day and age, there's all these other things that you have to pay each month. So making it more of a monthly payment might make sure you get that family vacation or that anniversary trip that you've always dreamed about.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if this is interesting to you and maybe you might be interested in actually helping others as well, too, you can always join the team.
Of course. So we have all sorts of different advisors. We have employees that come into the office 4 to 5 days a week. We have independent contractors that kind of make their own schedule. And that's really what we're always looking for. You can be just a lover of travel. And if you have a passion for it, we want you to come join us and, tell your friends and family about it and have them come along with you. And, it's a great side career, or a lot of people have started it while they were still working. And then as they retire, they have built up their independent business that they're able to retire and still have a steady income and have money to travel.
Absolutely. Because we've talked about this many times before, is I think what's great is when you have the option to travel, more people are doing this where instead of, getting physical birthday presents and gifts and Christmas presents and things like that, it's celebrating and giving the gift of travel.
Yes. And really, Matt, I mean, that really does, this last week we were on vacation with my brother and his wife and his daughter, and just being away with family and, creating those memories. I can't tell you how many times the kids were over there giggling and making, funny dances and doing different things. And those memories are going to last a lifetime. That I can't ever say a gift that I've given them, as far as a physical gift that they're going to remember when they're well into their, their older ages.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Memories that last a lifetime.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, for those of you who are tuning in now on to WRMN, you might be familiar, of course, with the show Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. And the host, Tammy Scully, of course, many of you might know that she plays pickleball almost every day.
Yes.
So what better way to play pickleball? And you can also play it at sea, too. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, so we just returned from Celebrity. So I'm only going to just talk about Celebrity right this minute, but majority of the cruise lines, big or small, do offer pickleball at sea. But Celebrity, you have it up here on our Facebook page for any of you that are watching. They have an outdoor area. It's called the rooftop area, and it's an open area where at night they show movies, they play music, do concerts. There's a restaurant up there, a nice little bar. But during the day, on sea days, it's pickleball at sea. And let me just tell you, so my niece is an avid tennis player. She said, do not tell my coach I was playing pickleball. But she and my son went up there and they put their name on the list. There were people that were serious about their pickleball. They brought their own thing, their own rackets, whatever they called. I don't know if there's a name for them, but they played all day and they had an intermediate. Obviously it was more adults than children playing probably, but the adults were very kind to my son and my niece and just said, okay, here's some of the rules. They both knew majority of the rules, but they were very helpful and they did great. They, played up against some of these older adults but it's such a fun way to stay active at sea. And I'm telling you, there was a long list. There was, you got there for the intermediate and there was probably 20 people on the list looking to play. And then they had a tournament later on that day. Then they started all over the next day. They had an advanced area. So if you love to play pickleball and it's something that you enjoy, right? And I think a lot of people play pickleball just to stay active. Celebrity definitely had a great way. It was the days at sea. So when we were the first day at sea, it was a little too windy because it is at the top of the ship. So can't have pickleballs flying off of the ship. But it was a little too windy. So they weren't able to do it the first day, but the last 2 days they were able to. And man, people were up there early and up until late in the evening. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I think what's, of course, as we know too, if there's opportunities where you might not be able to do something because of the weather, remember that you can always find something to do.
Oh my gosh, there's always something to do. There's always something to do. When it rains, there's indoor activities, there's bingo, there's game shows, there's art auctions, there's lectures sometimes at sea even where they talk about different topics. And a lot of times on some of the smaller ships, they'll be talking about the destinations that they're going to and giving you more enrichment. So it's really such a fun, there's always something to do. And, and sometimes it's nice to just do nothing, sit on your balcony or sit in on a little bench and read a book or unwind and, disconnect with the sea.
Absolutely. A time to get away and to spend time with just yourself or maybe others that, friends and family.
Yeah.
It's that time to unwind a little bit.
I saw some people playing cards and different games. And I think that, it's really, like you said, just traveling with friends and family is such a fun way to see the world. And, when you're traveling with other people, sometimes people are like, I don't know if I can spend 7-10 days with these people. Right? You're not used to seeing them every day. The beauty of it is when you get off at the islands, everyone can go their own way or you have dinner different, you build in that time away so that you're still with your core family and, or spouse and then be able to reconnect at another point in the time. So it's there's so much to do. Like you said, so many different restaurants, so many different excursions and ways to see. But traveling together, then coming together and saying, what'd you guys do today? And, talking about your experiences is really so fun.
Absolutely. And again, it is never too early to book early. So you definitely want to hop on the sale there and sail away to make sure that you are secured with that. That's cruisesinternational.com. Check out more information. Call us cruise and vacation expert today. That's 1-800-255-7447. The time is 11:47. We are going to take our last time out here, and then we'll continue on talking more about some other things, including an in-person event. So stay tuned for that. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410. This is Travel Tuesdays, and we'll be back with more in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As the 2025 tax season unfolds, the Better Business Bureau is warning the public about the various schemes that con artists will employ in the coming weeks to steal your money, personal identity information, and peace of mind. According to the Internal Revenue Service, taxpayers lost $5.5 billion due to tax scams and fraud in 2023. This year, the tax filing deadline is the traditional April 15th. So here are some important tax time tips. Check out businesses before you hire them. The best way to avoid tax ID theft is to file your taxes as early as possible. Check out websites carefully and make sure you access the actual IRS website when filing your taxes electronically. Be wary of tax preparer offering fast refunds or large returns. If you get a written notice from the IRS about a duplicate tax return or any notice that additional taxes are owed, contact the IRS immediately. Don't give out your social security number unless you are 100% sure you are dealing with someone you trust. A message from the Better Business Bureau and your friends here at WRMN. Visit their website at bbb.org. All right, welcome back, folks, to Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International here on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. The time has flown by pretty fast already here, but of course, you can still watch us here on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Don't forget also, we will be making sure to post this video. If you actually do go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio, if you do search under our YouTube channel, so if you go to view our channel, we actually do have a playlist. So we're live right now. We do have playlists, and we actually do have on our playlist Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. So if you do want to check out any any of the other videos, please feel free to do so. We do have those readily available. And also on those videos, we do share links to Cruises International Facebook page and also to their website as well. So you never miss a beat.
Great. I love it, man. I love
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit here because we still have a little bit of time left, but I know it might fly by a little bit. We'll talk a little bit here about world cruises because there's so many different options out there for you. And we definitely want to talk about those too. So we've got world cruises here. We'll kind of hop on a little bit on that.
Yeah. So I just want to, mention so many people are like, oh my gosh, world cruise. There's no way. There's no way we could afford that. There's no way we could do that. But world cruises are actually, very popular, and a lot of people are talking about world cruises, and we have a lot of people that are working with their financial advisor and saying, I'm about to retire, I want to retire, and this is a goal of mine, is to do a world cruise, or maybe even a segment of a world cruise. So maybe not the whole around the world, but maybe 100 days or 60 days, which is a grand voyage. And I think that those are things that you don't just wake up one morning and say, I'm going to do a world cruise. You definitely have to plan for it. We had a gentleman call the other day, and he was, he's about a year out from retirement, and his goal is to sell his home and then for 6 to 9 months be on a cruise and then buy a home when he is done. So he thought, what better time to see the world than right after retirement? It's a gift to himself and his wife. And I think that that's such a great thing. He's working with his financial advisor. How can I afford this? What can we do? What do I have? So, the actual, amount of people who do world cruises are a lot more than you would think. Your neighbors are doing them. Your coworkers, things like that, they are doing them. We have a lot of people who work remote too. And so a lot of remote workers are finding that they have that balance and they can work from a ship or, from different places. There is Wi-Fi, whether you choose to take it or not. If you want to disconnect from that internet, you can. But if you choose to be working or available, there are computers that you can, computer areas, there's libraries. And a world cruise is just such a unique way to see the world and be at a different port, a different island, a different place, and it is a really great experience. So if you ever do want to talk about a world cruise, please do give us a call because there are several different lines that do world cruises or grand voyages. And we would work with you to make sure what is the most out of, what is your goal? What is the islands you're looking to go or the places you're looking to visit, and then find the right one for you.
Absolutely. I would say working on a cruise would be fun.
Yeah.
When you work at like a place here like at WRMN, we of course talk about, we use a lot of social media and things like that. So if I was on a cruise, I'd be like, hey, sharing on our Facebook page all the time. Hey, listen to WRMN. I'm here on this cruise. And that would be
there
a lot
you
of
go.
fun,
We should talk to your boss about that.
That would be fun. That would be fun. I'm sure you do
broadcasting live from the ship.
Yep. I'm sure you do the same thing too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. So very, very cool.
Yeah.
We've got only a couple minutes left. This has been flying by. So to end this segment here on Travel Tuesdays, let's go into a little bit more on the in-person event that's coming up on May 1st.
So we next month is Regent Seven Seas is our partner of the month. So on May 1st to kick off the month, we are having an in-person event for Regent. It is off location, so it's not at our office. So if you are interested in learning more about Regent Seven Seas, please do contact us and we'll work with you. Now, Regent is a more luxury ship. It's a smaller ship, all inclusive, right? So all of your beverages, Wi-Fi, excursions, all the specialty dining, everything is going to be included. Smaller ship feel though. So they have a brand new ship coming out. And what I am understanding is if you've sailed on Regent before, they're asking for you to come back. They've changed a lot over the years and they're wanting their clients who maybe haven't been on them for a while to try it again. So if it's something that you're interested in learning about the new Regent, the new updated and refreshed Regent, please give us a call and we would love to talk with you about our upcoming event on May 1st.
Very, very cool. So a little bit more on this event. So it's the Regent Seven Seas. So what can people kind of expect a little bit with, so would there be like a Zoom link for this event?
No, so this is in person.
Oh, that's
so
right,
this will be an offsite, not at our office. It'll be an offsite location. So we would need to talk with you, make sure, you know, how, if you're fit for the event and what you're looking for, and make sure that this would be, a cruise line that would be of your next interest. And, but it's a great way to learn about a cruise line. You're really immersed into, speaking with the representative from Regent and sitting there and talking with other like-minded travelers. And it's a really great way to meet others and learn about Regent.
Absolutely. Now, I know that we've been kind of putting in here and there about unwinding and staying away from social media. However, if you want to keep yourself up to date, please feel free to check out their website at cruisesinternational.com. You're also on, they're also on Facebook, Cruises International Vacations Land and Sea, as well as Instagram and also LinkedIn as well too. So if you do,
we do have a TikTok account too.
Is that right?
Just saying.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's awesome.
We're trying to put our feet in the water. So.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love that. Yep. And I'm telling you, with the social media and the technology that's growing, you want to make sure that you get on all those platforms because more and more people are going on them, and you want to get recognized. You want to share things. You want to connect with people. And with the expansion of technology and different platforms, of course, you're like, it's like us here at WRMN. We're no longer just the AM 1410 dial. We're on Facebook, YouTube. I mean, we're also
everywhere
too.
You gotta be.
So very cool. So, folks, thanks so much for joining us today. We still have about roughly less than a minute left here. So, is there any other plugins you wanted to announce to everyone?
No, I just really appreciate it. If you're looking to your next travel, we would love to help you. We do land vacations as well. So, if you're looking for that Disney trip, that all-inclusive trip, or maybe a land escorted trip, don't let our name fool you. We do all vacations, land and sea. So we would love to have the opportunity to serve you and, create a relationship with you for your next travel.
Absolutely. Shauna, thank you so much again for joining us here today. And folks, if you want to check out more information, that's cruisesinternational.com, giving you advice, guidance, peace of mind, and unique experiences in all things vacations, land and sea. Speak to a cruise and vacation expert today at 1-800-255-7447. That's 1-800-255-7447. Visit their website, cruisesinternational.com. Start that planning today, folks. Absolutely. And of course, stay tuned as we come into next month, talking more great cruises, all land and sea. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you again for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks again, folks. Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Morin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley in the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Tigers rallied to beat the White Sox 4-3 in Detroit on Sunday. Spencer Torkelson's two-run double gave the Tigers the win. Chicago starter Martin Perez limited Detroit to 1 run and 4 hits over 6 1/3. Andrew Vaughn had an RBI single for the Sox, while DH Andrew Benintendi left the game in the 5th inning due to left abductor tightness. The White Sox start a 3-game series in Cleveland on Tuesday. The Padres beat the Cubs 8-7 at Wrigley Field on Sunday. A Justin Turner error allowed Fernando Tatis Jr. to score the go-ahead run. That came in the 9th when Turner couldn't make the catch at first base to finish a double play. Kyle Tucker homered and drove in 3 runs for the Cubs in the loss. Nico Horner added 3 hits, but the Cubs saw their 5-game winning streak come to an end. Lefty Justin Steele scheduled to start today for the Cubs against Texas. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 44. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 12 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. I am currently in the process of getting Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International for April of 2025 up and running on our YouTube channel. Now, today on Travel Tuesdays, we did speak with Shauna about the vendor of the month, which is the Norwegian Cruise Line. We also discussed about the Norwegian news ship that's coming out, the Norwegian Aqua, as well as a virtual event for Norwegian. It's to Alaska and Hawaii. We talked about payment plans, in-person event for Regent Seven Seas, which is coming up May 1st, and also how to join their team. Also described here as well, we did go into detail on, of course, how to find out more information, visiting their website, cruisesinternational.com, as well as their Facebook page. On this next video, we'll have posted onto our YouTube channel pretty soon. We'll have in the description a link to their website as well as their Facebook page as well too. I also did speak with Shauna, and I'm going to be putting together kind of a monthly ad that we'll be doing because they do have their vendor of the month. And what we're going to be doing is having a monthly ad run for their vendor of the month. We'll be having it on the airwaves so that way you can stay in tune. And every month we'll change it so that you know exactly what the vendor of the month is. And we'll get those posted after the first Tuesdays of the month. So, so any of those vendors of the month, we'll make sure to post those, have them in the rotation after the episode of Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. So the vendor of the month this month is Norwegian Cruise Line. So I'll try to get an ad in as soon as possible for that, and we'll be hearing that throughout the month. And then the following month after that, she's going to send me information about their next vendor of the month. We'll have the Travel Tuesdays, first Tuesdays of the month, and then we'll have those ads running too. So kind of a good way to keep you up to date with what's going on with Cruises International, and so that they can get even more recognition as well too. So thank you so much to Shauna for always coming in and providing us with great information on Cruises International. If you want to check out more information, that's cruisesinternational.com. And yes, I do also have here, I did mention this earlier today too, we do have the playlist on our YouTube channel, Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. So if you do want to check that out, you can. Getting that video published, set, and ready to go. So you'll be seeing it pretty soon here on our YouTube channel. Yes, you can absolutely check that out. We'll try to remember to share it to our Facebook page as well too, so you can also see that as well once that is set and ready to go. Lots of fun things here on WRMN AM 1410. Lots of great places, services, and more that you can be a part of and you can check out for sure. Taking a look here, we've been having our wonderful Susanna Padilla in the comment section today with Cruises International during the Travel Tuesdays, talking about how she was a travel agent at one point, and she definitely is thinking about getting back into doing that, or into checking out Cruises International. I think that is fantastic. Also something here as well, too, a nice announcement. This is by Susanna. Thank you so much for sending me this. There is now the winners of the circus tickets as well too. So she says, congratulations to the circus ticket winners. Thank you so much for letting us know about that. We've got Jose Ramos and Ramon and family in Elgin. All of the winners are actually in Elgin. So that is very, very cool. Those are the winners of the Vasquez Circus April 11th at 7 p.m. show. So the winners have been now posted, and this is brought to you by the Rescue Our Children organization. Tune in every last Tuesday of the month for Miracles and Conversations with Susanna Padilla. So she's excited, of course, to announce the winners for the Vasquez Circus April 11th, coming up here at 7 p.m. And this is an amazing gesture of giving, sponsored by Rescue Our Children organization and others as well, too. Of course, all of you out there, too. So check out their website, rockousa.org. And they have the list of the winners out there, so congratulations. As well as here at WRMN Family Radio, excited for your family to enjoy and cherish these beautiful memories and moments that God has inspired Rocco as well to do. So special thanks out there as well. And great congratulations to the winners for these the Rocco USA giveaway for the circus tickets. To Jose Ramon and family, Adriana Martinez and family, as well as Manuel Ruiz, Janet Martinez, and Evelyn Martinez and families, respectively. So very nice. Just wanted me to announce that. And of course, I said, absolutely, I would love to. So thank you so much for that. Very, very cool. And tune in for the next Miracles and Conversations. You can actually find information at roccousa.org. So that is that has been posted. It'll be coming up April 22nd is when that will be. Share your miracles and call in from 10 to 11. It is also in English and also in Espanol as well, too. So please feel free to check that out. And if you go to the website, that is roccousa.org, you can find information on that. We also do have the video posted from the last one, which was March 25th. We had, of course, the first show there with co-host Cinnamon of Cinnamon Dance Studios as well, too. Very nice gentleman. And a great show to check out as well. And view their website. That's roccousa.org for more information. Very, very good. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today to WRMN AM 1410 as we broadcast live here from Studio 14. We are serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Now, of course, we also do like to keep you up to date with local news as well. I did receive a flyer here, information from Marky B here. And actually, it was a post made by our very own John Prigge had posted this. So this is what had happened recently was... Let me see if I can find it on Facebook here so that we can pull it up for you. There was a recent fire that was set as well, or there was a recent fire that was had been made very recently here. So it was in the unincorporated Dundee area, and we'll definitely talk a little bit about this here too. I know that Marky B is going to be talking a little bit about it as well too. So let me see if I can pull it up and find it for you so that you know. So this was posted about 2 hours ago here. Thank you to John Prigge for mentioning this, and thank you, of course, to Marky B for letting us know about this as well too. So this was a recent one that did come out. The East Dundee and Countryside Fire Protection District responded at approximately 7:03 a.m. Monday, April 7th on Route 25 in the unincorporated Dundee for a building fire. The first East Dundee Fire Department personnel arrived at 7:08 a.m. The crews found a fully involved silo with no exposures. The extinguishment operations were initiated. Incident command was established due to the lack of hydrants in the area. A rural fire operation was conducted without incident. The fire was brought under control quickly, and units were returned upon completion. No civilians or firefighters were injured. The cause of the fire was undetermined. So that is currently posted on there, that press release there. So that was posted onto John Prigge's page there. So thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you, Marky B, for sharing that with us as well too. And that recently did happen. So we'll definitely be talking a little bit about this tomorrow on the morning show. So stay tuned for that here as we keep you up to date with things that are happening locally here within the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The time is 12:15. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick time out. When I come back, we'll just briefly read through some things here. What is the National Day calendar? We'll go through some other reminders as well, too. What do we have to celebrate today as well? And also go through some things locally here within the Fox River Valley on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Don't forget, at 12:30, we'll be in our Tradio segment, really starting more at 12:34. That'll be the time to call into the show. Text us if you would like to, or comment on YouTube. Lots of great ways that you can keep yourself in tune and connected at all times here on WRMN AM 1410. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant. They've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. they've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
Theriault Booth, a leading local law firm, is located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. That Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International for today has now been uploaded and posted onto our YouTube channel, so you'll be able to find that as well, too. It is under the Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International playlist that you can find. Also on the recently posted videos that you can find as well, too, on our channel. That is youtube.com at WRMN Radio. And don't forget also here, too, that we've got the White Sox playing today. The first pitch starts at 3:10. We have the pregame show starting at 2:30, and then the pre-game show with Derek from On the Rise. That's Derek Geyer with On the Rise on Saturdays from 8 to 10. Him and Mike Napolitano do a fantastic job ensuring that you get the information needed when it comes to local sports as well. So he'll be coming on at 2 o'clock. So Talk Time with Tammy and Friends will be returning again tomorrow, which means Tammy can go out and play pickleball in Nashville if she wants to. spend some time with family as well too and friends. So that's fantastic. We have some beautiful weather outside today. It is gorgeous outside. So if you have an opportunity to do so, go outside today. It's a beautiful day. We're seeing current temperatures right now, kind of staying in the 40s. So a little bit chilly, but you can't complain too much with the beautiful sunshine and the blue skies. We see a low of 31 degrees for tonight. That is the prediction. Heading on into Wednesday tomorrow, we do see showers early, becoming a little bit more on the steady side of rain later in the day. 70% chance of rain predicted as of right now throughout the day. I know a couple hours before it was predicted at like a 90% chance, or maybe it was 80. So it has gone down a little bit. So, but still predicted to be showers. Low of 35 degrees for tomorrow night. Heading on into Thursday, the 10th, we see cloudy, slight chance of rain showers, high of 46 and a low of 33 is predicted. High of 52 predicted for Friday with a low of 31. Partly cloudy skies throughout the entire day. Into Saturday, it's going to be beautiful, mostly sunny, and a high of 60 degrees. Beautiful spring day, if I say so myself. Definitely a good day to go outside, enjoy a nice picnic, maybe do some fishing, or just spending time with family and friends outdoors. Soak up the sun. We've got here partly cloudy skies during the evening, giving way to cloudy skies overnight, with a low of 42 degrees for Saturday. Sunday rolls around here, the 13th. We do see mainly cloudy skies, but a high of 64 degrees heading on into Sunday night with a low of 52, mainly cloudy outside. And then into next Monday here, partly to mostly cloudy predicted as of right now, but a high of 74 degrees with a low of 44, few clouds for Monday night. So we hope you're all enjoying the morning so far here. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can feel free to call into the show here today at 847-931-1410. You can text us at 505-926-1410. Or, of course, feel free to let us know in the chat. That's on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So, of course, we took a look at the weather. We gave you a little sneak peek on what's going to be coming up for the later part of the day today. Don't forget also from 1 until 2 o'clock, we do have What's Cooking Today with Michael Horn. Today he's going to be talking a little bit about Parkinson's Awareness Month, because it is the month of Parkinson's Awareness. That's the month of April. So we'll be talking with us a little bit on that, as well as too on Mastering Your Health with Dr. Jeff Bark. He does have Dr. Jeff Bark on occasionally on the show, so he'll be talking a little bit about mastering your health in honor of Parkinson's Awareness Month. Also going to be talking a little bit here on tips for some tasty Easter and spring fun with special guest Lindt Master Chocolatier Chef Ann Zaza as well. So sounds like a good time if you want to tune in. That'll be coming up from 1 until 2 o'clock today. That's What's Cooking, and you can find more information at what'scookingtoday.com. We also do have a political talk show tonight that is from 4 until 6. Now, remember here, too, that we do have the game that's playing as well. So we'll have to double check on that. But that game, that is the White Sox game, will definitely be on starting at 3:10 for the first pitch, starting actually with the pregame at 2:30. So might just be on YouTube, or you can just tune in through that AM 1410 dial. That's where you're going to be able to, of course, tune in to, of course, the White Sox game, as we are home of the White Sox. That is Chicago White Sox. How cool is that? That we get to play them on the airwaves here. I think that's just so cool, right? I mean, how many people do you know out there that have a job and they say, "Hey, guess what? Our business, our organization, our whatever plays the White Sox game." I mean, that's pretty cool, right? That's something to be very proud of, too. So it's pretty exciting for sure, especially on a nice sunny day like today. You can definitely tell I'm chipper. I try to always be chipper as best as I can. I got my cup of coffee ready to go, continuing on throughout the day, and we're set and ready. We still have a couple minutes left here before we head on into our Tradio segment. So what I'm going to do here is we'll just go through some other things, what are happening locally here within the Fox River Valley area, and we'll talk about some of that here too. Coming up, we did have yesterday some good interviews with Top Flight Volleyball Club in Elgin. Like I've been saying here, I'm hoping to get more clubs and organizations onto the station, and it just not necessarily here, also just on Out to Lunch, but other shows as well too. We want to make sure that you do get that as well too. Organizations, I mean, we've got on Dino's Night Out, we've had the Knights of Columbus on organization. So we do also like to get organizations on here too. I want to hope to get a little bit more, especially during the Out to Lunch segment, clubs and organizations, so that you know what are some good clubs around the area of the Fox River Valley. So that was yesterday. Today, of course, we did have Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. On Thursday, I am having Meredith Flowers, who is the Director of Institutional Advancement and Marketing, coming into the station to talk about the Rouse Center for the Arts, which is a fantastic arts program and theater to go to. They're going to be having a production of Pure Imagination, which will be April 11th through till the 19th. So we'll talk a little bit with her on that. That will be coming up at 10 o'clock on Thursday. And then, of course, on Friday, we do have life experiences with William Pellerinos. He's also in the works of getting some more guests on here as well, lawyers and attorneys. Also, there too, and some other guests. So definitely stay tuned for that. We got a lot of good things here on WRMN AM 1410. Also, don't forget to tune in, of course, to the morning show with Marky B and Susie C. Marky B is back in the house here again with Susie C. The question of the day today, that's the Susie C's Q, Susie C's question of the day was, what was your favorite cereal growing up? Mine was Count Chocula. That was my favorite growing up. I also did really like Lucky Charms as well, too. Always enjoyed it. And when you had Count Chocula, it made the milk more chocolate. I mean, it made it more chocolatey. So that was something I always enjoyed, because growing up, I loved chocolate milk. I couldn't have it too much because it did upset my stomach a little bit. And I'm still kind of that way too with dairy. I'm very, very slightly dairy intolerant. I speak as I have coffee with a lot of creamer in it, but apparently the coffee creamer I have is actually, there's not dairy in it. So I guess it's dairy free, right? But I do like getting a half and half if I do go out for a coffee. But nonetheless, still, that was the question of the day, and maybe you've got an answer. Feel free to text us. Still going on throughout the day. Absolutely. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are going to be going into our Tradio segment. Coming up next into this next segment. That'll be the time to call into the show. 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You'll be able, of course, to text us at 505-926-1410 if you would like to do that. Let us know what you're looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. We'll also go into more detail on things happening locally here, some fun things to do. Yesterday, we touched base quite a bit on some fun Easter activities to partake in, so definitely stay tuned for that. We'll talk more in just a bit. You are listening to The Voice of the Valley, the talk of the town. We are broadcasting here from Studio 14, serving you, the listeners, the Fox River Valley area. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department actively participating in National Crime Victims' Rights Week, observed from April 6th through the 12th. This year's theme, Kinship, underscores the power of connection and listening to the voices of victims. The Kane County Division of Transportation is set to enhance driver safety by installing recessed reflective pavement markers over 131.5 miles of county highways. It starts the week of April 14th and is subject to weather conditions. The initiative begins in the county's northern region and then moves southward. Kane County is embracing a modern approach to recycling education with the launch of Recycle Coach. The initiative is a collaboration with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and offers free access to a web tool and mobile app designed to answer recycling questions instantly. Key features include the What Goes Where database for proper disposal guidance. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 36 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
All right, welcome back, folks, and you are listening to WRMN AM 1410. This is Out to Lunch. We're taking you out to lunch. Today, we did talk a little bit about technology with the screens before bedtime and how, making sure that you balance that out, giving some time to rejuvenate and relax outside of the technology before you go to bed, right? 30 to 60 minutes or so. And we also did talk a bit with Travel Tuesday, actually quite a bit here with Shauna White, who is the president of Cruises International in Hoffman Estates. Check out more information at cruisesinternational.com. You can view the latest in travel and cruises. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity as well. So that has now been posted onto our YouTube channel, as well as a nice little gesture and reminder to check it out on YouTube on our Facebook page, WRMN 1410 Radio. We also did tag Cruises International with them as well, too. So if you do follow us on Facebook, which, of course, there's no excuse not to, you can also check out other different places that we like to, of course, promote as well, and that is Cruises International. So we do have that linked to their YouTube or to their Facebook account too. So if you want to check that out, give them a nice like and a follow. If you want to send them an email, have any questions, you can email them or check out their website, cruisesinternational.com. That's where you can go to. So you can definitely absolutely find that as well. And it has also been, again, posted onto our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in today. Our subscriber count is going up. We're at 1.16 thousand now, and we couldn't have done it without you, the listeners out there. We also want you to know, of course, that we're here for you, and we're here for you when it comes to especially advertisements. If you would like to advertise here on WRMN, if you want to inquire information on that, we can tailor to your needs, especially with the nice sunny weather that's coming up here too. Let us know. Email us, sales@WRMN1410.com, or also info@WRMN1410.com. Let's take a look here and a dive into our Tradio segment. If you are looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area, now is the time to call into the show here at 847-931-1410. Let us know what you've got to get out of your house, out of your attic, basement, closet, barn, wherever it might be, the drawers. Maybe you've got little items, you've got a bottle collection. You're like, I don't need these bottles anymore. They're just literally sitting on a shelf and I don't need them anymore. So you give them away if you like, sell them if you want. This is the opportunity for you to say, hey, I've got this item. I'm waving it in front of your face here too. And if you want to send over some pictures, you can also do that. 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. Always got some good people calling in, sending in great pictures, especially get a lot of different pictures of people, different things during the morning show. So like during the morning show, we talked about, of course, what was everyone's favorite cereal. Hampshire Mayor Mike Reed said he was a big fan of the Crispix cereal. Commander Mark Smith said the Kellogg's Sugar Smacks was his favorite. We've got Dave here saying buckwheat cereal. Lots of other good ones out there too when it comes to that. The Sugar Smack is another one someone did say here. Fast Eddie said that. And a whole lot more. So feel free, of course, to check that out too. I always like when people, say what they like here. Northwest West said he personally never enjoyed sweets even as a kid. His favorite was the Crispix, and today it's Wheat Chex. So, and then his junior eats Reese's Puffs every morning. Reese's Puffs, yes, eat them up. Those were good too. I enjoyed those when I was a kid, but my favorite was the Count Chocula. Back to the Tradio side of things here. We do have a Tradio caller called in. That is Bob calling in here from a couple days ago. Actually, it was yesterday. He is now lowering the price on the Makita brand chainsaw for $350. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to him. That is 847-8813. That's 847-8813 is that number to dial. He also does have a couple of those buckets of deck screws. They're 2.5 inches long and they are coated. The asking price on that is $70 each. So please feel free to reach out. That's 847-847-8813. We do have a caller on hold. Let's take it to the phone lines here. Hello there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Hello. I got a 77 Corvette for sale. I'm asking $5,000 the best offer. I'm here in Elgin. You can reach me at 630-400-2730, 630-400-2730. Thank you.
Got that info. We'll pass it along. Thanks again. All right, we've got Tradio caller number 1 for today. Let me make sure I mark this down. I already had his info, so that is good. That is the 8th, or it is on the 8th. That is today. We've got that information copied and pasted there. He has that 1977 Corvette for sale. The asking price is $5,000 or best offer. Feel free to reach out to him. He is located in Elgin. That number to dial is 630-400-2730. That's 630-400-2730. That's the number to dial. Another Tradio caller here has a filing cabinet for sale. It's a black metal filing cabinet. It's got 4 drawers, so a good amount of storage, and has a lock and key for just $20. If anyone is interested, take this off her hands. You might need a little bit of something, maybe something to pick it up with, so you don't want to carry it yourself. But if you are interested, she can also send you pictures. She's located out in Genoa. That number is 847-951-9762. 847-951-9762 is that number. Another Tradio caller. Pardon me, I had to take a sip of water. This is Greg calling in, looking for those bicycles, the Schwinn bicycles, late 1800s to the 1970s, parts, pieces, and or accessories. They can really be in any condition. He also has here too, he's looking for those vintage Omega watches, men's and women's watches, and also the diver style watches. He is, again, a collector, not a dealer, so he will pay a good price for those, and also cash in hand. He has that cash in hand if anyone is interested. So that is very good. If you are interested, also, he does have, let me see here if I can go back down the page. He also does have for sale a Toro power shovel powered by an electric cord. It works great for $20. Also has a Toro electric blower for sale in good shape for $10. You can reach out to him at 847-884-6033. That is, again, 847-884-6033. That's Greg. We have a Tradio caller. This is Elliot. He came into the Out to Lunch show about, it was 2 weeks ago, maybe, roughly 1.5 weeks ago, talking about Indiana Jones collectibles items that he's looking for. So if you are interested, give him a text. That number is 224-385-6690. That's 224-385-6690. That's the number to dial. Another Tradio caller here has a country house for sale located on Plato Road, 7 miles west of Elgin. It's on 1.5 acres of land, 5-bedroom home for $359,000. And if you are interested, you can call the owner, Linda. That number is 847-269-5200. So that's 847-269-5200. Another Tradio caller here. This is Wood by Jeff in Peru, Illinois. Now, he still has an Elber in those boxes of literature. So if anyone's interested in those boxes of literature, he's got them there for you. Also has a bunch of woodworking catalogs. If anyone's interested, a box of those. He also does have things that are related to the horse industry. So you can text him. That's 630-365-9488. Again, 630-365-9488. We have a Tradio caller here. She has a lot of stuff for sale, including a love seat and sofa. The asking price on these is $400, and they're both in good shape. She also has 2 end tables and a coffee table for $125 for those. And then she also does have some other things that she can show people. So that is 847-695-9881, or also 847-502-4612. Those numbers are available. We'll take it back to the phone lines here. Hi there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
I hope you can understand me. My voice isn't so great.
Oh, no worries.
I'm looking for some weights, the 2-pound weights. If anybody has any out there, going to put them in a garage sale or something, maybe they can give me a call. My number's 847-717-3028. 847-717-3028.
All right, sounds good. We'll pass that message along. Thanks for calling in today to Tradio.
Okay, toodaloo.
All right, you too. Bye-bye now. I love it when she says that. Toodaloo. Very nice. Thanks for calling in here. She is looking for some weights, some 2-pound weights for exercising. Maybe someone out there has them laying around. Maybe you've got them at a garage sale. So please feel free to reach out to her if you have them. That number to dial is 847-717-3028. That's 847-717-3028. And then another Tradio caller here, Motorcycle Tony, is looking for those Japanese motorcycles. They can be in any condition. They can be working, not working. He also does have cash in hand and also a trailer to transport those too. He's in the Schaumburg area. He is also looking for Honda scooters. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out. That is 630-335-3312. I know someone did call in a couple days ago. That's 630-335-3312. The time is approaching 12:47. We are going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN, talking more on what's happening locally here within the Fox River Valley. So, of course, stay tuned.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
As the 2025 tax season unfolds, the Better Business Bureau is warning the public about the various schemes that con artists will employ in the coming weeks to steal your money, personal identity information, and peace of mind. According to the Internal Revenue Service, taxpayers lost $5.5 billion due to tax scams and fraud in 2023. This year, the tax filing deadline is the traditional April 15th. So here are some important tax time tips. Check out businesses before you hire them. The best way to avoid tax ID theft is to file your taxes as early as possible. Check out websites carefully and make sure you access the actual IRS website when filing your taxes electronically. Be wary of tax preparer offering fast refunds or large returns. If you get a written notice from the IRS about a duplicate tax return or any notice that additional taxes are owned, contact the IRS immediately. Don't give out your social security number unless you are 100% sure you are dealing with someone you trust. A message from the Better Business Bureau and your friends here at WRMN. Visit their website at bbb.org. All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We still have about 9 minutes left here in this segment. We, of course, are still taking those Tradio announcements. So if you are interested in purchasing, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, feel free to call into the show today. That's 847-931-1410. Again, that's 847-931-1410. That's the number to dial. Let us know if you are looking to purchase anything, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. We like to keep you up to date and in the loop with what's going on here on WRMN, what's going on here also within the area. We always like to keep you in tune to that. Let's take it to the phone lines. Hi there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I have a 1988 Bayliner boat. It's fiberglass, and it's 17 foot long. It's like new. It's been used very little, and has a real nice trailer, 85 horsepower motor. It's got a full windshield. It's got an open bow up front. There's with seats, and there's room. There's a lot of room for like 6 people, and it's in really nice shape. So it's the season to buy a boat. So make me an offer, and I have a 1946 1-ton Chevy truck that's all together. It's an old graveyard truck, and my phone number is 847-464-5830. 847-464-5830. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll pass that message along. Thanks so much for calling in.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, bye-bye now. All right, we've got Tradio caller number 3. Yes, very good. He has for sale a couple things. He has a 1988 Bayliner boat for sale. It's fiberglass, 17 foot long, and used very little, so it's in good condition. And he also does have a trailer that comes, I should make sure to put this down here, that comes with it too. It is also 85 horsepower motor on there. Lots of space for people, which is fantastic. And you can make him an offer on that. So if you are interested, please feel free to do that. He also does have a 1946 Chevy 110 truck for sale. It is an old graveyard truck, and you can let him know more information about that. If you want to know more information about that, you can reach out. That number to dial is 847-464-5830. That's 847-464-5830. Lots of good Tradio callers today. We had the first one here, the 77 Corvette for $5,000 or best offer. That's 630-400-2730. Got the Tradio caller looking for some weights, 2-pound weights for exercising. That number is 847-717-3028. And then finally here, we have the other Tradio caller that did call in today. That is Tradio caller looking for has the 1988 Bayliner boat for sale, and also the 1946 Chevy 110 truck. That's 847-464-5830. Lots of good Tradio callers. We still have a couple minutes left. If you are interested, the phone lines are open for you, the listeners. That's 847-931-1410. You can also text us at 505-926-1410 if you do want to text us. You're more than happy and welcome to do that. Let's take a look here. We did go to, let me see. We talked a little bit about our YouTube channel, some other plugins as well, too. Wanted to talk to you a little bit more on what is happening locally here within the Fox River Valley area. We'll keep you in tune with that. If you do like winding down a little bit on a Wind Down Wednesday, and maybe you also want to socialize with people, right? So you like to socialize, maybe you're a social drinker, but have you heard of doing that with yoga? Well, let me tell you, there is Friendship Yoga and Wine with the Dundee Township Park District. This sounds pretty interesting. So this gives you an opportunity. It's coming up April 9th at 6 p.m., so that is tomorrow. Come celebrate spring with an evening of friendship, yoga, and wine. The evening begins with a time of gathering while enjoying a complimentary glass of wine. Cash bar is also available. The class follows, offering a variety of yoga styles. Beginners to advanced are welcome. How cool is that? No online registration will be accepted. No program registration will be accepted at the Randall Oaks Golf Course. All participants must register in person prior to attending this event. So must be 21 or older to participate. The gathering time is from 6 to 7 p.m. No drinks are served after 7. And then class time is 7 to 8. So you get to do some fun yoga while being a little bit more maybe at peace winded down a little bit with that glass of wine in you. So that is Friendship, Yoga, and Wine with the Dundee Township Park District. It's coming up tomorrow at 6 p.m. If you do love all things Disney, there is a trivia night coming up at Atlas Chicken. That's tomorrow at 6 p.m. You can enjoy that. Test your Disney knowledge at Preservation's Disney Trivia Night. From classic animated films to Pixar favorites, yes, I used to dream of working for Pixar one day when I was a little kid. This is your chance to show off your inner Disney fan. Gather your crew, grab a drink, and let the magic begin. Prizes, fun, and nostalgia is definitely guaranteed. That nostalgia there. All-time favorite Pixar movie, The Incredibles. I loved it. I remember, now here's some nostalgia for you. I remember when they first started promoting The Incredibles. I thought it was for the tissue commercial. Okay, so do you know the tissue commercial? It's like the animated tissue commercial. You've seen it before. You've seen it. The Puffs tissue. It's like I don't know if it's claymation or I think it's animated. I thought that when I had first seen those promos, I was like, what's the this must be the tissue commercial. This is a new tissue commercial. That's what I thought it was, because they originally just had like promos. And I remember sitting on the Disney bus because we went to Disney World. It was I think it was 2000. It must have been 2003 because The Incredibles came out 2004, I believe. And they had the promos on there. It was The Incredibles. And they had Edna Mode, they had Violet, they had Dash. And I thought to myself, I was like, it looks like the kids from the Puffs tissue commercial. So I was like, oh, is this a tissue commercial? That's what I had thought it was. So I was like, they're promoting this must be a new Puffs tissue commercial. I don't know. Kind of interesting, right? That's what I thought when I first saw The Incredibles and the first promo of it. Like, I better get some tissues. Buy some tissues for them. The Incredibles. That's what it is now. They're rebranding. It's no longer Puffs. It's called The Incredibles tissues. That's what that's what I thought it was. I still remember sitting on the bus and looking at that and be like, interesting. I'm intrigued. This does wrap it up here for Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. We hope that you have been enjoying your morning so far here. Stay tuned. We're going to be having here, of course, Mike Horn with What's Cooking Today. What is cooking today? You'll find out here in just a bit.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Marin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley and the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Public Museum hosting a special event for children up to the age of 5. It's happening Wednesday, April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. as part of Week of the Young Child. Located at 225 Grand Boulevard in Lawrence Park, the museum will feature stories, crafts, playtime activities, and complimentary vision screenings. The Naperville Police Department opening its doors for aspiring social workers, offering an unpaid internship in social services for the next academic year. The opportunity is tailored for those enrolled in a Masters of Social Work program or a similar field. Those interested can access further details and application instructions on the official City of Naperville website. 7 individuals were arrested in connection with driving under the influence during the recent No Refusal initiative by the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. The effort spanned over St. Patrick's Day weekend and involved 11 law enforcement agencies, including the Kane County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police Troop 3. The arrest took place between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. Currently, it is 36 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit VaxAssist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Baby.
Sonoma County Vintners Association encourages you to open your favorite bottle of wine and share it with family and friends. Why not try more talking than texting, more social engagement and less social media? And let's spend time with real friends and not computer-generated ones. Wine is family, friends, and connections. Wine is us. Cheers to us. Brought to you by Sonoma County Vintners. Enjoy responsibly.
Live across America, Mike Horn and What's Cooking on CRN Digital Talk Radio.
Welcome to What's Cooking Today. I am Michael Horn on the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. We call the program What's Cooking Today. Madison Hernandez is with us. Got some great guests. Who do we have today, Madison?
We have Dr. Jeff Barkey helping us master our health because April is Parkinson's Awareness Month.
Yeah, he's got a great, he's got his own radio show now. And you can hear it on the weekends here at CRN. We'll tell you more about it here as we get into the whole thing. Who else is with us today?
Then we have Lint Master, chocolatier, chef, and Chaya giving us top tips for thinking outside the Easter basket for tasty Easter spring fun.
You say Lint Master, chocolate, chief or chef, chief chef. Let me just say this, okay? Lint chocolate is possibly my favorite chocolate. Have you had those little round balls of chocolate with the nice soft centers and you kind of suck on those? Oh, boy. Having a bad day just kind of melts it away. You like those, Madison?
Those are so good. Some of the best. I like their white chocolate, too.
You like the white chocolate?
Yeah.
Corey Marino's pressing the buttons today for us, technically. Corey, you like those Lint chocolates?
I like any candy, so anything sweet, I'll have it.
Easy. Yeah, how about that Florida team there? They won by 2 points, and they beat Houston.
They
dreaded
beat Houston. Dreaded Houston.
Yeah. Didn't the one kid on Florida? He was enamored with the young youth reporter that was interviewing him, didn't he? And he was like all gaga over her when she was talking. After he made a shot or something, she asked him about it. He was like, I just a shot. It was I shoot the ball, I feel good, And so now. Maybe there's a romance springing from this thing. Hope springs eternal. What can I tell you? Basketball college is over now. Take a deep breath. Let it out. Now we got the NBA playoffs. All right, it's got calendar days for you today. On our big calendar, if we look up there today and spin the wheel a little bit, it's National Empanada Day today. These are those savory or sweet pastries. Yar, meaning to coat in bread. And their roots trace back to Portugal and Galicia, where they emerged during the Moorish invasion in medieval Iberia. And the first recorded empanada recipe appeared way back in 1520 in the Catalan cookbook, featuring seafood fillings. That was the first one that they put in there in the thing. And then empanadas later spread to Latin America through Spanish colonization in the 16th century. Traditionally, they were large pies cut into slices for easy transport and often filled with seafood, pork, or vegetables in a tomato garlic sauce. I like empanadas, warm, and it's got to have the right type of breading on it. It can't be too, hard to bite through or anything, get a chisel in the thing. You got to have them nice and soft and good. So have a great empanada today. Also, it's Zoo Lovers Day today. A lot of people, pro and con, don't like zoos anymore. Get the animals, set them free in my backyard. But this, I believe we're getting a call. Thank you. Celebrates the long history and global fascination with zoos today. They go back to the 7th century BC. The Greeks, then later on the Romans, kept animals for both public display and research. Ancient zoos even existed in Egypt, Asia, and Mexico, where the Aztec emperor maintained a large zoo with like 300 zookeepers. Wow, they were on display too? Well, maybe not. Okay, and modern zoos began in 1752 with the Imperial Menagerie in Vienna, and by 1828, the Zoological Society of London opened a zoo at Regent's Park, sparking a global expansion of zoos. It's also Parkinson's Awareness Month. We're going to be talking about that with Dr. Jeff Barkey coming up here in a bit, encouraging us to participate in one of the more events that you support to get further research and bring us closer to a cure for Parkinson's. We'll talk more about that as we continue straight ahead. It is What's Cooking Today. I'm Michael Horn. Thanks so much for joining us.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Sarah. She loves her motorcycle. What she doesn't love is when it suddenly rains. As she sits underneath a bridge waiting for it to stop, she grows quite fond of the graffiti on the overpass. She really likes the one with John Hart's Claire and wonders if they're still together. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes and see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-785-9618. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Call right now and receive a free gift. Call 1-800-785-9618. Donate your car today. That's 1-800-785-9618.
It's time for us to be mastering your health with Dr. Jeff Barkey. I'm Michael Horn. Thanks again for joining us. What a great segment here. Dr. Jeff Barkey, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, Mike, great to be with you. Ready to roll.
Ready? Always have you ready to roll here today. Dr. Barkey is that board-certified primary care physician, been in private practice over 25 years in Orange County, California, and he brings his information and thoughts to us every week at this time on the show. Board-certified primary care physician, and by the way, author. He's got 3 books out there. We'll talk about that in a bit. Dr. Barkey, I thought we'd kick this segment off with talking a little bit about this month of April. It's Parkinson's Awareness Month. And Parkinson's is a dastardly disease. There's no cure for it. We want to try to find it. Give us your thoughts, first off, on the thought of Parkinson's disease. Where are we here in our research?
Well, I don't agree with your statement that says there's no cure for it. Certainly there isn't like a couple Tylenol or Advil you can take for a headache and it goes away. But I view it through a very different lens, Mike. So first of all, Parkinson's disease it's described as a progressive, continues to go and gets worse over time, neurodegenerative disorder. By the way, neurodegenerative disorders, you know what else is thought of as a neurodegenerative disorder is Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So we're in this realm now of trying to treat inflammation like we do other parts of the body that are now affecting the brain. And even Alzheimer's is often described as now as type 3 diabetes. The same mechanisms that lead to diabetes may in fact lead to Alzheimer's and dementia. So Parkinson's is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder, and it's characterized by motor symptoms, primarily things like tremors, especially when you're resting, what's called bradykinesia, very slowness of movement, rigidity, your body is very stiff, it doesn't move fluidly, shifting gait, shuffling gait. Sometimes you'll see people as they walk that their gait kind of shuffles. That's characteristic of Parkinson's. Sometimes slurred speech, and often what is described as a mask face, meaning there's not a lot of expression because they don't move their face very well. So it almost looks like they're in a bit of a stupor. Interestingly, though, their cognition is spared. They're crystal clear. They have good cognition, thought, and so forth. It's mainly a motor neuron problem. So there are traditional treatments that we've used since almost literally the beginning of time, and that is we treat with dopamine agonists, products called levodopa or carbidopa, because it's believed that Parkinson's affects the dopamine centers in the brain. There are some other drugs that we use primarily simply to treat symptoms, not whatever the underlying cause is. That's a little bit mysterious, but we know has to do with neuroinflammation. Then, nobody wants to talk about this because there's no money in it and pharma can't patent it, but there's a whole range of very good holistic interventions that may in fact make a huge difference, such as supporting mitochondrial health. And there's a variety of supplements that are available to do that, including CoQ10, NAD, which has really come on strong in the holistic health world, acetylcarnitine, alpha-lipoic acid, glutathione, which is the body's master antioxidant that many people, especially with Parkinson's, are deficient in. Magnesium is really important because it can cross the blood-brain barrier. And coming on strong down the final stretch is methylene blue. You got to be careful with it and use it properly. But methylene blue can really help with the electron carrier process in mitochondrial health and can, in some Parkinson's patients, make a huge difference. There's a whole range of other holistic health interventions that we use, gut-brain access things like using probiotics and various ways to repair the leaky gut, detoxifying from heavy metals and environmental toxins. Mike, you and I have talked about this before, different ways of detoxifying. And then I've got a whole list of other ways that Parkinson's folks may consider intervention to try to get them better. And interestingly, physical activity, of course, is really important, and maybe the best physical activity or intervention is for a Parkinson's patient to play ping pong. Eye-hand coordination and movement.
Oh, because of the hand-eye coordination, that kind of thing, huh?
Exactly.
All right, so you listed a lot of stuff there. So okay, so I stand corrected here. I had friends with Parkinson's disease, and I've watched it, but again, they just took pharma stuff, pills and stuff to try to manage the tremors and that kind of thing. You're talking about things in the body. What I do remember, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the Parkinson's is the interrupting of the receptors, whatever you call it, going to the brain when you transmit things out. And my buddy would say that he'd go to brush his teeth and you think you're going to brush, up and down, and your hand starts moving sideways. That's neurotransmitters get interrupted. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we can get scientific-y and technical, but I'm not sure that's helpful for the audience. But there's an area of the brain called the substantia nigra, and that's where the dopamine neurons hang out. And that's the area that seems to be most affected. And then there are ways from an imaging standpoint to specifically look at that through various PET scans and radiographic procedures to actually look at that. But the problem is we've been doing this for 50 years, maybe 100 years, looking at the brain, understanding that there's some dopaminergic pathway that's being affected, and then we throw a bunch of chemicals at it to try to stabilize that dopamine part of the brain. All we're doing with every Parkinson treatment that I'm aware of is simply treat the symptoms. And so if somebody's got, anxiety, we give them anti-anxiety medicines. We use various anticholinergic medicines to treat the rigidity and so forth. So we just treat symptoms because we don't really know how to treat the underlying cause. But I look at the big picture. We know how to treat the underlying cause. First of all, my belief is that the body has remarkable abilities to heal itself if we support it properly. God made us with these powers to heal itself, and so we need to support that. So some of these holistic interventions are really designed to help the body heal itself, healing the mitochondrial pathways, making sure that we get rid of heavy metals and stop with any toxic exposures. Red light therapy can be fantastic. As a matter of fact, red light, infrared light in the 810 nanometer wavelengths has been shown that can actually penetrate the skull and stimulate mitochondrial activity in the brain. So I would be all in on these holistic interventions, at the same time, of course, using medication to treat the symptoms.
Dr. Jeff Barkey is with us. I find this absolutely fascinating because, again, I believe in a very simple thing. Yes, the symptoms, you want to treat it to make the person feel better, but I want to go after the cause, and I think that's what we're looking at here a little bit. As it's Parkinson's Awareness Month, and Dr. Jeff Barkey here is with our Mastering Your Health segment here is talking about you want to be aware of Parkinson's? Let's give it right to you. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit. You mentioned a lot of things. What I was getting to is that may be wrong with the body. I want to know how you test that. Is that a blood test to see if you need magnesium or whatever in the body? Let's find out more. We continue straight ahead with Dr. Jeff Barkey, Mastering Your Health. You're experiencing pain, back pain, shoulder, elbow, or hand pain, pain from a sports injury. If so, schedule a visit with Dr. Michael Sheps, the leading expert in laser therapy for pain management. Call 310-873-4422 or go to drsheps.com. Experience Epic T, the breakthrough laser therapy system that Dr. Sheps developed to make you pain-free in less time. Laser therapy is a non-invasive, safe, and effective in-office procedure that penetrates deep into your skin without damaging the tissue. It perfectly targets areas of pain to promote fast, natural healing. Relax your muscles, ease muscle spasms, joint stiffness, and arthritis pain while increasing blood circulation. For over 25 years, Dr. Sheps has helped Olympic athletes and sports enthusiasts alike get back in the game. Schedule your visit with Dr. Sheps at his Brentwood office in California. Call 310-873-4422 or visit drsheps.com. That's DRSHEPS.com, 310-873-4422.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-475-7125. 800-475-7125. That's 800-475-7125.
You order a glass of your favorite Cabernet, fresh asparagus, hollandaise on the side, a filet, medium rare. You unfurl your napkin with a flair, close your eyes, and prepare to listen. Ah, there it is. The sweet music you long to hear. The sizzle. The sizzle of a Ruth's Chris steak.
The most magnificent corn-fed prime beef, broiled to perfection at 1,800 degrees. Some call it a sizzle. We call it an anthem.
As the waiter approaches, you think, is this one mine or that one?
Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Like Ruth always said, life's too short to eat anywhere else.
Make a reservation online at ruthschris.com or by calling 800-544-0808. Welcome back. It's our Mastering Your Health segment here with Dr. Jeff Barkey, a board-certified primary care physician, an author. He has written some great books: Unavoidably Unsafe Childhood Vaccines Reconsidered, Morning Message, Dispelling the Myths You've Been Told About Optimal Health, and COVID-19, a physician's take on the exaggerated fear of the coronavirus. We're talking today, it's Parkinson's Awareness Month, and we're talking with Dr. Jeff Barkey about the disease of Parkinson's. And at the beginning here of last segment, Dr. Barkey, you mentioned a lot of things that may be missing or need to be helped in the body. How do we know what's missing? And you deal with this a lot, I know, in your practice. And are there tests for blood where you can see if you have let's say, a magnesium deficiency or vitamin C or whatever it might be in the body to go ahead and see where you're at balance-wise in your body?
Yeah, 100%, Mike. First of all, on my patients, I test all of them for magnesium. Most of us are deficient, and then you need to go on magnesium supplementation or certainly get it from your diet, especially if there's any neurologic issues. We do heavy metal testing. There are a variety of ways of doing it. You can test heavy metals in the blood, in the saliva, in the hair, in the urine, and if they're present, then you need to craft a solution, some sort of detox solution for that. Vitamins and mineral testing, replace that which is missing. But it all starts with how a person takes care of themselves. And we've talked about this over and over again. That is eating clean, never, ever, ever drinking tap water because it's poisonous, avoiding sugar, especially if you already have underlying inflammation, getting rid of the fluoride that you put in your mouth because it's a neurotoxin, not using aluminum under your arms because it also is a neurotoxin. And I know this is controversial, and, Mike, I don't actually care, but don't put any poisonous vaccines in your body also that have heavy metals and adjuvants and incipients in it that can harm you, especially if you're susceptible and you already have underlying disease. Now, most doctors are going to disagree with me, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm not giving advice here. This is just my opinion, and you should always check with your own doctor. But if you're already compromised, I don't want to put more poison into your body to further stimulate and abuse your immune system. Now, many doctors, most might even say, well, you're so compromised that we need to give you the shingles vaccine, the pneumonia shot. You need to get updated on a DPT, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus shot. Make sure you get the MMR. Measles is going around in Texas and now in California. So they want to push all this stuff. And they mean well, they want to protect you, but I think it has the opposite effect. And I would rather see you be vaccine toxin free and take really good care of yourself. By the way, an important intervention, take your shoes and socks off, get into nature, and ground your body. That's another very healthy way to help heal your body. So there's a lot of things that can be done. You need to work with a holistic doctor. Go somewhere where they have recovery services. What's that? Hyperbaric oxygen, red light therapy, even cold plunging used very, very carefully can stimulate somebody's immune system and healing. And then sunshine. You need sunshine. It is impossible to achieve optimal health without daily exposure to the sun.
This is, you're talking as a full-time job. I mean, you say all this stuff, get sun and everything. Most of us get so wrapped up in our work, and so I got to get to the office on time. I got to get to the job on time. You jump in the car, you grab some kind of processed food and a cup of coffee, and you're in the car and you're driving, and then you get to work and you work all day, and you come home and you're tired, and you sit there and you eat some processed food again. I mean, it's very simple to fall off the wagon into what you're saying, even though it's so simplistic as to what you're saying, is to enjoy your life and put your bare feet on the ground. I would tell you 90% of the people, in my estimation, just thinking about it, never even give it a thought. And I think therein lies the problem here. Am I right, Dr. Barkey?
I agree, and I get it. We have very, very busy lives, me included. We don't always put our health as a priority for our lives because we've got so many other things to do, from work and kids and jobs and distractions and whatever. But listen, we're here for about 15 minutes on this planet, and the goal here is not health, by the way, although I want people to be healthy. My goal is to help people get healthy for the purpose of serving whatever God's purpose is in their life.
So, a simple prescription. I just get more fascinated with your reports every week. That's what I got to say, Dr. Barkey. Where do we get more information? What's your website? I know you're on Instagram.
Instagram, RX4Liberty, RX4FOR Liberty, same name for my website, my Instagram, and my Substack, where I'll be posting a long article on the holistic approaches to Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, RX4Liberty at RX4Liberty on Instagram, the website, RX4Liberty.com. And check out his books and a whole lot more there. And Dr. Jeff Barkey with his radio show every week at this time. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll have more next week.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Morin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley in the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. It feels windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Currently, it is 38 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
That's 888-816-7701.
What's Cooking today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm Michael Horn, along with Madison Hernandez and Corey Marino. We got a recall here on coffee grounds. Massimo Zanetti Beverage USA has voluntarily recalled 12-ounce bags of Our Family's Traverse City cherry-flavored decaf light roast ground coffee.
Oh, my gosh. The recall's already over after all that.
Let's take it again. This is, they told me they'd be like this in broadcasting class one day when you got a name that's really long. Again, It's Massimo Zanetti, Massimo Zanetti, Zanetti. No relation to Larry Zanetti. I'm just not. It's Larry Vanetti. Sorry, this is Zanetti with a Z. Massimo Zanetti Beverage USA. They voluntarily recalled 12-ounce bags of. Get ready for it. This is for the championship, everybody. Our Family's Traverse City cherry-flavored decaf light roast ground coffee. There you go.
For the gold.
That was it. Oof, boy. Due to mislabeling. So this is a...
Due to mislabeling.
This is a mislabeling problem. It seems like some bags labeled as decaffeinated may contain caffeine, posing a risk to individuals sensitive to caffeine. So this recall affects, about 700 cases of coffee, about over 4,000 individual bags with a best buy date. Here's what you want to look for. If you have Massimo Zanetti beverages, Our Family's Traverse City cherry-flavored decaf light roast ground coffee. Recall due to mislabeling. And it's a best buy date of August 3rd of this year. And the states affected, are you ready? This would be easy compared to the name of the thing. It's 15 states here. Colorado, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas City, Kentucky. These are in alphabetical order. Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, North Dakota. This is a cinch. Nebraska, Ohio, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. There you go.
Wow.
Yes,
Where's the crowd cheer? We need the crowd cheer for this.
Can we have a little bit of an audience? Are the lights working today, Corey? Flip them on again. See if they work. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so I got to take a break here on this thing a little bit, I tell you. Corey Marino, what about that NCAA men's championship? Is that what was expected, that Florida would win by 2 points? That was oddly enough, that was on my bracket list. Florida would win by 2 in the end.
You had it?
No, I didn't. Are you kidding me? You know me on basketball. Give me a break.
Yeah, they were down by 12, so it was a good comeback.
Big comeback.
It was crazy.
Was that on your brackets there? You had them, didn't you?
No, I had Houston.
Oh boy.
I was 23rd in the nation before that game. And
wow.
Out of how many though? Tell them.
Out of 24 million.
Yeah.
And I would have gotten in the top 5 if Houston.
He's a genius. I think I saw Corey at the White House yesterday with the Dodger team. He's in the background throwing out stats at him. Yeah, this is one of the greatest things in the White House ever. It's like great. It's good. And Jackie said it was there going, what? Corey, what? What was that again? So, big deal. And that's a big deal for these guys. And it was the UConn for the women, right?
Yeah, UConn won.
Yeah, that's good stuff. So we could talk about that on the On Point show over there. You follow basketball, Madison?
Oh, yeah. You know, Caitlin Clark. I know one name.
You know, the Dodgers, let's go to baseball for a second. Really, what, they have 9 in a row or something they won? And now all of a sudden they've lost, what, like 4 in a row or 3 in a row, something like that, Corey?
There was 8 in a row, and then they've lost 3 out of 4.
And here's what I see. The pitching staff has fallen apart. So they spent all this money to get Blake Snell, and who else is on the deal? Blake has got his arm. I'm worried about this guy, that he might be out for the year. Nobody said anything about it. Who else? Another pitcher is down on the DL list. Is that Tyler Glasnow? Is that right? He's off on, got a broken toe or something, or what does he have?
Oh, did they come out? I didn't see anything about Tyler Glasnow.
I think he's on the DL.
Yeah, Blake Snell has like inflammation in his arm or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, the relief pitchers have sort of blown up. Of course, it's just the beginning of the season. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. And what's with all these accidents in the shower? I'm scared and nervous to take a shower. Freddie Freeman, one of the great stars of the Dodgers, goes in there and he stubbed his toe in the shower or something.
So they're remodeling, I guess, his main shower, and so he had a shower in the guest bedroom that was more of a tub, and so he was trying to get into it, and he's not used to it, so he slipped and then re-injured his ankle that he had surgery on.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. And I think it's Tyler Glasnow. He's the guy that broke his toe. One of the guys broke their toes.
I'll have to look into that, because he only pitched 2 innings, but it was because it was pouring rain, and he's like, if he's not comfortable, he's really bad.
Check it out. I think I read somewhere on one of these Dodger hotline reports. It could be totally wrong for all I know, but if I scooped you, I look really like a genius. I'd become 24 out of 6 here at CRN. Get that. All right. I said bring that up a little bit, a little sports in there for you. And we talked about Parkinson's disease today. And listen to this one. A woman who can smell Parkinson's is in the news. She can smell the disease using an enhanced sense of smell to diagnose the degenerative disease early as part of a study that was funded by the Michael J. Fox Foundation. This woman, Joy Milne, M-I-L-N-E, she's a former nurse, claims that illnesses all smell different to her. Quoting her, she says, I would know if someone's diabetes was going off, or I could tell if someone was struggling post-operatively. She said her late husband, Les, was 28 when she noticed he smelled different. 17 years later, when he was 45, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And so Milne accompanied her husband, who sadly passed away in 2015, to a support group and caught a whiff of the inside of someone's coat. And that's when they say it hit her that, quote, she could smell Parkinson's disease. So the couple reached out to professionals to find out what this ability was all about, how it could be put to use. And in 2013, her skills were put to a test with Professor Perdita Baran, and she was given T-shirts that had been worn by someone with Parkinson's disease, along with shirts that were worn by people who weren't ill, till Malene guessed every single shirt correctly except for one, and that T-shirt belonged to someone who was later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. So they're now, both of these people, Perdita Baran, the professor, and Joy Milne, are now at the United Kingdom's University of Manchester working on a test to diagnose Parkinson's early by researching a swab test with the Michael J. Fox Foundation. See, if you put money together on this, you can get some studies that may shed some light. We'll continue straight ahead. It's What's Cooking Today.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-785-9618. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Call right now and receive a free gift. Call 1-800-785-9618. Donate your car today. That's 1-800-785-9618.
Hi, everyone. Tom Mustin here for the Legal Help Center. If you or a loved one were injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, listen up, because we have legal professionals standing by right now to answer your questions for free. You'll find out if you have a case and how much money it's potentially worth. Call 800-610-2400. That's 800-610-2400. The call is free, the consultation is free, and you can speak with a live agent 24/7. So, if you or someone you know are injured in an accident of any kind, take advantage of this opportunity and speak with a live agent right now. Find out if you have a case and how much money you could potentially get. Call 800-610-2400. That's 800-610-2400. 800-610-2400. Call now. Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Welcome back to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn, with Madison Hernandez and Corey Marino. Madison, we got a great guest coming up. Who is it?
We have Lindt Master chocolatier, Chef Ann Chaya. We're going to get some tips for thinking outside the Easter basket this year.
Hey, let's think outside that Easter. Let's go inside the Easter baskets, for God's sakes. We've had people on talking about toys and things like that. Let's get back into the Easter basket and talk about what chocolates they're going to put in there. So we brought on Ann Chaya. She's the Lindt Master chocolatier and chef. We're talking Lindt, my favorite. those Lindt candies are decadent. I mean, come on, Lindt. If you've never had one, you've just missed out. But you had your head under, some kind of hard candy rock. Please, Chef, welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, thanks for having me, Mike.
It's great. We're hopping into Easter season, and people are wondering what we should do with our Easter basket and what we should do with chocolate to begin with. Chocolate is, the magnesium that you need in there is in the chocolate over there. Yeah, I know there's sugar, but you can get some of these special candies that have lower sugar level. Am I right, Chef?
You can go with the darker chocolates if you're looking for less sugar. Absolutely.
All right, so let's talk a little bit here about Lindt, and by the way, we should mention that Chef Ann Chaya is a Lindt Master Chocolatier, and she's going to share tips for taking your Easter celebrations to a big new level. And she's been doing this. Apparently, you devoted, they say, your life to chocolate. How so? Has that been a special idea for you to go ahead and desserts and things of that nature?
It was a little bit accidental. I found myself a little lost, and I had the opportunity to go to Switzerland, where I was working in a restaurant setting, and then I decided I loved chocolate so much and desserts. I went and I did an apprenticeship, Mike, as a chocolatier pastry chef. But then, that was, over 20 years ago when I did the apprenticeship. But after that, it's just been chocolate all the way. So I guess I have devoted my life to chocolate.
Amazing, and it's just Chef Ann is great. And she was there. She said 20 years ago. It was in Zurich, Switzerland. That's the chocolate capital of the world. And working in the restaurant and catering industry, and she kind of gravitated toward dessert. So let's talk. Let's get to it. Easter's coming up. Why is it so special? I'm saying this like an idiot here for a master chocolatier. I mean, come on, Mike, get some senses going. What chocolates do we want here?
We want all the chocolates, Mike.
Yes.
For Easter, for me, of course, it's all about our Gold Bunny. It's basically, for me, like it announces the arrival of spring and the Easter season. So definitely Gold Bunny, and I love our Lindor truffles. And any of our Easter chocolates are just so happy and pretty. And it just, you're going into spring. You're coming out of winter. This is the time.
The Lindor truffles are the absolute bomb, I'm telling you. So let's get everybody's talking about other things besides Easter basket. That's what Easter is all about. So you're going to assemble here, Chef, and this is great. Ann Chaya, Lindt, master chocolatier and chef. What are you putting into your ultimate Easter basket? Give it a start to finish here. Let's go.
Well, okay, so what I like to do, Mike, is I think, who's the recipient of this basket? And then I will build from there. So I always start with Lindt Gold Bunny, and I'll put some of those Lindor truffles. I'm really glad you're a fan of those, by the way, because the new one I'll talk about.
Delicious.
Oh, so good.
Oh, yes.
So good. So, so for adults, I think, okay, like a lot of my friends love wine, so I'll make a wine-centric Easter basket with chocolate, maybe a bottle or two of wine, or if they don't, put some coffee or some tea in there, jams, jellies, anything that just says, hey, I get you. And I took the time to build something just for you. And the same goes with kids, without wine, of course, but just, put some of your kids' favorite things in there. If they have a candy they like, we have a really cool Lindt Gold Bunny sidewalk chalk now, so that they could go outside and have fun with. And throw some Gold Bunnies in there, of course. Keep it premium. But there's just so much great chocolate that we make, and it's my go-to for Easter, of course.
It's absolutely fabulous and delicious, and I can't express enough over if once you taste one of these Lindor these wonderful truffles, you won't go back. Now they come in a mixed bag, all right. So let me give you a little tip. This is the Mike Horn tip, and Chef, chime in here, please. The blue foil, okay. This is the dark blue foil. This is the dark chocolate. It's the absolute greatest because, there's less sugar in it. And you know what? For a dessert at a meal, if you had a fabulous meal and you came back with one of these truffles and a cup of coffee, I would love you to death. I mean, this is the greatest. Am I right, Chef? This is one of the great things to go for?
It is. No, I agree with you, Mike. It's just that little something, that thing after dinner, a Lindor truffle, you unwrap it, you drink it with your coffee, your tea, whatever makes you happy. I agree with you. It's just that little joyful chocolate moment.
And then I start eating in the bag when they're mixed. I get into the red and I get into the gold, and then there's a silver, and then I start Madison. I get into the white chocolate. For God's sakes, it's and you can get them in the bags you like. You can get them separated there. We got about 30 seconds. Anything else we should know for Easter here, Chef, that we should be aware of?
Yes, Mike, you have to try our new Lindor Truffles carrot cake. It's exclusive at Target. You will think you are eating a piece of carrot cake.
Oh, my gosh. It's a truffle carrot cake?
Yes, it's the carrot cake Lindor Truffle.
Where do we get more information? I'm going to the store now. I'm going to Target. Where can get more information for our audience?
You and your audience can visit us at lintusa.com.
Okay, so lintusa.com. That's LINDT.
Yes.
lintusa.com. Don't be a stranger, Chef. Come back again. And next time, would you send some chocolates? Now I got to go to Target. We'll be right back.
Savor the past and savor the glory days of Las Vegas. Enjoy 70 years of true Las Vegas history as 4 generations of family wait to greet you at the legendary Bootlegger Italian Bistro. Wine, dine, and experience Mama Maria's award-winning original recipes while surrounded by original family photos and celebrity memorabilia. Enjoy piano artistry nightly with music from the Great American Songbook in our main formal dining room. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, open 7 days a week. 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. It's Vegas, baby.
What are the most important issues facing people in California? Inflation and crime. Hi, Aaron here. We at California Deluxe Windows addressed both. We are making beautiful energy-efficient custom-fit windows right here in LA, saving on waiting time and the cost, so it beats inflation. And our security features are unlike anybody else. Steel-reinforced frames, metal cumlocks, night latches made from Lexan, almost unbreakable, like a football helmet, interlock, and more. This is our deflation security cell with 30% discount on top of it. And our installation is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house can be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one. Call us 866-988-5100. 866-988-5100. 866-988-5100.
CSLB 7745518. Some restrictions apply.
1 out of 2 Americans thinks their life is worthy of a book. Here's another startling stat. You may be one of the 15% of people who bothered to start your book and one of the 6% that got halfway through it, but your gem of an idea likely died. Or did it? Some published authors are making significant money, so join the ranks of the successful people that finish their books with help from Dorrance Publishing. Call right now and our experienced editors and writers will explain to you what it's going to take to get your book completely written, published, and then taken to market to sell it. It's a free consultation, so call right now. Find out how much time and money it takes to finally get that book idea of yours published. Make your dreams happen. Call Dorrance Publishing right now.
800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. That's 800-786-1468.
Play the guitar for you. You and your kitty cat. Oh, you need to give your kitty cat a pill? Bring your kitty cat here to the guitar. And let me charm the kitty with beautiful music. Listen. The cat is mesmerized. Yeah, we got a story here today for you. Welcome back. What's cooking today? The nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. Eat your heart out, John Patch. We got a tip here for your talking pets, man. Let me tell you right now. The easiest way to give a cat a pill. Really, is there an easy way to give a cat a pill? I don't believe it. But if you're a pet owner of a cat, consult with your vet. to understand the proper way to administer medication to their cat. They say, give the cat these pills. Really? Your cats aren't going to do anything they don't want to do. So one approach is taking the proper dose of your cat's medication, crushing it, or emptying it into a bowl and adding a little bit of very tasty cat food. Very, very tasty. But first, find out from your cat's veterinary office whether the pills can be given with food. Okay, thank you very much. Now,
you're welcome, Mike.
Thank you for this, Madison. It's a great strip. If you take this approach, make sure that your cat will promptly finish all of the food, because the cat will go, that's enough for me. I'll come back later when the medication is desperately old. And then you may also try to get the meds into your cat's mouth without food or treats. Here's another method. You hold the pill in one hand, use the other to softly and slowly point your cat's nose towards the ceiling to get its jaw to drop open. Really? You think that cat's going to do that?
I think so.
It's also important for the cat owners to remember that sometimes you'll need to ask for help. Corey, get over here and hold this beast down, please. Okay. There may be other times when it's a two-person job. Oh, see, I was correct. Look at this. So somebody just gently puts their hands on the cat. Oh, my gosh, the dog just discovered the cat. Now the cat's
Lindy
really,
doesn't like this story.
Cat is really upset now. We won't do it to you, Lindy. Don't worry about it. Softly, gently, you put your hands on the cat and keep them still while the other person does the pill administration. And if you know that your cat likes a particular treat, it might be beneficial to start off by offering treats. The cat will eat the treat, by the way, and then take off. That's it.
I think the person
Great
that wrote
story.
this at USA Today doesn't own a cat.
I believe that that's true. Very good, Lindy. Lindy's back in here again. Get cats out of my way. Now, if you're not getting sleep, proper sleep, there are foods you can eat that will help you sleep. And this is pretty interesting here. Walnuts, almonds, or pistachios. Walnuts have tryptophan, the same stuff you find in turkey, right? Which, by the way, turkey is also good. But walnuts, almonds are rich in magnesium. Pistachios have vitamin B6. Lettuce, listen to this one. For a great effect, simmer several large lettuce leaves in a cup of water for 15 minutes. Throw in some mint and enjoy. You can also do jasmine rice, because white rice has long been touted as a food that'll help you sleep. But jasmine rice, also known for the Thai fragrant rice, works even faster. And it's a long grain rice that has the nutty aroma. Honey is also good. It increases your insulin levels, helps help them flood your brain to go to sleep. Elk, nothing like good elk to have. A nice elk sandwich before you go to bed. Nothing better. Blah, I'm telling you right now. Thank you, sir. Tryptophan, more tryptophan than turkey. Salmon and tuna, Fred Dreyer's favorite. Just pack that in and no one will sleep near you in the bed and leave you alone. And quiche. Take a nice quiche with milk, cheese, and salmon for sleepy time ingredients. That's our show. Portions of our show today brought to you by Lindt Chocolate. Bring some on for me, would you please? And don't forget to download our cell phone app. Madison, how do they get our cell phone app?
Dial pound 250. It's a phone call. Say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
And now you can use pound 250 to get to our podcast. Dial pound 250, say find your podcast, and then say CRN, and you got the podcast on your phone. For our producer and co-host Madison Hernandez, for engineer Corey Marino, I'm Michael Horn. Thanks for listening. Have a great day. Grab some of that delicious elk sandwich, everybody. Until tomorrow, eat well, everyone.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The trial in Maryland over Rachel Marin's alleged killer began yesterday. News Nation's Caitlin Becker has more.
It would take investigators nearly a year, 10 months, to arrest their suspect here. So for the majority of the investigation, they didn't know who their suspect was. They didn't have a name. Now, you'll recall that Rachel Marin her body was found after being bludgeoned to death with a rock, strangled and raped, and then dragged off and dumped in a few inches of water in a drainage tunnel, leaving a 150-foot trail of blood.
The mother of 5 vanished after going on a run in 2023. The Supreme Court has, for now, blocked a district judge's order that the Trump administration must return a suspected gang member deported to El Salvador. Midnight would have been the deadline to obey the judge's order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
The Trump team admits Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported because of an administrative error, but they say they don't have the power to bring him back because he's no longer in U.S. custody. The Trump team has also argued against Abrego Garcia's return, accusing him without evidence of having ties to MS-13. Abrego Garcia's family denies he has any gang ties, but after this decision came down, Attorney General Pam Bondi celebrated the decision, saying that it was an important day for the rule of law.
AG Bondi says the decision protects the executive branch from judicial overreach. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Stay tuned for more news and analysis here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the valley in the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 8, 1925. Secures license in wrong county, but weds at Lord's Park. When a man's in love, there are many things that slip his memory, so William Charles Aston of Chicago is to be pardoned for securing a Cook County license and expect to be married in Kane County. Mr. Aston and his most charming bride, Miss Valletta Demeen Harmon, arrived in Elgin yesterday from Chicago and went direct to the home of the Reverend John Vonkex, pastor of the House of Hope Presbyterian Church. All was in readiness for the service when it was discovered that a Cook County marriage license had been procured by the groom. But the matter was easily adjusted. The officiating clergyman, the bride and groom, and their attendants, Mr. and Mrs. A. McPherson of Chicago, motored to Lord's Park, selected a picturesque spot, and there the marriage vows were taken. In other news, cooperation of motorists to observe the speed laws was asked by Magistrate George R. Thompson today at a hearing in which 2 alleged speeders were ordered to pay fines. Before releasing them, the court read facts and figures concerning the loss of life, injuries, and accidents from Chicago's automobile traffic. The 2 men were charged $5 each for speeding, one on Dundee Avenue and the other on North Spring Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 44. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Tomorrow, a chance of snow between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., then rain. Cloudy with a high near 43. It feels windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Currently, it is 38 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. Play ball!
This town ain't big, this town ain't small. It's a little of both, they say. Our
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go. I know what I'm doing.
Heck yeah.
Well, for everyone that is expecting to be listening to Talk Time with Tammy, it is not Talk Time with Tammy. It is Derek Geyer and Marcus Mack of the pre-game show. Pre for the Chicago White Sox
Yes,
here
sir.
on WRMN 1410.
You're all good. Keep it rolling, baby.
Oh, my goodness. I knew what I was going to say when I was coming in, but, that tossed me for a little loop, not actually fading up everything. But we are the pre for the Chicago White Sox here on WRMN 1410 AM. There we go.
Yes, sir. Studio 14 in Elgin, downtown Illinois. And we got another glorious day of baseball, brother.
Yes, we do. As the Chicago White Sox are opening up another series against the Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland. We're going to go through the starting lineups for both teams right now. Mike Topman leading off in right field. Lewis Robert Jr. in center. Nick Maton DHing. Andrew Vaughn first base. Matt Thias catching. Lenine Sosa at second. Miguel Vargas at third. Brooks Baldwin playing left. And Jacob Amaya playing shortstop. And for the Cleveland Guardians, it is Stephen Kwan in left field. Jose Ramirez at third base. Carlos Santana playing first. Kyle Manzardo DHing. Lane Thomas center field. Nolan Jones playing right. Gabriel Arias playing second. Bo Naylor catching. And Brian Rochio playing shortstop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And on the hill, we've got Shane Smith going for the Chicago White Sox, and he's going to be going against Ben Lively. So far on the season right now, Shane Smith has got a 3.18 ERA, 5 innings pitched. He gave up 4 walks. He gave up 4 walks, 3 strikeouts in his last outing, as he did not get the victory, as the Sox more than likely lost that game. I'm just joking. Yeah. No. Seriously, he didn't get the decision, but he pitched great his last outing, and then he's going to be against Mr. Blake Lively, who's 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA. Giving up 11 hits, struck out 7 and walked 2, and also gave up 2 home runs in his last outing. So the Chicago White Sox look to snap a 5-game losing streak.
Yep.
They're 1-4 currently in the Central Division. No, they're 1-5 actually. They're 1-5 in the Central Division. as they look to try to bounce back today and get a win against the Cleveland Guardians, who are 3-6 as well. The Guardians a lot better last year. Looks like they're struggling out the gate as well as the Sox. And, I'm definitely hoping that they can bounce back, get a victory. They had a day off yesterday to be able to recuperate. They're going to be going without Benintendi today, who's on injured. He's day-to-day, still with the hand. So we're going to see some other players get the chance to step up into the lineup and make some noise. And hopefully we can get a big game out of the lineup right now. Tachman coming back from injury. He looked good in his last outing. Yep. Luis Roberts Jr. is still struggling at the plate along with some others, but there has been life along with the young kid Baldwin, who's been batting down in the 8th hole. And if we can get some production out of the middle of this lineup, we should start to be able to see a couple more victories out of this Sox team.
Yeah, coming out of spring training, the big story was Luis Robert Jr. playing center field for your Chicago White Sox. He was having a very, very good spring, training for that matter. But currently on the young season, he's only batting 161 right now with an OBP of 250, slugging percentage 194, and OPS and slugging of 444. That needs to change.
Yes.
Because basically what it is as he goes, he's the linchpin for this offense for the Chicago White Sox. As he goes, the Chicago White Sox go.
He's definitely the best hitter in the lineup. He's the most accomplished player, being, I think, one of the few on this lineup that has actually made an all-star. Yeah. And his numbers show that throughout he should be able to bounce back. Last year, he was injured, and he struggled with his batting average. He was still able to knock 14 in with 35 RBIs, and he played 100 games. So, it wasn't like he missed half the season, but that's still a good chunk, missing 62 games of the season.
Without a doubt.
In a 9-game sample so far, we've definitely seen his numbers be nowhere near what we believe and know him to be capable of in his career, as his career numbers have shown that he's got a career batting average of 265, 315 on place percentage, and a slugging of 469 to go along with an OPS of 784. So all these tell me that this early season struggles should be able to be turned around. We also know that this right now is tough baseball, as you're playing outdoors in cold weather. They played in Detroit, which was cold. They're going to be playing in Cleveland today, which is probably going to be another cold weather game. And, so it's really tough to judge players when they've come out of a very nice, warm summer environment, spring environment into some still brutal, harsh, cold weather. So I'm hoping that, we can see some turnaround in a little bit. But yes, as the White Sox go, they go with Luis Roberts. And right now, he is not going at all. And we've seen the team struggle mightily to coincide with that.
Yeah. Let's be honest. We all knew what this season would be like. Mm-hmm. So far, it's been the starting pitching that has been the good aspect for the Chicago White Sox.
The season. Yeah, the surprise.
It has been. The only thing with that being said is there's no run support to come along with the good starting pitching. I think it was this past Saturday against Detroit. Few runs given up in the first inning, not hitting the spots, walking runners that obviously get walked. They come around and score most of the time. So
the one thing that's been different though so far this year, at least, is that at least the fielding hasn't been a joke. There were so many plays last year where the Sox looked like the bumbling bumblers of a circus, throwing the ball from third to first, and it goes somewhere into the stands. Can't hit the cutoff man.
Exactly.
At least we're not seeing a bunch of that this year.
Yeah, and if you're wondering where and why we are on the pre here is. Well, my name's Derek Geyer.
Derek.
I host the morning show on Saturdays on The Rise from 8 to 10.
Brilliant show.
Marcus Mack is the host of The Truth About Chicago Sports from 10 to noon.
Me.
Yeah, him. So,
I also have my brother Blake.
Yeah, and your brother Blake, brother from another mother. And, so this is why we're doing the pre ahead of the start of the first game with the Chicago White Sox in Cleveland taking on the Guardians. We had mentioned that on the show On the Rise this past Saturday, where it's changed quite a bit in the regards of the hustle, the fielding, the overall attitude that the Chicago White Sox have had.
Should we say better coaching?
That is a very safe assumption, because when Will Venable came in, he basically, and I'm paraphrasing here because I can't remember, all those months ago, basically saying that he isn't going to accept the mental errors, the gaffes that plagued the Chicago White Sox last season.
Yeah.
And so far throughout the first 9 games, we've seen that. They've been hustling. They've been going after balls. They've been doing the fundamentally sound things that you would do in baseball.
They're not trying to beat themselves, which it seemed like a lot of last year. Now, bullpen is still an issue, as we saw in the last game against Detroit, where they went into the 8th with a 3-1 lead and still walked away with a 4-3 loss. And these are the things that are still going to be expected with a young team. We know the roster is not loaded with talent, but it has been nice to see competitive baseball. There's some games they have been out there, and that's going to happen in baseball. You're going to have your ups and downs in any season. But the nice part is that, like you say, the hustle has been there. We've seen that this team wants to win, where I think last year it was just a lot of lay down and let's get out of here.
Yeah. Oh my God. So many just head scratchers, really, when you're thinking about it. I would even go out on a limb and say that the approach at the plate has been different as well. Just for the simple fact that they seem to be having an idea, really, when they're going up there to take a swing, to take a hack. But at the same time, I mean, obviously, things haven't been working.
The locker room has improved, I think. I think that the passion is there again. A lot of players that were in the locker room last year knew that they were not returning or were going to be used as trade bait.
Yeah.
And I think that it unfortunately spilled over onto the field. And now we've seen the majority of those players are gone. And really the only guy that's really left is Luis Roberts and Benintendi, who was actually signed last year. So he came in new and really kind of fresh. So now it seems to be a much more different attitude, a manager that has more of an idea and a focus of where he wants this young team to go.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing that execution now being played out onto the field.
Yeah, and a point about Will Venable being, coming in as the Chicago White Sox coach, it was the fact that he was actually being groomed to take the Texas Rangers job after Bruce Bochy was set to be retiring. But that was up in the air. So I feel good about Venable coming in, because he's been in a lot of places where he's witnessed and been around winning.
Yes.
And
culture, winning culture.
And he was a good player back in the day. I mean, he wasn't a star.
But key pieces, those are the guys that help you win those games.
Absolutely. And, going back to the hitting aspect of things, right now, If I told you at the beginning of the season, and granted it's only 9 games, it's a very small sample size, but if I told you that Corey Lee would be hitting 385 as the White Sox catcher, you would have looked at me and told me that I was nuts.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I mean, 385, an OBP of 429, slugging 538, an OPS of 967.
He's doing
what?
Some real baseball work, I like to call that. And that's the pleasant surprise. That's the things that you want to see. Like I said, there's been a couple areas where I've been impressed. Benintendi actually has impressed me, hitting with one bad hand. He's still on the mend.
He seemed to have figured it out after the last half season of last year.
Yeah, Benintendi's been a great sight.
I mean, he's hitting 290, 333 OBP, 484 slugging, 817 OPS. And that's with one bad hand.
One bad hand. The real big problem in this lineup is there's no big bat. There's no real pop.
No,
and
not
that's
really.
what they need. The home runs, I was telling, me and Blake were talking about this on the Truth About Chicago Sports on Saturday, about the fact that the Sox only got 9 home runs.
Yeah.
Cal Tucker's got like 5, I think, now. I know the last time I checked, he had 4. I believe he's hit another one, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
9 as a team. 9. And so, yeah, hitting is great, but you got to have some threats in the lineup as well. And that's just not there at all. And like we talked about with Luis Roberts Jr., 0 home runs right now. Yeah. He's only got 1 RBI. Not good, especially batting in the spot that he's batting in. Corey Lee has been a nice surprise to see a young kid out there hitting 385. You know, he's really trying to move some guys around on the base, but he's not a big bat. He's the catcher, and I get that. But that's great to see. I've also, like I said, I really like what Brooke Baldwin has come out and done. You know, at second baseman, he's batting 280. On base percentage right now is 269, slugging 440. On base percentage 709. Not bad for a young kid that's an infielder. So, there is some signs of people there. Mike Tauchman has returned to the lineup, and I think he's going to be a much more added bat. But here's another big hole in the Sox lineup that needs to change. Andrew Vaughn. The first baseman, once again, has come out the gate not living up to the White Sox history of having superior first base play, which has been established going back to Frank Thomas in the 90s. And that right there is a huge issue as he struggles once again this season with a 167 batting average, 5 RBIs, and only 1 home run. If you can get production out of Vaughn and Luis Roberts, you would probably see a lot more victories go up on the board for the White Sox. But right now, those struggles just hurt them, I think, mightily, especially when they're batting right in the heart of the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, you're going back a few seasons and everything where Vaughn will get it on a hot streak. He'll rip the cover off the ball for a good week or two.
He'll give you that hope.
Yeah, that hope. Oh, is this the time where he's turning the corner? Is this the time where he's finally putting it together? And unfortunately, then there's the regression, because what'll happen for Major League pitching and Major League hitters is they have a book on you. So they do that thing, whether it's
scouting.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll scout you, they'll pitch to you one way, try to get you out that way until you prove that you can turn it around and actually hit it. And then it's up to the pitchers and the other side of the scouting aspect of things to go back and work the lab and give you the other aspect of things.
The hope was from the moment he was drafted that he would be that next first baseman for the White Sox. It has been a position that has been held down, like I said, now for decades, from Frank Thomas to Paul Konerko to Jose Abreu. Sorry, Jose Abreu. Sorry, I'm at it. And we've seen very good all-star, Hall of Fame level play out of that position for a while. And so now that you get a kid like Vaughn, who has just struggled mightily season after season, he was number 3 overall pick in the draft. A lot of people that's the part that goes over a lot of people's heads. He was number 3 pick in the draft. When you're not to say that people expect you to go off to have this Hall of Fame career, but when you're pick number 3, they're saying that you should have a good career. And right now, Andrew Vaughn is the last thing he's having is a good career with the Chicago White Sox, especially to start this season.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that you can't really, even drafting someone as high as you did with Vaughn, it just goes to show you that nothing's a lock.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing is a lock. Yeah, because last season, if I'm not mistaken, was the first time that he was actually seeing full-time reps at first base. A couple seasons before that, they were playing in the outfield because
that was position.
That was a necessity for him. All the running around and right field, left field. I don't know. I think there was even a game at second base or something that he was playing. But with this, there comes the consistency, but yet there's nothing consistent about it. And I know I've already said it a couple of times. It's the beginning of the season. However, this is the time. This is when things need to start
coming together.
And you can't blame it on the weather because everyone's playing in the same weather. You know, Cleveland's playing. You're playing in Cleveland today. You played in
you gotta
Detroit.
fight through. You got to find a
started
way.
off the season here in Chicago. I mean, you had the one nice day. That was pretty much about it. But everyone's playing in the same stuff. Everyone's doing their jobs. Everyone's hitting. It's not, the weather's not an excuse.
It's the way I look at it is that it shouldn't be, but we know that it does play a factor. That doesn't play into the part of why they're losing games. What I feel like at this point, you have to fight through. You have to focus more than, and if you already come in with the belief that that you're down and out, it's hard to overcome. And they got to fight through. They got to find a way. And the expectations are what they are. But at the same time, I feel like this team can still win. Once again, they got the game at 3:10 today. They're going to have the pregame show. The White Sox pregame show will follow us coming up here shortly. And, like you said, weather cannot be an excuse. It's a fact, but everybody's dealing with it. You got to find a way to push through, get these victories on the board because, like I said, the starting pitching has been there for you, and that's something that was a concern. So if you're getting that out of your starters, then you need to try to show them some support. And this is where the hitting has to come through. So we'll see. The heart of the order today needs to change things around. Maybe this is where they start with a new series, fresh new start against the Guardians, a team that's not that much better than the White Sox, in my opinion, a team that I feel like they can get a couple wins on.
Yeah, and as you had said, coming up at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 on the White Sox radio network, Good Karma Brand Radio, your host for the pregame show will be Jeff Meller. And then doing the play-by-play will be Len Casper, analyst Darren Jackson.
Great. Two absolute greats. Anytime you guys get a chance to listen to them call a game, I'm going to tell you it's something special. I find myself a lot of times listening to the game on the radio than watch TV because of Len and DJ. DJ has been doing it for as long as I can remember. I remember when he played.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was a long time ago. And obviously Len Casper from, back with the Cubs, doing the Cubs broadcast on television, switched over to doing the Sox on radio.
Amazing job.
I mean, yeah, you can't get two better guys doing it than that. But I mean, yeah. One of the things that I did want to bring up, I had here, and now I can't seem to find it. Why?
You got it. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there. I don't get it.
Oh, trust me, I know the missing loads where it's like, hey, I put you up on purpose just to be able to find you right now.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
And now all of a sudden it's
where'd you go? Peekaboo.
I was trying to pull up the Sox pitching staff.
Peekaboo. You know how that goes.
Yeah. Whatever. All I know is that.
What did you want to know about the staff, my brother?
Well, I just wanted to go over the pitching, really.
Well, it is.
And then I was looking at the numbers, and then, I was going to retract what I had said in the very beginning, where the White Sox pitching staff was doing pretty good. And then I see a couple of 5s and 6s in there.
Well, that was after the second start. The first game was good. David Martin struggled mightily in his second start, and so did Sean Burke, who had the season opener, which was absolutely phenomenal. And he kind of crashed back down to earth in the second start. But still, Jonathan Cannons looked really good right now. Shane Smith looked pretty solid right now. And Martin Perez actually came out there and threw another stellar outing, as he's got right now a 0.73 ERA in 2 games.
Yeah. And they go pitching staff. Well, you can't win games if you can't pitch. You can't win games if you can't hit the ball. More importantly, you can't win the games if you don't score any runs. And also, if you're finding ways to scratch out the runs, 2 or 3 runs, put up that crooked number, but then the starting pitcher or the relief pitcher needs to come in and
close the door,
lock that inning down, so it's an inning win.
Yeah, let's get it done today, boys. Let's get the bats out.
It'll work really well.
Yes, let's do it. Let's get a victory today. Let's go White Sox.
Yeah. So Coming up next, you will hear the voice of Jeff Meller on the White Sox radio network. Followed by the game for the White Sox versus the Cleveland Guardians coming up at 3:10. You are currently listening to yours truly, Derek Geyer, Marcus Mack.
Yes, sir.
This is the pre for the Chicago White Sox on WRMN 1410 AM. River Media Network Sports.
Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game. Hopefully you'll enjoy the outcome. And, well, you will be listening to White Sox. Sorry. Talk time with Tammy.
We love
Later.